All right, friends. I believe we are live on the horizontal channel. In 1 second, I'm going to check the vertical channel and then we'll get TikTok going. I got some stuff happening tonight. I spent like all day yesterday. No, we're live on the vertical. I spent like all day yesterday and all day, well, not all day, some of the day today, working on some streaming companion software so I could fucking get rid of some of these monitors that I've got going on. I got four freaking 4K monitors happening over here. Not because I want it that way. This wasn't my choice. It's because I have to run so many applications at once to do these live streams. It's messy. It's actually really messy. So I got around finally to doing some software. And you know what? I've got to clean up my desktop quite a fucking bit. So I'm pretty excited to, utilize my my software today. We'll probably see some tweaks that need to be done still yet. When we're throwing up super chats and whatnot, we'll probably see some CCS, or I mean some CSS errors, or maybe not errors, but stuff in the CSS design that probably needs adjusted. But nevertheless, hey, everyone's here. Let me get TikTok started. You can do it. Come on, TikTok. All right, TikTok is going. Fantastic. Guest box is open on TikTok. Guest box is open for the YouTube crowd as well. The link on the screen, if you haven't seen this live before, the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ Live, is the link you want to use to join the live stream. So if you don't have TikTok and you don't want to get TikTok, but you want to join the discussion, hey, use the link on the screen and we'll get you into the discussion. And we'll see how well it goes. I'll warn you though, like the last 2 live streams I had, it was so overrun with people wanting to run like nonsense tag arguments that this live stream I'm going to enforce the timer. We gotta. This is so boring just to run. I mean, it kind of fun sometimes to watch tag bros crash out, but to be fair, it's boring. How many times can you like hear tag and still like care about the argumentation? Probably not many. Like if you've ever heard like Darth Dawkins or Matt Slick, do their discussions, or their tag arguments, like you've already heard them all. Like there's like 2 or 3 different variants, and that's it. And then they just get recycled throughout the community. That's it. So, nevertheless, I can't say that I care too much for the tag bros, but I can we'll tolerate them if they show up. Hey, let's get friends a couple super chats. First super chat from our word. Hey, great to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well, and I hope your weather's a little bit better over there on the West Coast than it was for us. So it got. I don't want to say it got cold for us, but let's just say it wasn't warm for us. That's for sure. We're not having a warm day over here in the Midwest today. But what are you gonna do? That's what you get for living in the Midwest, I suppose. You're gonna have days like that. Yeah, Mama said there'd be days like that. I'm pretty sure that's the line I'm looking for. Hey, Shirley Temple Black, great to see you. Thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Shirley says, please, no Philbros. If you allow one, the Philbro timer must be invoked. Praise Doug. I agree. Shirley, listen, you're 100% right. I think we have to really enforce that thing and kind of help people understand that these arguments are not just lame, they're really weak. And we've heard them all. There's not one we haven't heard. I mean, if somebody came up with a new argument, hey, look at the bees. Guys, remember Look at the Bees? Look at the Bees was a genuinely new argument. And you know what? It wasn't good, but I'm here for it, right? I'm here for a good argument that just, that wasn't it. Nevertheless, Shirley Temple, I got you, friend. And mostly Gizzards, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says happy Friday. Doug be praised. Indeed, Doug be praised. Doug bless you, mostly Gizzards. In fact, that reminds me, I had a note that I took Wednesday. Somebody was requesting a coffee mug that says Doug bless rather than God bless. I'm curious if there's like what kind of interest we would have in a mug like that. If that's something that would interest y'all, let me know. I'd be certainly curious to see if there's enough people around that would buy it that we should put it into the shop. For those who don't know, though, we do finally have. I've been saying it for a while. We do finally have merch in there for M's, so that's pretty exciting. Hey, Rational Atheist, good to see you. Happy Friday. Not sure if you heard, but Texas State Board of Education just voted to make reading the Bible passages required in schools. Doug, help us. Well, the only problem is they're not going to read the good ones, right? They're not going to read where, like, God has women sexually assaulted or, murdering babies. Or they're going to read all the, the flowery passages that not really good representation of what the God is all about. But listen, you know what? I don't know. There are worse things than making them read the book. I think forcing kids to actually participate in the religion that's where I think things get really fucking off the rails. But just doing some reading, I don't know how much I hate that. Obviously, I don't like it, right? Because it's you're forcing religion on people. That's supposed to be unconstitutional. So I don't like that. But at the same time, like, I don't know, fucking reading the Bible. If they were legit, like real about it, they let them read like all the horrible shit. I'd be for it, But they're not gonna do that. Forge the Gods, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat for your effort on the new companion software and testing. Also, Burb, hey, how would you respond to the idea that literally the entire universe is subjective because it exists in the mind of God? I mean, I think the argument that a believer would tell you is that the universe exists objectively, even though it's dependent on God's mind. And I think that's really what they care about. I don't know if they care if the universe itself is subjective, because to us it does exist like real, right? I don't know if they care if it's like subject to God's mind. But just from a semantic point of view, yeah, you could say that for sure. I mean, it is technically true. So I'm going to grab one more super chat here, and then we're going to get our first guest, Technomancer Magus. Hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says Phil Bros use Blunder because it comes from chess. I was wondering where they get that from. Also, we've got two people in the TikTok guest box. One of them keeps popping in and popping out. I don't know why. So that means Devil's Advocate's probably going to be first up. Whoever was popping in and out of the guest box, you were first, but now you're not first in line because you keep popping in and out. I don't know what to tell you. But it's a move that is so bad it gives your foe a huge advantage over you. Oh, okay. They mark it as a question mark in computer chess programs. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. I was curious why such a weird and rarely used word was like so popular. It didn't make sense to me. Now it makes sense. I appreciate that. Yeah. Okay. Looks like it's Devil's Advocate, although I hope that's not what is about to happen. I'm not really interested in that. Yeah. Welcome in, Devil's Advocate. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am over 18, and no, I do not believe in God.
Okay. Well, we are just doing debates with people who do believe in God, so thank you for being here, but you're not in the right place. So we're just talking to people who do believe in God. I'm sure it's fun to play Devil's Advocate. We just don't really give a damn about that over here. It's not really what we do. It's boring, actually, for most of us. So it's not really worth my time or anyone else's time to do the Devil's Advocate nonsense. But hey, if you can get on other live streams and do that, hey, do you? You're more than welcome to do that. This just ain't the place for it. And those are my boundaries, y'all. I'm sorry. That's the other thing. I this summer I'm enforcing the boundaries. I try to be nice, right? And unless someone's really having a crisis, I gotta enforce the boundaries. That's just all there is to it. It's bad. It's bad for metrics if you don't enforce boundaries. So what are you gonna do? It's just one of those things. Well, since Devil's Advocate is in opposition and the other guest dropped out, I'll fill some time and read some of y'all's super chats. The guest box is open. Oh, speaking of which, someone just popped in. Okay. Well, let me grab what looks like the first guest, and we'll get some conversation rolling. How you doing, Chronicler? Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 24. I'm doing good. How are you?
I can't complain. And do you believe in God?
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
Do you mind if
you're in the wrong place then. I don't know what's going on over here. I think people can't listen or something. Hmm. Oh, it is what it is. Nevertheless. 1 second. Mm-hmm. Okay. Anyways, hey, Gretchen's here. Good to see you, Gretch. Says, yeah, yeah, yeah. Tweak this. Love you, Gretchen. Tweak this. That's what we're doing. I would say this for those that are in the streaming community. I should have like all the features done this week. I'm hoping to test most of them out today and Sunday. The difficult one is I'm trying to replace Video Ninja. Video Ninja is fine. There's nothing wrong with using Video Ninja. It's just that I think I can integrate software similar to Video Ninja into a one-stop shop and do it all in one window with all my live stream metrics and everything else. Similar to kind of what you'd see with a call-in queue like on vMix or StreamYard or call-in studio. Uh, Nevertheless, our word, hey, thank you for the 666. Friend says Paul and I ran on the beach today. So beautiful here. Listen, that's a great use of the beach, by the way. Beach running. I've done some beach running, and I gotta tell you, that's gonna work the legs. The beach running is no joke. It's a very serious endeavor for people who experienced beach running. It's pretty wild. But congrats! I'm glad that y'all got some decent weather. It really does help to make the summer enjoyable. And Survivor Series, Jesus fulfilled prophecy, Deuteronomy 13, baby. Well, that is true. We do agree on that. If there's one prophecy Jesus fulfilled, it's obviously the false prophet prophecy in Deuteronomy 13. We definitely agree on that. I think we brought that up quite a few times. Last super chat for now, because I think we might have a guest from our friend Texas Panhandler. Hey, buddy. Great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Has been on the road since 3 a.m. Couldn't be happier. This is going to be a great 2 weeks. Listen, buddy, I'm thrilled for you. In fact, Carnage is thrilled for you. We're all thrilled for you. You have to give us some updates. Let us know how it goes, and I'm sure we'll hear from the other side of the equation too. In fact, I think we already have. Give me 1 second. From Base to Shara. There she is. Thank you so much. Texas Panhandler is about an hour and some change from my house. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Currently praying to my stony effigy that we may be rock hard for Doug and simply what for Sharon. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Y'all about to make Doug proud. That's all I'm saying about that. Hey, have a good time, friends. Be safe. Have a good time. All right, I think Mark. I think we talked to Mark not that long ago. I could be wrong. It looks like Mark might be our first guest tonight. Welcome in,
Oops.
Mark. Are you at least
Hello,
18?
Justin.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Have we talked before?
Yep, sure. I tried to speak with you, but it got really hard, but it's okay.
It happens. I try to keep track of if sometimes I think I've spoken to somebody and it turns out that I haven't. I just kind of like to know or try to recall at least who I'm talking to so I can remember a
Yeah.
little bit of like the past conversation. But if we've never talked before, that's fine. I mean, it's not a big deal.
Okay,
So,
okay. I mean, I am a Muslim.
mhm,
And I brought up something interesting to you, that I had a point of view. I think the disagreement we had was my stances on evolution.
okay,
And I brought a very, very niche, I would call it a niche opinion from my group, which is the idea of evolution. Instead of, you know, how like you'd say we share, apes and humans share like a common ancestor. I
yeah.
said the idea that humans, you know, like, so example, monkeys and gorillas come from us, which is it's quite weird, but I know someone who believes in it. And you know, but then you know, that's the disagreement that I had with you, and you
Well,
thought
let
I
me.
was trolling, I think.
Yeah, that's a crazy take. Why would somebody believe that? Because all of our fossil evidence, bone evidence, DNA evidence, all the evidence we have seems to suggest that apes and humans are part of the same classification, and that we all came from a
Mhm.
common ancestor a long time ago, millions of years ago.
Hmm. I would say because when we describe Adam and the way he was around he was like quite tall. I can't really remember how tall he was,
Yeah, like
but I
60
could put
cubits.
60 cubits. And because of the difference between us and him, it's believed that instead of like evolution going the way we think, it could have gone in a different direction if we took the theological belief.
The theological belief doesn't say that monkeys came from humans.
No, but if Adam, if Adam's height, or if his children or his offspring's heights decrease through time, it shows
Uh,
that changes happened. You know.
yes, but according to a hadith of the Prophet, he says that al-Musuq are those who, for example, the tribe of Jews that God has turned into pigs and monkeys, he has
I
made
tried
them
to
not.
tell Justin, he kicked me
I
for
know, I
that.
know, I know.
Sorry.
So
Sorry, sorry.
he says, the Prophet says that they are unable to reproduce. So their lineage died with them.
I mean, that was I was trying to tell Justin. So I'm so sorry, Justin. I didn't mean to disrespect you at all. But there is a verse in the Quran in Baqarah that speaks of the Jews, the children, or the, like Beni Israel, being turned into apes and pigs. And
That's
so there is
that's
a
pretty
theory.
wild.
There is a theory.
That is
There's a
verbally
theory.
established.
Yeah, there's a theory that's been established about humans, instead of
It
us
doesn't
sharing
work
something.
because, again, as I told you, that the Prophet said that they were unable to reproduce.
I get you. I get you. I get you now. I mean, it's really niche and stupid, kind of. I mean,
It's
I do
it's pretty
like,
niche.
yeah. I mean,
Especially since this would have meant that apes would have only existed for 3,000 years.
Yeah.
okay. I mean, I would like to go into the prompt, you know, your God is imaginary. I would try my best at least to kind of disprove, especially because if I'm Muslim and I believe in Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala, I would say that his qualities could be seen in nature if we observe it, if we observe the universe and how it's created. Um, I would say because of how the possibilities, if we look at the percentages of, you know, the chances of life even existing, it's such a, you know, it's like what, zero, like
Mark,
0.0
I think it's
tenth.
I think it's
Mark, could you read the prompt, please?
yeah.
Yeah.
It says what?
Your God is imaginary.
So it is talking about your God. It doesn't make a claim about all gods or a
Mm,
God. So why,
okay.
even if there's a God, why should we believe it's your God?
I mean, my belief of God is purely rational, or a opinion of mine. So it's something that I can only
Sure, but why
um
should we believe in that specific God? There should be reasons if that God
mhm.
exists. There should be things you can point out that would make me believe that this God does exist.
Okay, yeah, good question. I would say we could point towards ourselves. The existence of humankind could possibly allude to the idea that a creator could have
Sure, but
created.
again, my question was, why should we believe if a creator exists, it is your God?
My specific God. Okay, yeah. I would say because that is a great question. Possibly because rational. If we rationalize and look at other gods, I think you could disprove due to the fact that it's either a polytheistic religion, and the fact that my religion is a monotheistic religion that has one creator in it, that has all attributes that would fit or befit him, due to the way this universe is. I would
Can
say it could allude to my God more
can you
than
help me
others.
understand why a monotheistic God is somehow more probable than a pantheon?
Uh, Due to the fact, like, if we look at like pantheons such as like the Greek pantheon, I would say it's quite humanistic. It's like human centered. Whether like Zeus has human qualities, many pantheons have like, God of war, God of this, God of that. It's like it's specificized, and it's
Yeah,
like a human figure,
that's
you
why it makes
know.
more sense.
But
Yeah.
for me, it's like if a God that is encompasses all of that, has all of the attributes, and is above it, it makes more sense to worship that than
Why?
a human figure.
But what makes more sense about it? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay. What
I can,
makes more
I,
sense is like,
I can tell you God's own argument. In the Quran, God explains why. He says it's in chapter 21, verse 22. And God's own argument is a little weak.
yeah, he said they're gonna fight each other, or like
Yeah.
they're gonna overthrow each other.
Why is God killing devils with bars?
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't tell
It's
you,
an interesting question.
I mean, stars. I know what you mean, like how God adorns the heavens with the stars, and He uses it to like
As
to
missiles.
chase.
Yeah.
It could be the fact that like they transgressed against the limits of
Uh,
the law of
Can
God.
can God
according-
just like click his
Yeah.
fingers and get rid of them?
Or just make them not be able to do that.
Yeah.
No, my point of view is that God is outside of the realms that He created. That God
Wait.
is a programmer of this reality, and that
So,
He leaves it
I'm
on
sorry
its
to
own.
interrupt. I just
Like,
want to make sure I'm hearing this right. You're saying God
okay.
can interrupt physics by throwing stars at devils, but he can't interrupt physics to like prevent the devils from doing bad stuff? Like,
I mean, I haven't. I get you. I don't take things as face value. I think there might be truth behind it. I think the verse, if I were to ask my teacher, he could give a good description or understanding that would not make it seem absurd.
The prophet explains it and says that this is about eavesdropping by
Yep.
demons who go to the skies to try to eavesdrop on an angel. So God sends them missiles to push them back to the earth.
Uh-huh. I mean, there's a lot of things that
it sounds like this is straight out of like Thor the movie.
yeah,
I mean,
it's a really weird
it
thing
could be
to
metaphorical.
think about.
Like they're protecting Asgard or something.
It could be metaphorical, you know.
Why
It
would we
is
think
not
that?
because there is no reason to say that.
Who knows? Before we reach that, but my point of view, I get what you're trying to say, like God disrupts physics and whatnot. But I do take from my teacher, and he reads off of a lot of ideas that originate from Islamic philosophy, such as the author Al-Kindi. I don't know if Ems know,
I don't.
but
Because
you don't?
I don't know what that is, and there is no Islamic philosophy. Philosophy is haram. You can't have
ليس
Islamic and
حرام.
philosophy.
I'm
It
not
is.
I'm not Salafi. I don't care about the Athari viewpoint or Hanbali.
What are you then?
Me, I follow the mutakallimin in regards.
The mutakallimin? Could you tell me what that is? I don't know.
The philosophers, the people that come with the rational, irrational idea of religion. It's quite hard. It is quite hard to understand, but
it's a weird name for a sect. His sect's name literally translates to the talkers.
yeah, mutakallimin, the speakers or the philosophers. Yeah, I get you. But they originated during the Abbasid ruling, and they brought ideas in, rational ideas, philosophy and whatnot. And so like I try to, come up into this life trying to use their words.
Uh,
And a lot of the verses that you do bring do have good interpretation by my teacher. Like my teacher has great interpretation.
like what, for
Yeah.
example?
Um, one of the miracles that you'd hear like is like the moon being split. He
Oh,
doesn't
no.
accept that. He says
Oh, thank
he
goodness.
says the moon wasn't split, and that's not something that could even happen physically.
It
And he
couldn't,
says
but it is claimed so in the Quran.
no. The Quran says وَانشَقَّ الْقَمَرُ, meaning the moon has, I don't know how you could say the moon has been destroyed or something like that, or
No, it's been
shattered or
split.
split. Okay, the moon has been split, but the verse before it says the day of judgment has come near.
Yes,
But he explains
it's
it
the
like
same
this.
verse.
He explains it like this. He says, if you do calculation during the time of Prophet Muhammad and during the time he lived, the verse came down in the same year. A lunar eclipse happened. Also, during when the verse was revealed, a lunar eclipse happened, which people then attributed to that verse. And then
Except the
what
people
we
said that the two halves of
Mm.
the moon were on opposite sides of mountains. So that is not what happens in lunar eclipses.
I don't think that's. I could check the athar or the
This is
link, but I
this
do see
is
it's
this is by
ضعيف.
Anas ibn Malik in Muslim.
It's a ahad though, but no problem. We can move on.
Well, let me ask you a question. What's your opinion on Aisha? Well, how old was she when she got married?
Oof. She was consummated at 9.
Yes, that's what the Hadith say. You think that's
Yeah.
expected behavior from a God's prophet?
I mean, he is human. He could be weird as he is human.
He said that this was ordained by God. So
I don't know about that hadith, but I will check onto it. I don't
he
think
said
I do
that
agree.
the angel Gabriel came to him multiple times in his dream and told him that Aisha is his wife in this world and the hereafter.
Oof. I mean, I did heard that, but I mean, it is a really tough scenario, if I might say. I when it comes to my point of view, him marrying her at I think they got married at 6 and consummated at 9. I think there's other opinions as well as saying that
There is no other opinion that is valid.
weak. It's weak. It's weak. I'll give you that. It is weak.
The only other opinions come from like 50, 60 years ago, and they have
Yeah,
no
yeah.
basis.
Yeah. I mean, usually, like, if I'll be honest, if I'm speaking to like someone who doesn't believe in anything, I can't back it up. But if you're speaking to like a Christian, you could just say like, "Oh, your forefathers did the same thing," or I just do whataboutism. But
Well,
um,
I hope you understand that whataboutism is not really helpful, because you would think that if someone is getting revelation from God, God would have better
yeah.
revelation, better morals than, say, like, I don't know,
Mm.
guys living a couple hundred years ago. We would expect God's moral system to be transcendent.
I think the thing is, I think Muhammad did do mistakes, and it is seen in the Quran many, many times that God is correcting him and saying you've fallen into a mistake, and that God forgives him.
Can I give you the example of like the prophet making a mistake and God correcting him? That
Yeah,
was
yeah.
the example of that is, for example, when in 66:1 when he prohibits himself from sleeping with his slave because his wife got angry, and then God told him, "Why would you prohibit yourself from your slave? God has made it allowed for you." Like, how is that reprimand?
Mm. I
Pretty
mean,
gross.
that's their culture. I couldn't tell you.
I
Well,
mean, it's God. God doesn't have culture.
exactly. That we say the same thing to the Christians, right? When Christians hear the laws of Moses and they start to eek, like, well, that's what people did back then. Yeah, that's why the book is not believable as being from God. Because if
Mm.
God gave those commands, we would expect them to be better than what people were already doing back then.
I get your point on that.
And I would
But
say a couple of things too, like
yeah.
the science in the Quran and in the Hadiths are crazy, right? So like in the
Like
Quran,
example.
it says quite a few things. Semen comes from the wrong place. Says that women have a worse memory than men. Scientifically untrue, actually. Definitely not the case. And then also in the Hadiths, there's crazy medical remedies. Like you can cure sciatica pain with like the fat of a sheep's tail. Like these are kind of like ridiculous
Those
things that certainly
I've never
couldn't be
heard.
revelation from God.
Can you pull up sources? Because I mean, I've not heard this.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, yeah. 1 second. Yeah. Let's see. I got it.
That
Don't
was
worry.
bizarre.
Yeah, it's a wild hadith. But I jotted it down at some point. Give me 1 second. Oop, there we go. Yeah, it was a saying of Muhammad. In fact, I'll throw it up on the screen real quick. Give me just a
Okay.
second. Um. All right. And then, oh, you're on TikTok. You should be able to see the screen just fine. Give me 1 second to throw it up.
No problem.
Let's see. There it is.
Someone said it's taqiyya. It's not taqiyya, guys.
Okay. So it's this Suna ibn what Maja says, I
Imagine.
heard the messenger of Allah saying, the cure for sciatica is the fat from the tail of the Bedouin sheep or the wild sheep, which should be melted and divided into 3 parts, and 1 part be taken each day on an empty stomach.
Mm. I mean, the only thing I could respond to that is when it comes to us or like our opinion, it's the hadith could get a lot tricky. So it's when it comes to like it being preserved correctly, who preserved it? Was it because of
The
how do you
Quran was
say?
preserved in the same way. So
I mean, the Quran was promised by God because Allah says that He would protect His remembrance or the Quran.
uh, that
But
includes the hadith.
Mm,
you understand that if God, Allah said He would protect His word,
That is within the
then
word.
yeah, that's within the word, and also it wouldn't be true because in Islam you already believe that the Gospels and the Hebrew Bible have been corrupted, which means God definitely didn't keep His word already.
I mean, I think God maybe tries to. I mean, I couldn't speak for him because like I don't know much about him, except for what he reveals. But it is quite tricky. But if we're speaking about the prompt, God, I feel like I what I do what I try doing. Let me rephrase. What I like to do is prove God's existence. Not God, but allude. I'd say maybe allude to his
Sure.
existence.
So
Yeah,
I mean,
but
you've
mm,
been nice. You've been nice enough. I don't mind if you want to run an argument just for like a generic God. Go for it.
yeah. I mean, I got like 10 minutes before I
Yeah,
go somewhere, so it would be good.
yeah, go for it.
Okay, so I would first take the idea that fine tuning. I know you might have heard it.
Yeah,
I know it's quite common around here. But I mean, if I look at it rationally, it is quite hard for not only life to be sustained on this universe, but the way it predicaments. So you have the Big Bang, you have the expansion, you have the stages that the universe goes through, then to end up in where we presently stand. It is quite something. It is quite hard for something to happen without a organized kind of maintainer such as a creator. in my point of view. Example, the Earth, right? If the Earth is not in the Goldilocks, it doesn't exist. Um, if example, solar rays could hit us, I know that's still possible, but it's been safe. The Earth has been safe for billions of years and whatnot. And so there's this idea that we are conscious beings. We've not only reached the ability to be alive, but now we are conscious being, able to observe the universe and reflect on ourselves. I feel like that is so profound and complicated that it would need or require a maintainer or a programmer, i.e., to say.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know if you
Well, I
got
don't.
me though.
I've heard the argument. We're pretty familiar with it. I would say a couple things. One, I don't think it needs sustaining. So, for example, like this chunk of metal right here, this doesn't need
Mm,
sustaining. Like it's just a chunk of metal. It's got really good mechanical bonds. It will rust eventually. Mother Nature will take its course. It's gonna rust. It's gonna
mm,
oxidize. But like theoretically, like within our lifetime, this thing is going to remain consistent. It's just going to do what it does. So I'm not sure I know what it
mm.
means that something has to be preserved. It just seems like if I don't know, if mechanical bonds exist, if atoms exist, it
Yeah.
just kind of seems like they're going to do what atoms do, right? I'm not sure what the
Yeah, okay,
preservation's for.
what I meant by that is like, so we have example amino acids, we have all these minerals and whatnot, we have all these chemicals as we know them to be, that exist. They interact in a certain way, which then causes a effect such as a star to exist, right? For a star to exist, it has to go through stages, right? And because it exists, I feel like that itself is quite complicated and quite profound. And then we have the star, and then not only we have a star, then we have
But
a solar system, which is way more complicated,
I
you know?
I don't know what this has to do with fine tuning, right? So in the universe, there's trillions and trillions of solar systems just like us. Like it's basically inevitable that eventually life is going to pop up. Like if the
But
if the
isn't that
probability
oh,
if the
sorry.
probability of life arising on its own, if it's anything other than zero, right? Well, it just seems to me that it's a guarantee thing to happen. There's like there's no other choice, especially if your model of the universe is that it's always existed. Like if the universe has always existed and the chance of life arising is anything but zero, it's a guarantee. It has to happen at some point.
I do like that. I do learn about the eternal side of the universe, which I don't really agree to. Due to we speak on this in our classes, right? We speak on something called تسلسل خلقاء, something like that, which is like the continuous existence of the universe, where it exists and it doesn't exist and exists and it's start, or not ceasing to exist, but it exists and then it falls back and then exists and it falls back. But I would say the universe in itself is like it's things that are consistent of contingent things, right? So it's like a canvas of many things that are that need something else to exist, whether it's earth needing or life needing something else, and then for a planet to exist, it needs a solar system. For a solar system to exist, it needs something. So it's like a bunch of branches that it would finally have a end point to it, and I feel like the end point could be attributed to something,
I
whether
don't know
you
why
say
there's an
it's God or
endpoint.
whatnot.
If the universe always existed, I
Uh,
don't see why there would be an endpoint anywhere, right? Whatever exists now, there's a series
mm.
of effects, causes and effects that preceded it, going on forever.
Mm. But don't you think, like, when you like think rationally? I mean, I'm not saying that you don't think
Hmm.
unrationally. Like, that's not what I'm trying to allude. But I'm saying, like, when you look at it in a certain way, could you fathom, like, oh, this universe is so vast, it's so big.
Hmm.
Our existence is because of its complexity, right? when you kind of look at it in such a way, it's like that there has to be something that kind of a necessary being is what
Why?
I'm trying to say, because everything. Sorry, I was reading the chat. I'm so sorry. Because the universe, I was trying to say, the universe to me is a canvas, right? And everything is in a certain way that it has to benefit something else, or it's in a line. Like there's like how you say, like branches. Like there's like contingent beings could only exist because of something else. Like I exist because of something else, something exists because of something, and it's just this like it's just this how you say uh cycle of existence. Something existing on something, something exists on something. It just continues, and I feel like it has to end somewhere because I don't like it becomes something infinite. I don't know if you get me. It's
Yeah.
quite shitty the way
So
I explained it.
I think what you're trying to say is that you don't accept an infinite regress. So you think that it has to go back to
Yes,
some
yes,
starting
yes, yes.
point, but I don't know why that would be the case. I don't know what would be like a logical reason or a scientific reason to believe that the universe had a starting point.
I mean, if we could logic be used to prove the way the universe works? Is my question to you, Justin.
Well, I think logic explains it's a description of how the universe works, right? And so
Yeah.
I'm not sure like the laws of logic as far as my position is don't really exist. They're just like ideas that we created to describe how the behavior of the universe is. Just like we created words to represent, things like apples. It's just an invented, idea. It, so, so the universe isn't like trying to abide by logic. Like we invented logic to describe what the universe was already doing.
Okay. So if that same logic shows us that okay, there is something that currently exists, therefore there is something behind it. Example, whether it's the bed I sleep on, right? It exists in its current form, but we when we use our logic, right, we say, okay, because it didn't exist, something caused it. So we say the manufacturer caused the bed to exist, right? And I feel like there's just when you look at the universe, there's this continuous, continuous process of something exists, and then I will use my logic. Before that thing exists, something was before it, which caused its existence, and then it would be this, it would be this thing that will have. It's something. It's not one thing. It's many. It's billions and trillions of things that go through the same process, and I feel like because everything is going through the process of it existing because of something before it, I feel like it should end at something,
But why? Why would
a
we think
necessary
that
thing.
it ends?
Because if it's infinite, the problem of something being infinite, it doesn't start and it doesn't end. And so
Right.
it doesn't continue, like example, I don't know if you heard this. I know it's like surface level. It's like surface level stuff. Like if there's an infinite regress and there's like a ball being passed, the ball will never be passed to you. Like I feel like you've heard something like that,
But
right?
the reason why that like those analogies hit is because they're all category errors, right? So if you're describing something that has no beginning and no end, and then you ask, well, where's the end? But there's no end. We just told you there's no end, right? So when you ask, when will it get to you? Well, you're the end point. It will never get to you because there's no end point, right? So all of these
Mm.
examples where people try to say infinity time is or infinity events is impossible, all of them are just literally creating category errors. They're just asking where's the end point or the starting point on infinity? Well, there's not one. That's why these analogies don't work.
Okay, no problem. I will be heading out. It was great speaking to you, Justice. I mean, what I was trying to do was, take some knowledge that I learned and that I've experienced with, try to do something with it, but I feel like, I kind of failed. But thank you. Thank you at least. It was
But
great speaking to you.
it's good hearing from you again. You're nice and polite, so good luck on your journey. Hope you keep learning.
You too, you too.
All right, cheers, buddy.
I
But I'll
haven't
tell you
seen
what,
one
Ems.
openly admit that they use whataboutism.
Exactly. I sounded like he was being honest, right?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that pretty wild?
It
Huh.
is.
Well, listen, friends, I'm going to read a couple super chats before we get our next guest in here. Right now, we've got maybe 2 people in the YouTube queue. Peter, it looks like your connection's bad though. It looks like you're not fully connected. Peter, if you're listening, you've got to. I think you got to refresh your browser. Although Corvax, your connection looks good. But I do have one person waiting in the TikTok queue that came first. So let me grab them after I read a couple super chats, and we'll keep the ball rolling. Game guy, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, in response to Conduction Zone channel, it's going to be exciting. Are you going to give us a supplies list so we can follow along? Yes, I will. So the projects that will be happening on Conduction Zone will start with lists of parts. And the goal, right, is to say at the beginning of I don't want to call it a semester, at the beginning of the year or halfway through the year, I'm going to start with a kit. Like, here's a kit of basic parts, and then here are all the projects you can do with it while you're learning how electricity works, right? And then you can switch to a different kit. And these should be kits that I could easily put together on a group list on Amazon and share the group list out, and then you can just buy everything on the list as if that's what you wanted to do, right? So yeah, but that's the plan. I want to make it as accessible as possible because it's such a cool fucking topic. I want everyone to enjoy it. And Silitax, good to hear from you. Have you heard the 2 songs, Rock Hard for Doug and Say His Name about the DZ? Well, I've heard a lot of songs in relation to Doug. I don't know if I've heard the song that you're referring to, Say His Name. I kind of want to hear it though. Where is that located? Is that on the Reddit, the subreddit, or is that in the Discord? Let me know. Let me know where I can find a link. And the Real Doro, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says, yay for catching you live. Happy weekend. When you release your study Bible, can we have a book club? Doug bless. Well, absolutely, Dora. We'll definitely do some book clubs, some read throughs. It should be exciting. There's a couple of people I have to kind of recruit still yet to do different sections. Obviously, I'm not going to do study notes on the entire Bible. I mean, I could theoretically do like what you would do in an academic paper, where you literally just take resources from commentaries and scholars, and then you can utilize those resources as long as you are crediting the text that it comes from. So theoretically, you could do that with a study Bible, but I'm trying to make it a little more authentic than making it look like a research paper, And Sabman, thank you for the super chat, says, hey Justin, quick question. My in-laws are devout Catholics. Each time I ask them about why their God doesn't help babies with cancer, they say God works in mysterious ways. How would you address that? Well, I would be like, it seems to me that God doesn't work in any ways, right? Because the most oppressed people in the world are the ones that God should be concerned about, especially according to Matthew 25. But those are exactly the people that God doesn't care anything about. He will fuck up your life in a second and not even care about you. God doesn't care about babies dying with bone cancer. I would take them to the Bible where it talks about, how God is a just God. That's Deuteronomy 32:4. How could God be a just God when he purposely inflicts pain on babies and children? What the fuck? How is that just? How is it that 40% of all fertilized eggs are miscarried? They don't even, make it to birth. And Ranger Spade, thank you for the super chat. Hey Justin, you've helped me tremendously with my deconstruction and my religious trauma. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. That's what I'm here for. I want to study the Bible more. What would you recommend to read? And about any websites too. So a lot of good websites. I like. I'm a big fan of Blue Letter Bible and also Bible Hub. They've got some good resources. You can also get eSword. eSword is a free study resource. A lot of these resources, their study material is old. That's why it's free. It's in the open domain. If you want good stuff like up-to-date education, you might want to go for an all-in-one Bible commentary, like the Oxford Bible Commentary or the Jerome Bible Commentary. Those are pretty good. And there's just one big volume. You don't have to buy a whole bookshelf like what I've got back here. And they're very concise and very helpful. But that's where I would invest my money if you want to study the Bible more and you're just starting out. Also, you might want to get an Old Testament survey and the New Testament survey textbook. If you just go to Amazon and type in Old Testament survey, New Testament survey, you'll have tons of books come up by all kinds of scholars. My favorite Old Testament survey is the one by Hubbard, Lasore, and I forget the third author, but it's really good. It's really good. Hey, good question. Thank you for the super chat. Agree, Pharisees use traditions to sidestep commandments. Catholic clergy do the same. Indulgences, sales, mass blanket, pardoning of sins, pardoning pedophile priests, veneration of blessed pictures, etc. Yeah, this I mostly agree here. The selling of indulgences is like fucking horrific. It's like a pay your way out of purgatory. They did it for money. They didn't always do that. In fact, that's one of the things that made Martin Luther so mad. Because where he was from, they weren't doing that. When he went and visited the Vatican, he saw them doing that, and he's like, these fucking crooks. And I think that was the start of his Catholic deconstruction. But yeah, for the most part, this is mostly true. And Mr. Hario says, I like you, Justin. I've always liked you. You're the best of them. Best Doug Dam debater from the Timbuktu to Portland, Maine, or Portland, Oregon, for that matter. Stanley Kubrick, 316. Well, fucking thank you, Mr. Hario. I appreciate that. I do try to get better all the time. Obviously, there's room for improvement, but I'm trying. You guys, readers are leaders, grow every day. Power Ranger says, just talked to an economics student at the bar. Sounded like a Philbro. Oh, a Philbro economics student? Ugh. Perhaps it's just a symptom of being young and learning for the first time. They always think they know everything. That's true. I call this college freshman syndrome. College freshmen, they get there. They think immediately that they're intelligent because they've learned a bunch of stuff that their peers don't know. And before long, they're in Dunning-Kruger land. So
everyone makes fun of freshmen.
Yeah.
Freshmen here are very known to wear lab coats on the first day and wear lab coats on campus, and it's hilarious.
That's wild. Hey, welcome in, human. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God? Human? Oh, I guess that's a no for human. So I guess we'll try the next one, and then after this next one, we're doing Corvax. That should be the next in line.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
The question is, are you at least over the age of 18? Because we don't talk to children. And
Yes, I am.
Do you believe in God?
I don't believe in anything necessarily. I'd like to think that I participate in active knowingness, which used to be called noesis, called gnosis. You can call it apperception, call it prehension. But yeah, just in the direct vision of seeing truth itself. So through that, in which that mechanism, by the way, that I'm speaking of specifically, that is what the Savior Jesus is. It's not a person. It never was. All that literature is metaphorical. So like the God that you're dismissing right now is actually just an erroneous notion of deity. That's what's being rejected, not God itself, but this erroneous notion of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, how
What
did
do you
he
think
fill
God
the
is?
normal language?
Yeah, I know.
So it's funny that you had the word imaginary, right? So our internal landscape, like when you stand in front of a mirror, you are not the image that's reflected back. You're the eternal internal witness that gives testimony about what it sees through the mirror. Does that make sense?
I don't think I'm eternal, though.
No, see, bro, it doesn't matter which. I'm telling you what God is, or like what our part to do with God is. That voice within us that is articulating the real-time interpretation that is the experience of existence for you, bro. That is where reality comes from. That's where everything gets meaning that appears comes from. Bro, that's once again the real live interpretation of your experience of existence unfolding right within you.
Those are certainly words. But my question was, how would you describe God?
That they are. They're very precise words, too, by the way.
Uh-huh. So
I didn't hear your question. Sorry.
How would you describe God?
See, everything that's being attempted to be asked is coming from a framework that's trying to reduce something down into conventional labels and things of that nature, bro. It doesn't work like that. If I could say anything and having to do that,
David,
though, I
I
would
have
say something along the terms of what we would call like the psyche or conscious mind, like the actual source of that, because everything
David,
actually comes from that.
are you by chance related to Ben Shapiro?
I have no idea who that is.
Oh, okay. You just speak like him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just now started doing some of these live things. I try to avoid. Well, I like to watch videos of kitty cats. I love me some kitty cats. So like, I get on here maybe to watch a few of those things, but I've never really participated in all of this stuff.
Yeah. So I'm not sure I heard an answer yet, right? I'm trying to figure out when you say God, what do you mean, right? Do you mean like an invisible,
Okay, so I
mindless
specifically, like I said, if I
brain
had to
floating
reduce it,
around in
if
outer
I had to,
space, or
no,
is it like a
once
superhuman
again,
that
bro,
lives on
see,
a
you're talking about,
mountain?
no, bro, you're talking about complete nonsense right now, bro. Come on,
I
man.
I
I just
agree. A
said it was
bodiless
not
God is
bound to any.
nonsense.
So, bro, you've got to understand every which way you're trying to consider this thing, like to take something into your regard is to consider it. Okay, let's just establish that. And how you're taking it into your regard, every single which way you're doing that, your efforts right now are complete. They're nonsense in relation to any truthful approach to doing so. They're all coming from the same place. They're all coming from something like it's a guy or it's this entity, it's a physical construct. Because through a process of what was called reification, I don't know if you've ever heard that term or not. Reification is literally what the military industrial complex, the Roman Catholic Church, and a few other things have gone out of their way to do.
How have we
To take
gone?
immaterial things, right? Completely abstract things, but basically give false understandings in the minds of persons to where they objectify these immaterial things. And
I
by default, they can't help but have them as material
I think
objects.
my
You see what I'm
understanding of
saying?
my understanding of reification is it's the thing that the philosophy people like to do, where they take something that is like an abstract idea and then they try to turn it into something like concrete. So they'll say like knowledge. Like knowledge is referring
It's
to
what, yeah. Okay, so take that
your brain.
idea,
Hold on.
take that
Knowledge,
exact idea, right,
knowledge,
and apply
David.
it on a social engineering scale.
David, did I
Hey,
interrupt you?
listen, take that same exact what?
Oh, now you got to get muted. So reification, as far as I'm aware, is actually it's an erroneous way of doing philosophy. It's, if I remember correctly, it's one of the fallacies, the fallacy of reification. But it's when you take something that like knowledge, which is just describing a brain state, right? And you try to make it into something concrete, like there is a transcendental knowledge or like a platonic form of knowledge. That's like the fallacy of reification. So that my understanding of reification is basically that you take something that is like not really an object, and then you try to conflate it to be an object. So I'm not sure how you're using the word reification, but I'm still trying to figure out like where does you, maybe I'm not specific enough. Where does your God live?
Bro, reification, once again, listen, it's not a philosophy, it's a fucking subterfuge, man. It's a whole system of deceit.
Subterfuge.
It's taking immaterial and abstract things, like you were saying, immaterial and abstract things, but creating false understandings and perceptions of these things in the minds of persons. So by default, they can't help but objectify these things, which means give them some sort of tangibility that doesn't exist.
Okay, so God doesn't exist.
It's a whole thing of lying and deceit.
So God
bro, that's
God
not
does
what
or
I'm
doesn't
saying.
exist.
I don't even know how you just deduced that. Huh?
See, I'm hoping that
Bro,
once
you're
you're going to answer my question somewhere, somehow. Where does your God live?
Bro, you are that thing that you keep denying, okay? That.
Oh, I'm your God.
You are that thing, bro. I don't know what else to say.
Oh, Dave, you think I'm your God?
Every single one of us is an express.
Hey,
You keep this. Everything that you're saying is in relation to your level of understanding on these matters, which is infantile to me, bro.
What are you
Listen, I'm
saying?
not saying that to try to create some superior edge, but you keep bringing up all this childish bullshit, and I'm trying to actually talk serious and make
You're not
points.
even
But
talking.
you raising
You're
some of
making
these
sounds.
questions is so fucking ridiculous. It's counterproductive.
I think we've got a word. If
Yes,
you're in the
God
chat,
is real.
can you
We
double
are
check? Do we
expressions
still
and
have
extensions.
a
Listen,
do I have a word salad emoji still on the chats? Let me know. I'm curious about that one. Listen,
oh,
David,
bro,
just
I'm
a
just
you're
trying
header.
to
trying to go
figure
there. If you
out
have to resort
what
to
you
insult,
believe
if that's what you
about
do,
your
bro,
God. That's
are you
like
that lonely?
the
You've got to
that's
resort to
the
that.
goal. The
Do you
goal
have
of
to do
this
that?
is for you to give me some kind of like description of your God. Like, does he have a name? Does he have a gender? Is there a space that he
Bro, you keep
inhabits?
trying to reduce it to
Does
something that I'm
does
not willing
God
to talk
have
about it like that. What part
does
of that
God
do you
have
not get? What
desires?
part of that do you
Does
not
he
get,
have
bro?
a
Your
will?
inquiries
Did
are
he
way too.
write a book?
Stop calling it a fucking he, dude. What are
It,
you doing? It's
I'm
not
just
that.
asking you. Okay, does she have a book?
Your whole line of thinking about this is so, bro.
Maybe if
You're
you would answer
asking
my
shit that
questions,
makes
we could
no
actually make
sense.
some progress. It sounds like you just don't
Bro,
want to answer
I keep
questions.
trying, but you're doing this bullshit like I keep saying. Bro,
What I need
say
to
you are an
know
expressive
is like
extension,
what's the character of your God? Because all I've heard so far is that I'm God, which certainly can't be the case unless you want to
why are
give me
you
tithes and
trying to
offerings.
ascribe fucking character traits? Why
Oh,
the
so
fuck are you
God
trying
has
to
no
drag
character traits?
deity down into the fucking dirt?
Are you saying that
Bro,
God has no character
your
traits?
mind isn't even able to go there
Just
yet.
to be sure, I'm just trying to figure out, does
Listen,
God
bro,
have
whatever I would say, it doesn't matter.
character
You're not going to
traits?
hear. You're not going to hear what I would say.
I'm
You're
asking
going to
you right
hear
now
your
because I did hear what you
understanding in
said.
relation to what I say.
Does God have character traits?
No, bro, but yeah, you're not hearing it though.
I'm just
You're
it's a yes or
reducing it
no.
to your level of understanding.
It's just a yes or no.
What?
Does
What's the question,
God
dude?
have character traits?
Fuck no! That is the dumbest, stupid bullshit ever.
So
what
then,
the fuck do you
so
think it
then
would have personality for?
the question that
Why
I
the
need
fuck would
answered
deity have
then is,
personality, bro?
what's the difference between your God and absolute nothingness?
That, bro, are you? How do you take
This should be an easy one.
Did that actually make sense in your mind?
Yeah,
Did
if
that
God
seem
exists,
like a sensible line of query?
if God exists, he must be somehow
Bro,
distinct from absolutely nothingness. That's what I'm asking.
It's not a fucking he. What part of this do you not get? You keep trying to ascribe
Listen,
all these dumbass personality
I don't
traits
really
or
care
things
if it's
about
a
us.
he or a
You
she
can't
or an
help
it.
but look at it like
Well,
that.
we'll reframe it then. If this thing
It's not a
exists,
fucking entity,
it
said.
must be true
Bro,
that it's
yes,
somehow
but it's
distinct
beyond, bro,
from absolute nothingness, right? So what's the distinction between the God that you believe in and nothingness?
It implies something.
No, nothingness would be an absence
no
of
such
something.
Thing as nothingness, you fucking dipshit.
It's a concept.
That is absence, you dipshit.
Yeah, I know. That's what nothingness
Absence
is.
a completely different thing than nothingness.
No, it's an absence of all things.
Something.
No, nothing doesn't. It's the opposite of that.
You are so below where you think you're at with shit, man. It is
do you just need the definition? I'll just give you the. I'll show you the definition from the dictionary, since I guess English isn't really something that you do very well. So from the dictionary, it just says, at its most basic, nothing is the absence of anything. That's what I said. The complete non-existence of matter, energy, space, time, so on and so forth. Right. So nothingness is literally an absence of anything. So what I'm asking is, what's the difference between the God you believe in and nothingness? Surely there has to be one. But, oh, he left. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. All right. Wow, then. This is going to be a wild one.
Have you ever seen those how does English sound to non-English speakers videos? That's it.
That's 100% it, yeah. You fucking nailed that one. Oh, shit. Hey, friends, I'm going to grab another couple of super chats and we'll get our next guest in here. Holy shit. Hey, Dustin, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, would this interpretation work in your opinion? Exodus 20, 29 through 30. was the child sacrifice talked about in Ezekiel 20? Well, I think the chapter you're looking for is going to be in, was it chapter 20? Maybe chapter 20. Anyways, was that what he was speaking about? It wasn't chapter 20. Was it chapter 22? I thought it was chapter 13 and chapter 22. 22, 29 rings a bell. Hold on, let me see. I want to go to Exodus 22, 29. Yeah, that's the one. You shall not delay in making offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. The firstborn of your sons you shall give to me, which, like most interpreters would say that this is, child sacrifice. You shall do the same with your oxen and your sheep. 7 days it shall remain with his mother. On the 8th day you shall give it to me. Yeah, that's the case. Yeah, that's gonna. And so when Ezekiel in chapter 20, verses 25 through 26, when he says that, hey, I gave your forefathers commands that were bad, that they couldn't follow, right? I told them to pass their children over the fire. In Hebrew, it says pass them over the fire. It doesn't say sacrifice them, but passing them over the fire is an idiom for child sacrifice. Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, most like competent scholars would say, yeah, that's what Ezekiel's referring to. And if you've read Ezekiel, what you'll notice is Ezekiel's like one of the first like prophets that seems to be really familiar with like some of the Torah. Like he definitely knows Exodus. That's fucking for sure. So I think Ezekiel does a lot of commentary, sometimes direct, sometimes indirect on the Torah. And I agree. I think this is definitely going to be one of them, and is only removed in Exodus 34 post golden calf incident and during the covenant renewal. So I think the problem is we don't entirely know what order the different parts of Exodus were written in, other than like most people believe the covenant code was the earliest. That's like chapter 20 to 23 is typically, I think, the covenant code. That's definitely the earliest as far as we can tell. That and like the song of Moses and Miriam. As for the rest of them, there's some debate as to when and how they got added. The documentary hypothesis seeks to answer some of this. But yeah, Dustin, I basically agree with you, and you'll find lots of scholars do. In fact, there's a scholar who wrote on this, and I'll give you the name of the book. It's called Child Sacrifice in Ancient Israel by Heath Durrell. Give it a look. I think you'll like it. And Dylan, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Happy Friday. I just finished Hosea. Oh, fucking A. Hosea is awesome. One of my favorites. Chapter 13 is a doozy. Does God hate innocent children and pregnant women? Oh, yeah, you fucking put it there. Yeah, 9 and 13, 16. Yeah, to name a couple. Yeah, he does. Rock Hard for Doug and Justin fucking Rock. Yeah, God in the Bible. You gotta remember, the God of the Bible is, he's not as concerned with justice as he is with terror. Right? The motive of God in his punishments is a little bit like a parent. Parents will threaten horrific punishments to their children. Typically, they don't follow through because parents have some sense of moral standing usually. God doesn't, right? So yeah, to me, I don't think God cares for children at all. That's why he fucking wipes them out. He definitely doesn't care for women because he makes them second-class citizens to men. So that's a done deal right there. Yeah. Friends, I've got a bunch of more super chats. I'm just going to grab 3 of them so we can get our next guest in here. I don't want to delay our conversations. William Rogers, good to see you. Thank you for the 1234. I feel like a good title for an adult movie starring Jesus would be Hot Cross Buns. Oh, shit. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, I'm down for that. Cedar and Sound, good to see you. Said all in favor of calling the act of starting a debate with nasty Philbro tactics as a fill thy move. A fill thy move. Say a fill thy move. I feel like what you're saying is probably funny and I'm not getting it. I'm deeply apologetic if this was like really, really funny. But I didn't quite catch it. But the follow-up, thank you, says that David is speedrunning and attempt to get clipped. Nothing more, it would seem. That or he's all sauced up or something. I gotta be honest, I don't suspect that he's well, right? And Cedar Sound with another follow-up, Brocrates coming in hot with only the filthiest tactics. Too much wordplay. I agree. Listen, I don't mind some wordplay if he knows what the words mean. He didn't even know what words meant. And skeptics and scoundrels, great to see you tonight, friend. Hope you're doing well. Hypothesis: David is a sentient dictionary which fell into a blender. True. I would go for that one. It seems more plausible than at least the argument that he was making. And with the follow-up, skeptic says also the blender is full of math. I guess we would say yes. Yes, that's the case. And Mythical Rampillion, this will be our last chat, and then we're going to get Corvax in here. Thank you, Rampillion, for the $20 super chat. Big W, cute kitty. Just wondering what you do when someone accuses you of becoming atheist because you learnt too much or were indoctrinated by university. I find it really hard to understand people, including my family, with this view. Justin fucking rocks. Okay, so here's what I say. And not everyone's going to handle it the same way I handle it, but here's what I'm going to say. People will accuse me of doing exactly what you said, right? You went to seminary, you got too smart for God. But that's actually not the case. And the good news is I can fucking prove it, right? So when they say, well, they taught you stuff at seminary that wasn't right, or it was leading people astray, the thing that I'll typically do is say, okay, well, what do you think they taught me that was wrong? Right? Because that's the heart of the question, right? If you think they taught me something wrong, well, what the fuck was it? I'd like to know. Tell me what it was. But they can't do that. They'll never be able to do that, right? And then the other thing too is like, okay, well, let's identify something that you think I learned that was wrong, and then we can investigate it and see if it's right or wrong. And typically they can't. They've never done any scholarship. They have no idea what's going on, right? So, I mean, it could be fun, right? Let's get Corvax in here from the YouTube queue, and we'll keep the discussions rolling.
I'll close up. All right.
Corvax, you with us, bud?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure, yeah.
Howdy.
Are you using headphones or speakers?
Speakerphone.
Okay, that's fine. But you might have to turn your audio down just a pinch to make sure it doesn't feed back into your microphone. Does that make sense?
I don't know how to do that. No, that is.
I mean, just turn your volume down a pinch is what I'm saying.
So that I can't hear you as well.
No, you still got to hear
That
me.
works.
You still got to hear me.
Yeah. Okay.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, is that good?
Yeah. Perfect. So, Corvax, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Cool. Any particular God?
That's a good question. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
But maybe you would be able to tell me.
I mean, maybe. But we'll start here. I'm going to open with a question, and it's pretty
Okay.
broad, right? So if I asked you, Corvax, why do you believe in your God, and make it one of the reasons that you think would be compelling to one of us? So what do you think is one of your compelling reasons for believing in your God?
Why I believe in my God, or
Mhm.
well, I mean, I can see my God. I interact with my God. I talk to. Define God. What is God? I
So
don't think that God created anything.
okay.
I don't think that God has any magical powers. I don't think that God. I think. Okay, so here's what I think. So you'd agree with me? All human beings on this planet, we're all basically brothers.
I mean, we're related. I don't know if we're brothers, but
Yeah, we're related. We go back. There was a first person,
I
and then we
agree.
all
But
came from that.
I'm saying
So
brothers means we have the same parent, right? But we don't have the
okay,
same
fair enough.
parent, right? So, but I agree with you. Yeah, we all go back to a common ancestor. So if your
Okay.
God didn't create everything, what did the God do?
Nothing necessarily. Just so here's the thing. You said all animals we have a we share a common ancestor. All life, bacteria, plants, fungi, and animals, we all share the last universal common ancestor, Luca. So here's the thing. Just like ants, civilization can be modeled as an organism. Bees, individual bees, they don't have a personality, but you can model the hive as an organism. So the whole ecosystem is God, and Earth is paradise, and life is a game.
So to be clear, what I'm hearing is that you're a pantheist. You think everything is God, or God is everything.
Something like that. Not the rocks aren't God. The rocks would be paradise.
The rock. Well,
The
I mean,
birds would be God. The worms are God. The mushrooms are God. The trees are God. I'm God. You're God. Jesus was God.
how did the rocks become paradise and not God?
But the rocks aren't alive. They're just here. They're where God resides. Like if all life, if all living organisms are God, then this is just where we hang out. This is our paradise. Maybe if there's some aliens and then they're God and then they have a different paradise somewhere else. But if the ants are God and the bees are God and the flowers are God and the people are God and the coronavirus is God, then this is our paradise. This is our playground or sandbox, whatever you want to call it. This is just where we chill, and life is a game. It's all a game. The worms, the caterpillars, when they're getting pecked at by a bird, they don't think to themselves, this is my higher purpose. And I'm sure they feel pain, but something's got to feed those birds because they're fucking beautiful. And that's an experience of flying through the air and just seeing with the things that birds can see, and just the experience, just like the experience of a fish, the experience of a monkey. Those are all experiences that the universe, that God, like we experience everything. Those it must. I'm not a bird. I'm just, a monkey here. But that experience that the bird is having, that's an important experience that uh that I can look at it and I can say, damn, that bird is having a fucking good time. It's just like coasting and shit. And then I get those same experiences where I feel alive and like I'm doing like I'm just like joining in with nature. Like I can get high from working out, right? I can hit a zone. It's like meditation for me. Or when I go and walk in the woods or do rock climbing and I just get in the zone, like this is what I was made to do and it's my purpose, whatever. And then
Let
I'm
me
an
ask you a
engineer, so I
question.
do math and stuff, and there's certain things that come natural to me. So when I see the birds out there and doing the things that birds
You're an
do,
engineer.
and trees doing a good fucking job, doing what they do.
What kind of an engineer are you?
I got a mechanical engineering degree, but a lifelong learner. That's like just like high school. It's like you get a degree and then you just keep learning about this and
What
that.
what do you
So,
design?
what do I design right now? I'm building a lab. We're gonna test air conditioning, uh, research and development for. But I like not to say too much right now. Well, I'm building a lab right now. I started this new job at the beginning of this year, so I'm building a lab so we can do R&D on air conditioning, motors and residential units, refrigerators. I just came out of semiconductors.
Okay. So semiconductors are fun. So let's try to we'll try to focus up here. So like how did you come into the belief that God is nearly everything?
Well, people, it seems like people going back to the beginning of people, they've been interested in figuring out what the fuck is going on. And cultures from all around the world, they come up with different words, different ideas. Maybe some of those people are enlightened and they have a good idea, like, and it gets miscommunicated. Like they say that, I'm the son of God, or you know, different things. Maybe Jesus, maybe somebody was confused about what he said. Maybe somebody was confused in a different religion. I don't know. And it kind of got twisted into a thing that, oh, this guy said he's God. We need to pray to him. And he said that, you know, everybody else is God, but, you know, he's the real God or whatever. But like, maybe Native Americans had a
So
different relationship with
the th-
nature and stuff,
the
and
thing I'm
the
trying to
gods of
find
the
out,
Aztecs. Like they had a god of
uh,
a volcano.
Corvex, the thing I'm trying to find out is what method did you employ to come into this belief that you have?
I take a lot of mushrooms and ayahuasca, different tryptamines from South America, Africa, North America, here in Texas. The thing is, so many of these different religions from all around the world, a lot of them, a lot of the natives, they come to the same conclusion. A lot of these psychedelics, they take you to the same spot if you take enough. They're different, they have different characteristics and
Well, let
everything,
me ask
but
you
they
a
take you to the
question.
same spot.
How do
And a
you
lot of these
know
natives that
the difference
they
between a hallucination of God and like an actual experience with God?
an experience with God is when I'm completely sober. I walk to work and I feed the crows. I give them a sacrifice. I buy special peanuts, spicy
How
peanuts. They're like $5 a bag, and I give them. That's my sacrifice. And my sacrifice isn't always accepted, but
how did
being
you
God is
come to the
nothing special. They have to
realization?
do it.
How did you come to the realization that the birds were also God? Was that on a trip?
That's like, I mean, if 1 + 1 is 2, it's logical, deductive reasoning, I guess you could say.
What
Possibly. I mean,
what
if I'm God, if
how
you're
d
God, and then the monkeys are God, and then all the animals are God. But you know, then what about the trees? Well, then they must be God too because we're fucking all related.
is water
And
God?
that what that means is I'm not special. That means you're not special. That means nobody's special. We all have the same exact moral superiority over everything else. Like a fish has, you know, it's all a game, right? And so I place a little bit higher value on the birds than the caterpillar.
Yeah.
And you know, I think I'm a little bit more valuable than the fish, but it depends what kind of fish maybe, or if that's a really cool fish, or if you know, if I'm just another generic fucking person that's like a little ant or something, that's like, if I'm not following my purpose, if I'm just a fucking slave to the machine, you know,
Well,
living for the fucking weekends where I can
was
watch
there
TV or whatever, and
ever
I'm not living my life,
the
then maybe you can
God
just delete me.
the God that you believe in, did it always exist?
I'd say Luca was the beginning. So whenever
So no.
yeah, no, I mean, it's
Okay.
possible that there
So
is life somewhere else that we don't know about.
well,
Sure.
the reason why I'm asking is because it sounds we got a little bit further. It sounds like what you're describing is not actually a God.
What is
So
it then?
it
Because what would you call it?
I wouldn't call it a God. Well, first of all, I don't think it exists. Like I don't have a reason to believe that like all of the living things on the planet somehow go back to a sentient hive
Doesn't have
mind.
to be sentient, but
Wait,
define sentience.
but but
Where's
that's
the line for
but
sentience?
that's kind of part of the definition of God includes that he's a thinking uh agent. Like he has agency or she has agency and it
I
can
have
think.
agency. The birds have agency.
Right,
The ants have agency. The mushrooms
but
have some level of agency.
outside of creation. Like typically a god is responsible for creation, for everything that's here.
We have some special power that we have the opposable thumbs, and a smart brain like birds, and we can use tools and stuff like that, and communication like meerkats and different animals. But we have all these things so that we can actually do some creation. We can be the gardeners for this planet, and instead of destroying the Amazon
Well,
and going to war in
but
Iran and
but
stuff
what
like
I'm
that, and
suggesting
destroying
is
our own paradise,
if there was
realize that we're all
never
fucking God. Don't chop the trees down. Don't bomb the
yeah,
kids in Iran. And this is just a game, so let's have fun.
if there was never a moment where only God existed, it could only mean that God is not responsible for creating anything. And based on
Yeah.
like the strict definition of God, if God is a product of like evolution, then it's just not a God.
Wait, there's some random chance in order to get the abiogenesis started.
So did God exist before life?
No. I would
So
say no.
then you don't believe in a God. So when you said when you came in here, I asked you if you believe in God, and you said you didn't really know.
I think that, well,
It
what would you
sounds
call me?
like
Because I
the
say that's God.
answers. It sounds like the answer is no. You don't believe in a God.
Well,
Um,
I say that I believe in a God. What would you call it?
I mean, some people
Like, well,
might
I would
call
say if
it.
somebody asked me if I'm God, yeah, but I think the trees are God too. So
Well, you wouldn't call it God because it doesn't meet the definition of God.
what's the
So
definition of God?
so all you've done is you said every living thing is
Uh-huh.
a part of God or is God, but
Yeah.
that doesn't equal a God. It has to be something. There has to be a property of God that is somehow
Uh-huh.
distinct from just the collection of all living things. Because the collection of all living things exists. We know it exists.
Uh-huh.
But we
Yeah,
don't have a
exactly.
reason to think that it's God.
Uh-huh. And so these monkeys are looking for something that they're never going to find because it doesn't exist outside of the singular fact that they're looking for themselves. It's been inside them the entire fucking time.
What monkeys are we talking about?
Me, people.
Oh boy.
We are God. And then we go out, all the people all over the history of the entire fucking world, they all go looking for God. Like, why the fuck everybody's going and looking for God? You're never going to fucking find it because it's you.
Sure. Anyways, it sounds, to answer the question, not to belabor the conversation too long, it sounds to me like you just don't believe in God, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if you believe in this weird concept where everything is somehow connected, that's fine. I mean, it's weird, but it's not God, right? So, but we're interested in talking to
Interesting.
people who
Okay.
believe in like a legitimate God. And so you might not be the right fit for this discussion, but I do appreciate you coming by and sharing with us. I will say this one thing. I actually do like when people come up with things like ideas, concepts that are unique. I think unique ideas are at least fun to listen to. So we appreciate that.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Peace.
Hey, take it easy, bud.
You too.
I tell you what, I bet he's a lot of fucking fun in real life, but that was a pretty wild. Okay. Nevertheless, hey friends, we got some more super chats to read, and then we're gonna get Noah in here. After Noah, we're gonna get Rilo. So hang tight. We're gonna keep it moving. Cedar and Sound, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat again. Says, forget about the character of God. David is quite the epic character. He's giving the tweaker version Denzel's King Kong speech from Training Day. I apologize. I haven't seen that movie, so I can't really speak to it. But for those who have seen it, they probably understand how funny this joke was. And Mr. Hario says, M's straight in with the no Shapiro here slap to the face. M's never ever change. You legend. Rock hard for M's. Fucking A. There's going to be a point in my career where my audience likes M's more than me. I can just already feel it. And there's no reason why you wouldn't. It's fucking legend over here.
You mean like yesterday?
What do you mean? What?
I think that already happened. I'm stealing the show.
M's is taking over, guys. It's M's show now. I'm just gonna be a sidekick, and we're just gonna run the M's debate. Cedar with another super chat. Thank you, Cedar. It says, I have one more. When Phil Bros keep steamrolling, talking without engaging in dialogue, it's filibustering. I'll leave now after the crash out settles. You know what? That's fucking good. That was good. In fact, I've got a notepad open here. I've inside of the software that I built for these streaming sessions, I built a notepad where I can literally just write down funny shit and save it into a catalog and not lose it. So I'm not scribbling on pieces of paper anymore. But anyways, let's see, a Philbro. There we go. A Philbro who won't quit talking over you is filibustering. I love it. It's an amazing dad joke. So I assume you're a dad. Space Lord says, guest rants for 2 minutes. Justin says, well, guest immediately flips the fuck out. Dude's gonna get an aneurysm. True. I hope he doesn't. I hope there's not kids living with this man. And Night2Sadney says, thank God for all of earthquakes lately to entertain us. I'm very entertained. Insert joke at the expense of the Browns here. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and choking on Ian's hog. You know what? You've been a member for 6 months, Knights, so I'll allow it to make fun of the Browns. To be fair, we talk, like those of us from the region that grew up here, we talk some fucking shit about the Browns, but it's like we're allowed to because we're like insiders. You know what I mean? But you know, and hey, Jamie Scalabria, good to see you, my friend, or the artist formerly known as J Cal. Says, is this psychedelic night? I think it is. LOL, what's going on with these people? Rock hard for Doug. Gay for Justin to Justin fucking rock. Jay, I think that is the case. I think some people have been partaking, and then they showed up here. Atlas, my friend, great to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Says, exactly. Droogs from around the world. Yeah, we're gonna get a smattering of different types of them tonight. I got 2 more super chats. From Smola Gaming, hey, good to see you. It says, did Christians try to rebrand Judaism? Absolutely they did. How is it that these 2 religions draw from the same book where each other denies the other half? Are motel Bibles, New plus Old Testaments, just mutual market grabs? Well, no. The hotel Bibles are, because Christians, they say they believe in the Old Testament. They don't really. They don't read it. They don't understand how much it contradicts the New Testament. But they say they believe in it. And they say that the New Testament is a continuation of it. And so that's why Christian Bibles will have both testaments. Obviously, the Jews would just call the Hebrew Bible the Bible. They don't give a fuck about the New Testament. But yeah, that's Christianity. I think it started initially as a, how would I describe it? As a cult offshoot of Judaism. And then when it took hold, they had to fucking change it so that the Greeks and the Romans would join, because like, this law of Moses is barbaric shit. Like, yeah, but what if we just got rid of the fucking laws? And here we are. Hey, and Hunter girl, thank you for the $10 Rock Hard for Doug super chat. Really appreciate that, friend. And now that I see the way the super chat is formatted, I got to do one thing real quick. I'm gonna have to adjust my CSS format for that. But thank you so much, Hunter girl. And now it's time for Noah. I could be wrong, but I think I've spoken to Noah before. I'm also going to bring in. Oh, I was going to bring in Cyber. There he is. Cyber, you come to hang out, buddy.
You come to hang out? I am coming to hang out.
Fucking A. Let's make it happen. Noah, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, 27 actually, but.
Sure. Have we talked before, or is there another Noah on here?
No. This is the first time I'm encountering your live stream and your content.
Okay, cool. Well, I just asked because if I have talked to somebody in the past, I try to make a mental note of it. But Noah, you're at least 18, it sounds like. And do you believe in God?
Yes.
Okay. Any particular God?
I'm Christian. Yeah.
Sure. Any particular variety? Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox?
Protestant, Baptist.
Okay, cool. What do you think?
That's my background.
Fair enough. What do you think is the best piece of evidence or the best argument for the God you believe in?
Well, yeah, I think I would probably consider myself a moral realist, meaning I have to. I believe that there has to be some objective truth, and that truth has to be grounded in something. And you can, in the moral realist kind of camp, ground that truth in, I think, different ways, although I'm convinced that the revelation in the biblical texts give us a very good account for where those truths come from.
Sure. So moral realism is an interesting position. I'm not a moral realist. I don't believe in what you might classify as morals or objective truth. When you use those words, I suspect you and I are using different we have a different sense of how those words get interpreted. But if you have an argument for, say, how morals would get you to your God, I'm more than happy to engage with it. Or if you want to make an argument from the Bible, like there's something in the Bible that is so remarkable we need to know about it, I'm always game for that.
Well, no, yeah, I don't see, any way to move within the world morally without some sort of authority under those actions. Right? Does that
Well,
make sense?
yeah, I would say the same thing that the peasant said in Monty Python: authority is derived from the masses. So the reason why we can put
I
codes in
see.
place is because we live in a society. And since we live in a society, we get to say, listen, now that we're all here, right? There are some things happening that maybe we don't like. Maybe we should prevent them from happening. And it starts out really simple. Like if you know that you would rather not get stabbed, you might live in a village at some point, like, hey, you don't like getting stabbed. I don't like getting stabbed. How about, hear me out, what if we create a rule where nobody gets to stab each other? And so that's like the foundation of morals, is it's like, hey, how can we actually coexist? And if it goes beyond that, if moral realism is true, like there's some transcendental moral code somewhere, I have no idea where it exists or how someone would know that it exists.
I see. And maybe it would be helpful because I've never interacted with your content. What is your, I guess, background with, spiritual things? What has kind of led you to your conclusion thus far?
So I've been an atheist not quite a decade now, but I was a Christian for about 20 years. And for about 10 of those years, I was a pastor, and I went to Bible college and seminary, and studying the Bible is how I discovered that Christianity is not true.
I see. So what did that process look like for you? When you first started to maybe question the things that you were, um, you know, uh, holding to be true, but now you're kind of in this state of questioning. What did that look like for you? Was there like a moment um, in your story that was really compromising to the beliefs that you were holding?
I don't think there was any one thing that was super compromising. I feel like it was death by a thousand cuts. And eventually they kind of stack up. I would say like maybe the first brick to fall out of the building is right before Bible college. I was working through there on the internet. There's always these lists of 300 contradictions in the Bible. And I was in a forum at the time. I had friends and we would talk about this kind of stuff. And I was reading through one of these lists. I'm like, listen, a lot of these fucking contradictions aren't real contradictions. So I was like, I'm just going to work through this list and write out like the answers to these contradictions. And if I find a real contradiction, then I'll just say, hey, there's a fucking real contradiction. And it turned out I found some. And that was the first time I thought to myself, oh, well, I guess the Bible's not inerrant. It didn't make me not believe in Jesus. It didn't make me not believe in God, but it did get me to a point where I thought, oh, yeah, there might be some untrue things in here, and we actually have to use our own rational thinking capabilities to figure out what parts are true and what parts are not true.
Mhm. Well, I guess when it comes to maybe your more sociological understanding of the way morality develops, how do you account for um, how do you account for the way that the individuals within those masses come to the conclusion of good or bad? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, so if you just look it up in the dictionary, they're just subjective preferences, right? So when we say something's good, what we're really saying is this is what society typically will permit. That's what we'll allow, right? So like with the stabbing example, we would say, well, stabbing is bad. Well, why is stabbing bad? Well, because we all agree that we don't want it. And that's how we would describe like what is morally good and morally bad. But it there's no official list of good and bad. That's why nobody can agree, one to one on what is always good and what's always bad. It's like for most of history, slavery was a very real thing, and most people didn't have any problem with it. And then eventually, about 200 years ago, people were starting to get a little bit of a conscience about it, and they're like, I don't know, maybe fucking slavery, maybe we don't need that shit, And now, if you ask somebody if they think slavery is morally permissible, you'll get a resounding hell no. And I think the reasons why this happens is because our moral concepts are developed within a society and within our upbringing, and it shows in the Bible too. The Bible traditionally and classically endorses slavery, never said anything really bad about it, other than God doesn't want his Israelites to be sold as slaves to foreigners. But he says that they can own slaves of foreigners and of women and do concubinage. And so to me, even when I read the Bible, I'm looking at a book that was obviously written by men who had an idea of what they thought was right and wrong, and then they put that in the mouth of God, and that's where we got the laws of Moses.
So when you say the Bible is, at least in some fashion, endorsing slavery, when you say that, what do you mean?
I mean,
because
the
I think it's probably obvious that I wouldn't necessarily agree. Go ahead.
Oh, I would say the God of the Bible gives 613 laws. Now, I've read the list. There's some redundant laws in there. Not really that many. But among those laws are laws that he says that if you follow this law code, you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. That's Deuteronomy 12:28. And he says that the law code is perfect. Psalm 19:7 says the law is perfect. It revives the soul. Over and over again in the Hebrew Bible, he tells you to follow this law forever. Deuteronomy 29:29, Deuteronomy 11:1 and 12:1. There's 20 or 30 instances just in the Torah where God says that this law code is perpetual. It's going to be forever. Deuteronomy 30:6-9. And so what that means is that these laws that are enshrining concubinage and slavery and all this stuff, these are laws that God thinks are okay for a society forever.
Yeah, I don't have an extensive knowledge of this particular subject. It is my, I guess, question is when we're referring to places in Scripture where it talks about these specific laws given to the Israelites, are we sure that among the I guess stratifications of these laws, there are, I guess, kind of eternal moral codes that have been given, and then there are also kind of occasioned regulatory practices within those laws that I think we take those references in other places in the Old Testament and can kind of impose them on certain slavery regulations and whatnot. And I think it's sometimes important to note in discussing the so-called endorsement of slavery in the biblical text, just to say that there are other societies in that time surrounding Israel that were creating regulatory practices around slavery. However, I think it should be noted that there really isn't much evidence for any other societies in that time that were going to the extent of the Jewish law.
What do you mean
I think
by
that's
extent?
notable. It really just in the history.
When you say to the extent, what do you mean?
You look at other like Mesopotamian.
Mm-hmm.
Well, to the extent meaning like other Mesopotamian societies, Egypt, some surrounding areas were creating ways to limit malpractice in slavery. But when it comes to comparing these regulations, it's very clear from Scripture that what the Lord has given in His commandments towards slavery are much more extensive and protective of those
can you name
who
a
are
few?
ventured in this way.
Like,
What's that?
Can you name a few?
Well, it's like I could look up the specific codes that you might want to compare.
I mean, I do know all of them
for the
already.
differences.
It was a rhetorical question.
Mhm.
So in Exodus 21, there's basically two rules for the slaves, and one of those rules is that you can't beat them to death on purpose. In verse 20 and 21 says if I think we just lost someone just drop out. Oh, we just lost M's. Anyways, it says that actually there's three rules. So it says that you can't purposely execute your slave by beating him to death. And then it also says that if you knock out their eye or their tooth, they're Hebrew slaves, by the way. If you knock out their eye or their tooth, then they get their freedom early, right? Because at the beginning of Exodus 21, they are supposed to get their freedom after they serve for 6 years. But if you knock out their eye or their tooth, they get early freedom. So those are like the two big rules. In Exodus 21:16, it says that you cannot kidnap a free person and sell them as a slave. And that's really about it. The other rules are in Exodus 21 are pretty horrific. You can sell your daughter as a slave, and then she becomes a concubine to whoever buys her, which to me is horrific.
Well, I think we should also note that the practices of slavery or indentured servitude are very much different from the slavery, the transatlantic chattel style slavery that we're probably accustomed to thinking about in these discussions. That's not to say that there wasn't malpractice. That's not to say that there weren't cruel slave owners. But I would also just say, in the context of the redemptive story of Scripture, I think to say that Scripture endorses slavery is to kind of, I think, miss a bigger point. That is to say, that this was never really God's design for humanity, right? I think
why did he say to do it forever then?
The consequences or endorsement.
Well, I have a quick question.
Here's what
real
I was
fast.
getting at.
I just have a quick question. What's the semantic difference between the slavery commanded in the Bible and the transatlantic slave trade? Can you tell me the semantic differences?
Well, I wouldn't say that. I don't know if I could affirm that slavery is commanded necessarily. I think what is commanded is the regulations within that particular relationship, right? I think the point that I was trying to get to was, I don't think that slavery in itself, as if we want to view it as an institution, I don't think it is something that's being affirmed or encouraged by the scriptures. What I think is we're living in the consequences of original sin, and that's how I think we kind of misread that part of Scripture.
But Noah, I'm trying to figure out,
really
like,
to say that
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make sure we don't forget what we discussed earlier, right? So you said it's not God's plan, but this is his morally perfect law code that he said to follow forever, which means it would forever be permissible, right? So then to say, well, this wasn't God's plan, I just don't know how you can get to the conclusion when he says this actually is my plan.
Well, yes, and I think I was trying to ask this question earlier when it says things like, you should follow this law forever. There is a stratification of the Jewish laws and ordinances, right? There are higher. The Mosaic law is probably at the top, and then there are other ordinance and laws within that ethical framework, right? So I think dispensational theology really gives us a good idea of the temporal, like, what would you say, the chronology and kairos of these events and these revelations of divine law, I think matter when we discuss these things. And I don't think that the laws regarding slavery are necessarily the laws that are being referred to when Scripture says that you need to follow these forever. I think there's probably some semantic distinction that needs to happen there.
Well,
Again,
let me read
I'm not exhaustively informed on this.
Let me read you a passage, and
too,
we're gonna step through Deuteronomy 30 real quick. It's a short passage. So what it says, and I'm gonna put it on the screen, is moreover. So God is talking. The lead up to this is God is talking about what it's going to look like in like near the eschatological period of the end. And he says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Now, if you're a Christian and you're familiar with the New Testament, you would know that Paul said that this is what happens when you believe in Jesus. Your heart is circumcised and you become a spiritual child of Abraham, right? Okay. So what this means then is Deuteronomy 36 must be referring to a time period after Jesus' death, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the period in time where God circumcises the hearts of the people could not have happened before Jesus, because it happens sometime after Jesus. Now, the reason why I point this out is because it says of this time period in verse 8, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So the law code, Moses, God speaking through Moses, says in Deuteronomy 30 that, hey, in the end times, when I'm going to make everything right, I'm going to circumcise the hearts of the people and they're finally going to act straight. Well, he says this is what they're going to do. They're going to follow all these laws, including, the slave laws, because in Isaiah 60, right, when the final war is done and it's just the Jews left over in some of the nations, they said the nations that refuse to serve the Jews will just be wiped out. So there's no reason to think that this God does not endorse slavery when he explicitly tells you that you can do it and it'll be happening forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know how grounded the idea that God is saying you can do it, and I think we also have to acknowledge within the grand scheme of this time period that, again, the regulations surrounding slavery were extremely extensive compared to surrounding regions. I think
I don't think
you
that's the
also
case,
have to,
though. Well, let me ask you a
at
question.
least
Can
for
you?
me,
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I don't want you to move off this point because I think it's something we can dig into. Can you name a regulation in the Bible that was missing from the other law codes?
What do you mean?
Like, you're saying that the biblical regulations on slavery were somehow tighter than slavery in the surrounding nations, but in what way?
Oh, yeah, they certainly were much more liberating and protective. What I would have to do is kind of go back and find some of the comparisons that I've made with different Mesopotamian societies, Egyptian societies in that same time period. Because yes, there were certainly regulations around slavery in other areas, but I think it's to the credit of to the Jews, their regulations were much more extensive. And
But
I don't really have the
that's what I'm asking
capacity
you,
to
is how is
explain
it
the exact
more extensive? Because I don't think it is.
Well, yeah, the time periods, the opportunities for liberation, those things are all much more clear cut. And
Wait,
also, I think there are distinctions between the relationship of the slave owner and his responsibilities and duties towards them, how to treat them, that I think we see are a bit more, I don't know, in the nature of the Christian God.
not sure that
I
that's
would
the
really have
case,
to do a more extensive pull.
right? So in Leviticus 25, right? God says, hey, don't, if you fall into debt, I'll read it for you. If you fall into debt, if your brother falls into debt, like a fellow Hebrew, don't treat him like a slave. Treat him like a paid worker. So it says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers, and they shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, who I brought out of the land of Egypt, and they shall not be sold as slaves or sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but shall fear your God. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. And in fact, in the Hebrew text, it actually just says property forever, le'olam. These are permanent slaves forever. Like, that can't be good.
And an important distinction here, too, is when we go to verse 40, when it says hired or bound laborers, the Hebrew word there is sahir, right?
Yeah.
That's very important because the semantic range of that word is hired or bound laborers. So then later on, every other time we see slave being used, we see aved. But since we have sahir being used above, that takes aved's meaning to narrow it down only to property, to chattel slavery. It can no longer mean sahir or hired or bound labor. It can't mean that anymore. And something else that's important too.
I completely.
I was going to say too, one last thing that's important here too.
Yeah,
in verse 44, when it says, as for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, that's kind of a misnomer in the thing when it says you may have. The Hebrew word is yahiyu, which is
You
an
will.
imperfect tense, which means you will do this because it's an
Right.
imperfect tense.
Right.
Yeah, no, I get the semantic distinctions.
These are important
and I
semantic
understand that there's a lot to parse. Yeah, and I understand that they're necessary to parse through. I think for me I think we very much disagree on the idea that just because these practices are described in the Bible means that they're also prescribed. I think that this is not, slavery as an institution is not necessarily the consequence of the cruelty or, an immoral side of God. I think the slavery, bloodshed, the wars that are described within the scriptures are never the consequence of God, even though he might be working within them.
But
I think that these are ultimately the consequences of humanity, right, rebelling against him in the beginning. And I think these things should be read in that context. I'd like to hear what you might say to that.
So what I'm trying to figure out is how we get to the idea that somehow God doesn't want them doing slavery, right? So if he told them, don't put your penis in another dude, don't eat shellfish. Hey, if it chews cud and has divided hoofs, we're gonna have a conversation, right? And even Numbers 15, he literally murders a guy for picking up sticks on the Sabbath. He didn't even know that it was against the law, right? So God is very, very clear on what he thinks is bad and wrong. Adultery, very bad, very wrong. He knows they're not going to follow the law. He does it anyway. He says, don't fucking do it, right? So when he tells you something's bad, he'll tell you, this is bad, it's an abomination, right? But with slavery, he doesn't say that. He explicitly says that you can have slaves. He says you will make slaves. And then he says that you're going to follow these slave laws forever. Like in Exodus 21, maybe to me, I think there's one verse in Exodus 21 that often gets overlooked, but to me, it's like super important here. So like this is talking first of all about Hebrews. So it says, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve you 6 years, but in the 7th he shall go out a free person without debt. All right, easy enough. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then he and his wife, then his wife will go out with him. Okay, cool. So becomes married, his wife gets to leave with him. You get a 2-for-1. So the next line is where it gets crazy. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. Now, this is the interesting part. We would think, God says in Malachi that he hates divorce. Jesus says the same thing in Matthew 19. The problem that we seem to have here is God doesn't think that in the law code. He says, listen, if a Hebrew falls in the debt and he becomes an indentured servant, hey, while he's serving you, you can give him one of your slaves to mate with, but when he leaves, that slave and the children of the slave are permanent slaves of the owner. That family's going to get broken up. That to me tells me that God is more interested in preserving slavery than in preserving family.
No, yeah, and I don't know. For me, I think these stories, these texts, oftentimes are not giving explicit, prescriptive doctrines unless they were specifically intended to do so. I think, even with the idea of polygamy and monogamy, oftentimes people would hear these stories or engage with these texts and understand that either the context of multiple marriages, you can see that throughout the scriptures, just because multiple marriages, even within the prophetic, our prophets, you can see that the consequences of those actions are rarely ever good, right? And as we kind of encounter these scriptures in a more Western mindset, I think the desire for us is to have something very clearly say, do this, don't do this. When I think
that's what it says.
That's just not how these texts were formulated.
But that's what the text says.
Well, yeah,
he says,
that's
if
what I'm saying.
If a guy comes in and he's a slave, hey, give him a wife, and when he leaves, the wife and the kids are still a slave. It's an explicit reference. He just says to do it.
Yeah, I think I would say that things like the Mosaic Law, these ordinances, and other things in Leviticus, Deuteronomy, things like that, certainly serve as unique moments of divine revelation where we get very distinct, explicit, and prescriptive utterances from the Lord. But I think a lot of the New Testament and even or the Old Testament and parts of the New Testament should be read with an understanding that not everything that the Lord would deem as bad is always in this very clear, do this, don't do that framework.
Why would we think that?
And that's all to say that just because something is described in the scriptures, and even if there are ordinances surrounding certain practices, doesn't mean that these are necessarily an endorsement of things like slavery or polygamy or
why would God
like
tell you you can do it if he doesn't want you to?
Yeah, why didn't he just say no slavery?
Yeah, because he did it, as Cyber pointed out, he did it in Leviticus 25:39. He says, if your fellow Hebrew falls in the debt, don't make him a slave, but make him a hired servant, a sahir. He could have just said, do that with anybody, whether they're foreigners or not. He says, if somebody falls in the debt with you, let them work it off. Don't make them into a slave, but that's not what he said. He could have said it. He said it about the Hebrews, but with the foreigners, he just doesn't care about them.
Yeah, and I think as we encounter like these particular ordinances, I still do think that the uniqueness of these particular ordinances around slavery actually give us reason to believe that the Lord was working through people and giving these laws to highlight his grace and the way that he is set apart among the nations.
How is
I
this
think
setting?
it's pretty clear.
How is this setting them apart?
Well, again, I think you have to compare them and the nature of Israel's practices towards slaves compared to other nations during that time.
I have.
Do you
and
think
kind of look
other
at what
nations
was going on.
do you think other nations were more lenient or more strict and harsh than Israel?
I think that's what he's suggesting, but he couldn't name anything in that category.
Because, like, for example, the Code of
I'd have
Hammurabi,
to-
Yeah, 117, right?
yeah, 117, they get to go free on the 4th year, whereas in Israel, it's the 7th year. If you look at Law 170, if a man's wife and his slave woman bear him children, and the father acknowledges the children of the slave woman during his lifetime by saying, "These are my children," then those children are counted among his heirs. However, the children of the free wife receive the primary inheritance. So, in the Hammurabi Code, the children that are born to a slave woman can be free, they can get an inheritance, whereas according to the Mosaic law, they don't go free. They are slaves forever.
And there's another law in Hammurabi that shows up in the Middle Assyrian laws, where if a man, if a free person marries a slave, like the slave does get to go, whereas in Exodus 21, the slave doesn't get to go.
So I'm just confused on what you mean by, like, it's setting Israel apart. Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, like I said, I'm not. I don't have a very extensive knowledge of this, but this has just kind of been my understanding of it, and perhaps there is reason for me to do a little bit more investigation on some of the particulars of these codes. I don't want to like over speak on these distinctions, but I guess like the real point for me anyway isn't necessarily whether or not what am I trying to say? I guess my point is I don't see this as a fault of God. I don't see the institution of slavery or other practices that we may deem morally reprehensible simply because they are described in the Bible as a reason to believe that he is somehow of moral fault. Do you know what I mean?
But what I'm trying to figure out is, I don't understand why a God who doesn't want you to do slavery says that you have permission to do it forever. How is a normal person supposed to read that and think anything other than, oh, he thinks slavery's okay?
Well, I think there's also reason to believe that in the New Testament, and there are some brief commentaries on slavery within the New Testament. I understand that, but I think what Jesus does in his ministry and what we would probably consider the fulfillment of the law and the prophets.
What do you mean by fulfillment?
What he does is, I think I'm sorry, what?
What do you mean fulfillment? What do you think that means? Because Jesus said to follow the laws too.
Mm-hmm. In fact, a lot of people.
Right. Yeah. I think.
Go ahead.
Well, I think you see Jesus do a number of things, and he says to follow the law, but also he does certain things on certain days that he's not supposed to.
I don't think so, actually.
you only look at them as being wrong if you look at it without a Jewish lens on it. If you look at it from like a Christian perspective and it says, well, this text says he's breaking the law here. Well, yeah, but if you look at it through a Jewish lens, he doesn't break Torah at all.
No, I haven't seen him do it.
Well,
Can you name the time where Jesus broke the law?
Well, such as the forgiving of sins, right? I think he caused a pretty big stir around claiming that he had the power to forgive sins. That would certainly be maybe a heresy or a heretical act to be performing on any given day of the week, and it certainly wouldn't sit well with Jewish devotees at the time, right?
Well, I'm not sure that's against the Mosaic law. I would suggest that it might be akin to perhaps blasphemy, but in terms of like actually breaking a Mosaic law, like on purpose, like trying to say, hey, we don't have to do this anymore. I've never seen him do it yet. He comes close in Matthew chapter 5, but not really. He's actually just making the laws a little more stricter. So that certainly can't be what you're referring to. So like I gotta be honest, Jesus just explicitly says in Matthew 5, chapter 5, verses 18 and 19, says, hey, whoever doesn't follow this law code and teaches others to not follow the law, they're going to be called least in the kingdom of heaven. And those who follow the law and teach others to follow the law will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. There's really no other way to read that other than, oh, Jesus thinks that the law is good to follow.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, a verse that gets looked over quite a bit is in Matthew 23 at the very beginning, where Jesus is telling the crowds and his disciples, because the scribes and the Pharisees sit on the seat of Moses, meaning they have the authority to teach, listen and do what they teach. Just don't do what they do because they're hypocrites. And then he begins to list why they're hypocrites. Well,
Right.
What were the scribes and Pharisees teaching? The Mosaic law.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think this kind of gets us to a point where we kind of acknowledge that what Jesus did in his salvific mission, so to speak, is, he didn't just come to save Israel, right? He opens up salvation for all nations, and you see this really.
What do you mean? What do you mean he
this is a
opens it
pivot.
up?
Really interesting time.
Can you help me understand what you mean when you say he opened up salvation to the other nation? Because in the Hebrew Bible, it says that the foreigners are allowed to join Israel and worship Yahweh just fine.
Well, yes, but during the time of the apostles and when Paul is, doing a lot of his work, particularly in Romans, there's a pretty big, dispute among, Israeli communities and Gentile communities, and it's pretty clear that you don't have to become a Israelite, or you don't have to become Jewish in order to follow in what Jesus has done.
But
right?
that's according to
These
Paul.
Conversations about circumcision. Mm-hmm.
Jesus didn't say that. Paul said that for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jesus... I would accept that the teachings of Paul are an outgrowth of the teachings of Jesus.
Well, it can't be
the apostles,
because Jesus said to follow the law. It's a direct contradiction.
Yeah, Jesus straight up says, "I've come not to abolish the law," and then Paul says he came to abolish the law. A direct contradiction to Jesus' own teaching.
Ephesians 2:14 and 15.
I think if you actually read what Paul teaches and you compare it directly to what Jesus taught, you'll find a lot of contradictions in there.
Yeah, it's tough. Now,
what's the passage in Ephesians that you referenced?
Ephesians 2:14 and 15.
Okay. Mhm. Okay. I'm just putting that as a placeholder so I can read it later.
So, I mean, I think the point is pretty clear. It's basically that Paul and Jesus have a fundamental disagreement on the law, and on this particular issue, I mean, it's just kind of demonstrably true that Jesus had the right position and Paul didn't, because Jesus agrees with Yahweh in the Old Testament that the law is perfect. Well, he agrees that it's perfect, and it's also eternal. It needs to be followed, right? And you would expect that if Jesus does believe in the teachings of the Hebrew Bible, which he says that man can't live on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God, which is the Torah, the law of Moses. If that's the case, we would obviously expect that Jesus had an understanding that the law was good, and that's why he says to follow it. It's hard for me to. I haven't seen a single verse where Jesus said not to follow the law, and he explicitly did say to follow it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm actually not super familiar with how people may have reconciled this distinction between what Jesus and Paul might have been teaching at odds with each other. I'm probably of the opinion that there's a way to reconcile it in some way, but if you guys have any recommendations on good reading or resources on it or specific scriptures, I'd love to investigate that because it does seem to be an important.
I've got a ton
contention.
of notes on this particular topic, showing how the New Testament and the Old Testament just disagree on this particular situation, whether or not you have to follow the law or not follow the law. My email address is linked to my YouTube account. If you go to my YouTube account, you'll find my email is justin@deconstructionzone.net. I'm more than happy to send you my list of notes to demonstrate the root of the problem, and maybe you can read over it and come on back and have another chat. I would say the other thing that first of all, I think the law of Moses is horrific. God says you can kidnap women in war and do war brides. He allows the warriors to take war brides of little children in Numbers 31. But to me, the reason why I think Christianity fails, not just Judaism, the Christianity specifically fails, because if you read the Hebrew Bible, you get all these parameters for what's going to happen when the Messiah comes, who the Messiah might be characterized to be like he's going to be a little bit like David, he's going to be a king, and what is the Messiah going to do when they get here. And if you just look at those passages, Jesus didn't do any of it. And if you look at the Gospels, when they say the prophecies that he did fulfill, they're all nonsense. Most of them aren't even prophecies. And the ones that are, if you just go back and read them, it's actually pretty clear that he didn't fulfill them. So it's like, to me, Christianity is just straight up dead in the water. You got a Messiah that didn't do anything the Messiah was supposed to do. He got hung up on a cross. And people will say, well, he rose from the dead. That means he's the Messiah. I don't think it does, actually. A lot of people in the Bible rose from the dead. There's a guy that fell into Elisha's grave and rose from the dead just because he touched Elisha's body. There's another guy well, there's a couple. We'll talk about that later. But the thing of it is, the resurrection to me is meaningless. First of all, I don't think he resurrected. But even if he did, it would still just make him the false prophet predicted in Deuteronomy 13. God said he's going to send false prophets that will do signs and wonders and lead the people astray. And he says, hey, don't fucking be fooled by them. And to me, that's all Jesus seems like.
One thing I guess the parallel between this moment in Ezekiel and with Jesus, Ezekiel in that passage is very jarring because it kind of just like moves right on, mentions it.
Wait, which passage? In 37?
This passage in
37:24.
Ezekiel, yeah, where the man is thrown on the grave of Elijah and he raised from the dead.
That's in Kings. That's in 2 Kings, I believe. Yeah, 2 Kings.
Okay, right. But either way, I think Because I've read that not super recently, but it was enough to remember because it's very jarring, that passage. It just kind of mentions it, moves on. But I think the parallel between the two is what I think it signifies with this man being raised after being thrown into the grave. There was a lot of um, doubt whether or not God's covenant through his prophet was going to continue even after his death. And what you see is this man being restored just within the grave by being thrown on his body. And similarly, I think with Jesus, that's the parallel. Is it signifies that the covenant is still very much alive. I think that's
You
really
mean
my
the covenant of
only
Moses?
understanding.
Which covenant?
Well, the promise is specifically made to Elisha with just regards to. I think there were some. I really have to contextualize that passage again, but I'm certain that there were promises with regard to this prosperity of Israel at the time, with surrounding nations, that was promised to Elisha, and I think the general, well, what would you say? The general perception of his death was that, if he wasn't alive, how are those things going to continue? And that act of being raised from the dead upon his prophet's dead body was a symbol, essentially, to say that my promises are still alive. Even if Elisha is dead, my promises will still continue. I think that's
Yeah,
probably the reading that would have been the understanding.
but I think that debunks the Christian position, right? If the covenant that was made with Moses on Mount Sinai is eternal, which it does say in Jeremiah on 3 different occasions, then I mean, it could only just mean that Jesus didn't bring a new covenant. In fact, the new covenant in Jeremiah 31:31, it's not even really clear how they would have interpreted it, but we know it didn't happen, right? According to Jeremiah 31, when this new covenant comes around, it's they're going to follow the law again, and it says that everybody will know the Lord. It says nobody will say to one another, "Know the Lord," for they will all know the Lord, from the least to the greatest. Well, that didn't happen. If the new covenant came with Jesus, it's astounding that nobody seems to know who the Lord is still.
What do you mean by that? I don't think I followed that.
Okay, so Jeremiah 31 is where we get this notion of a new covenant. It's Jeremiah 31 and Ezekiel 36. So the problem that we have here, though, is if you read Jeremiah 31, and I would say Jeremiah 33 even, it's pretty clear that the new covenant that they speak of doesn't have anything to do with Jesus or the time period that Jesus existed in. In fact, I'll put it on the screen to show you what I mean. So if you go to the new covenant section down by 30, says, the days are coming, says the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. So first things first, this is a covenant with the Israelites. This doesn't say the whole world. It's just a covenant with the Israelites. And it says, it will not be like the covenant that I made with their ancestors when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, a covenant that they broke, though I was their husband, says the Lord. But this is a covenant that I will make with the house of Israel after those days, says the Lord. I will put my law within them. Oh, yeah, he's going to put the law of Moses within them, which is the same promise he makes in Ezekiel, because then they'll be able to follow the law. Like, they're wayward, stiff-necked people now, but when I give them a new heart and I put my law on their heart, then they're going to actually follow this law code, right? So he says, I will put my law within them, and I will write it on their hearts, and I will be their God, and they shall be my people. No longer will they teach one another or say to each other, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest, says the Lord. And that certainly didn't happen when Jesus came, which means this promise of a new covenant can't have anything to do with Jesus.
When you say that didn't happen when Jesus came? What do you mean?
Well, according to the promise, when God brings this new covenant, it says all of the people are going to know the Lord, right? Every single person, but presumably we would say every single Hebrew, right? Because this isn't a covenant with the whole world, according to Jeremiah, is a covenant with the Hebrews. So we would expect that every single Hebrew after this covenant period would know the Lord, which is what you would expect, because Deuteronomy chapter 30, verse 6 says the same, that when God circumcises the hearts of the people, then they will finally love and obey the Lord, right? So I'm reading this, I'm like, yeah, this just sounds like what we find in Deuteronomy 30, which would be expected since Deuteronomy 30 was most likely written by Jeremiah's daddy. That's a different story altogether. But the reality is, this promise doesn't have anything to do with Jesus' time period. Jesus didn't bring knowledge of the Lord to all the Jews. In fact, they continued, even to this day, to abandon the Lord. In fact, about 50% of Jews today around the world they're just atheists. They don't believe in this God at all.
And it would be the case too. So this is my copy of the Torah. This is Torah only. There's no prophets in here. But in order for me to understand the law, I have to open up this book and read it. I'm not able to have it written in my heart. I don't just know it. Nobody in the world just knows it. And that's what the new covenant is promising. No change to the law. People will just know it.
You don't think there might be some semantical distinctions that in this particular passage that might, because it seems like we're reading this very literally, right?
You believe in objective truths, right?
Like all people know.
So what started this was your belief in objective truths, right? So if God has an objective truth where he stated that the law is forever, right? It's forever. Is it objectively true then that he can contradict himself and change the law and say, I was just joking, it wasn't forever, it was dispensational?
Well, I think you can hold a dispensational view while also viewing
But is
also
objectively
holding
true
a
that he said the
moral.
law is forever? Is that objectively true that the law is forever, according to God?
Yes, I mean I would say yes that if what we have recorded in the scriptures is truly the word of God, then yes,
And God
he
doesn't
did say
change
that.
his mind, right?
Also,
God doesn't change his mind, right? Because he's not human. He's not a human that he changes his mind.
well,
Is that objectively
yes,
true?
yeah, I'm familiar with the scripture.
And that's
I
objectively
think,
true?
I would also say that within a moral realist framework, you have to have some grounding for your morals, and if that grounding
Oh, we're just
is
talking about
God,
objective truths right now.
then
We're just asking whether or not
right,
God
yeah.
objectively, if it's objectively true that God said, one, that the law is forever, two, that's objectively true that God is not a human, that he changes his mind. If those things are true, then the law is forever. Thus, any future law cannot change this, or else God would be contradicting on he's either not giving objective truths when he was given this to Moses on Sinai. That wasn't objectively true, and he was just given subjective laws.
Well, I think the scripture is it First Kings, second. I can't remember where this particular scripture. God is not a man that he should
That's
change his mind. I think they're
Numbers 23:19 and First Samuel 50, Second Samuel. Yes, it gotta be Second Samuel 15:29. Is the verse you're looking for?
Yeah, I would. I'm not precluded to accept that those are utterances that describe God's revelation of his laws necessarily. I think those things need to be put in context.
It was First
Because
Samuel.
when those things are said, I think the narrative.
Sorry.
Yes, I believe it is First Samuel. Yes.
Yeah.
Because I think those utterances try to communicate something about God in the narrative in which it's being said. And when it comes to the revelation of his law with Moses, or the revelation that's given to Jesus in his resurrection and through the apostles, the idea that God doesn't change his mind like a man, I think, is true. How that gets communicated in the narrative of redemption, I think, is a completely different thing.
I don't know what that means. I guess Cyber and I would probably ask the same question, which is when it says God is not a man, that he would lie, nor a mortal, that he would change his mind. What's that supposed to mean?
And keep in mind, in the story, because this is with Balaam, God is literally putting these words in his mouth as he's speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead.
Yeah, and I completely get that. I think, is that to say that God does not change his mind, or does that mean, that the way that humanity has a proclivity to, just be very fickle in their nature, that God is not like that. He's very prudent in the decisions that he's making.
To be fair, that's how I would have read it, but I think the problem that you have is the New Testament makes that impossible almost, right? If you're just a reader of the Hebrew Bible, you don't believe in Christianity, you could definitely have that reading for sure. But in 1 John, it just flat out says that God knows everything, right? So if God knows everything, and you probably believe that God is omniscient, right? If God knows everything, well, that means he actually can't change his mind. It's like it's logically impossible to change your mind if you already know what you're going to do.
Well, I think it's already well observed that God's nature, or our understanding of God's nature, is subject to the limit of is subject to our epistemic limitations as human beings, right? So
I mean, yeah, but the question I have is that how would you interpret 1 John? Because the only way to get to the point where God can change his mind, it means you have to get rid of his omniscience. And then you would have to soften 1 John and say, well, John didn't mean he knows all things. He just knows a lot of things, right? But most Christians, and I don't want to accuse you of being most Christians, but most Christians believe that God is omniscient, that he does know all things. Is that your belief?
I would say so. I think there are distinctions that need to be made, obviously, when we say God is all-knowing, because that certainly has many implications that seem contradictory in the grand scheme of things. To say that God is all-knowing in one sense is to speak on his nature, and to realize how that affects our relationship with him, how he interacts with us, is a completely different thing.
Right, but do you believe that God's omniscient is what I'm trying to figure out?
Yes.
Okay,
I would certainly affirm that.
Well, my point is, if God is omniscient, right, then Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15 could only mean that God can't actually change his mind. He could lie for sure, but he certainly can't change his mind, because in order to change your mind, you have to not know what you're going to do in the future. You have to say, I'm going to do this, and then later say, actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do something else. God can't do that if he knows all things.
Well, and this is what I mean when I say that his nature with regards to his all-knowingness, his omniscience, is very limited in our understanding, right? So when we try to understand how God can be all-knowing, but also say allow free will, or at least the perception of free will,
No, for him,
that's to highlight the fact that
for God is what I'm saying.
what's
God,
that?
well, I'm talking about God, not human, right? If God knows everything, it means that he cannot change his mind. That's just what it means, right? So it doesn't matter if humans have free will. That's a whole different topic, right? God cannot change his mind because he already knows what he's going to do, and he decided what he was going to do trillions of years ago, right? So that means the way to read Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15 is that it literally means that God can't change his mind because he's all knowing.
Right, and I think my reading of it of the text would be something like the way in which man changes his mind is fundamentally ontologically different than the way that God would change his mind,
Well,
right?
God
Like
can't change his mind. That's
we
my point.
cannot understand. Well, yes, but I think we have to understand that if a all-knowing, God like the Christian one exists, we may perceive actions that are documented in these texts that imply that he changes his mind, right? Like a human being.
I'm aware, but
also
I'm trying to stay really focused on this one point because we keep getting off of it, right? I'm trying to help you to understand that based on the properties of God that you granted him, that God like literally cannot change its mind. It's logically impossible to change your mind if you're all knowing.
I don't see it that way.
What? How? How could you change your mind if you already know what you're going to do? So if God knows,
distinguish, the idea.
Let me give you an example. So if God knows tomorrow, he's going to, who knows? If God knows tomorrow, he's going to say abracadabra. He knows he's going to do it, right? When tomorrow comes around, can he not say abracadabra?
Sure, I don't know if the I don't know if the question actually gets at what I guess I'm trying to articulate is that
Well, I
even
just need a yes or no.
in this thought experiment,
like, is God capable
this
of
is why
not saying abracadabra when he knows that he's going to do it?
Perhaps. What I'm trying to articulate is even in this example, right, that you're giving, we're putting the mind of God into a very human experience, right?
Okay.
So it seems to me to put the cart before the horse
But
in a sense.
does God follow
to
logic?
try and say, well, I think he's the origin of what we would consider logic or human
But
reasoning.
does God follow logic?
Faculties come from him. I would say that God is not necessarily a follower. He's the origin.
But does God
Right,
ever
so,
break the laws of logic?
I think
is what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm not sure.
Well,
if he's the origin of these laws, right, then it does the question doesn't make sense in my mind.
Well, I'll ask you a better question. Can God, you already know this question, you've heard it 1,000 times. Can God make a rock so heavy that it can't lift it?
Yeah,
It's a logical paradox
I would just
because
say
you would
that
have to affirm a contradiction either way, right?
Right. Yes. To
Okay.
say no is to, and to
Right.
say yes are both
Because
to deny something.
if it doesn't matter who you apply these rules to, the rules are going to be the same. If I said, hey, can God cause himself to not exist and then still exist at the same moment? Like, what would you say
Right.
if I asked
And
you?
to
Right?
that, I would say that even right now, we're imposing, you know, human limitations onto this being that is obviously outside of those paradoxes, right? Does that make sense?
Well, I don't know if you're following, right? I'm trying to ask you a logical question to help you understand that it's absurd to think that anybody can break the laws of logic. If God can break the laws of logic, then what that means is that God can exist and not exist in the same moment. Do you think God can do that?
Can God make atheism true?
Again, what's that?
Can God make atheism true?
Right. I mean, these are all questions that
That's a yes or
put me
no
into a
or I don't
position
know.
where I have to yes or no.
That's the point of them. So it's a
Yeah,
yes, no, or I don't know.
Well, what I would say is, I know that God, as I believe in Him, is not such a God that He would have to endure any of these certain, paradoxical situations, right? He is the origin of all faculties of logic
Well,
and reason. He is without.
then you should be able to answer the question. Can God not exist and exist in the same moment?
I would say that his nature is not dependent on being subject to these kind of hypothetical, paradoxical situations.
Just a yes or
But
no.
we're asking you.
It's a yes or no. Can God do the thing I just described?
I think that he can only do things that are within his nature, and because his nature is outside of the sort of
Buddy, I just need a yes or no.
outside of the.
Maybe we have a there's a
I don't know.
better
Like
question
it's
here to take him down. Maybe there's a different line that he'll understand.
Well,
Does
I
God
mean,
only command good things?
oh, there
Things
you go.
that are good. Does
What's
God
that?
only command things that are good?
I would say so. Yes.
Okay, so if God only commands things that are good, God commands slavery. Was slavery good?
Yeah, I don't.
He doesn't want to
I don't
answer
think
it.
that he explicitly. No, I don't think. I genuinely don't believe that he explicitly endorses or commands slavery as a
We just went
ideal
over it about
institution
30
for
minutes
human
ago
beings to
where
be
he
involved in.
explicitly commands it.
Well, I think what you see in the growth of slavery,
He's not gonna
as an
answer.
institution is simply a consequence of a fallen nature.
Right. That doesn't
Right? I don't
that doesn't
think
address anything. No, I think
in the
this is why
beginning-
Cyber and I are getting a little bit irritated. You're not addressing the things that we're saying, right? Every time we bring something up, rather than engaging with it, you go do like a politician speak about something else, right? It's not actually helpful in dialogue, right? Cyber and I have spent lots of time demonstrating from the Bible that God said that these laws are good, they're perfect, and you're going to follow them forever, right? Which means there's no reason to believe that slavery God thought was wrong. It's just not there, right? So to do like more politicians speak on it after we've already read the Bible and the Bible agrees with us, I don't know where you think this is going to get you, my man.
No, I'm actually trying to be sincere. I don't
I
want to
believe you.
Seem, I don't know, pedantic or like whatever, but I genuinely don't see the paradoxical situations that we put God in as genuine refutations of his good nature. I don't see slavery as a human institution speaking to, some moral fault in God when slavery itself is the consequence of the free will of humans to reject God and his original design.
So what? So is adultery. God
Does that
said
make
don't do it.
sense?
Like, whether or not man uses their free will for something, I think is irrelevant. They use their free will for adultery. God said, don't do adultery. They use their free will to eat pork. God said, don't eat pork. Whether or not men have free will is irrelevant when God is laying down the laws to tell them what you should and shouldn't do. And to be sure, if God lays down a law, you're supposed to follow that damn law, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right. That's why,
Absolutely, yeah.
in 1
I would agree
Samuel
to that.
15, right? Remember, he commands the killing of the Amalekite babies. It would have been wrong to not follow through with that, right?
In fact, what happened to Shaul
Right, yes.
when he didn't follow the exact command? What happened to Shaul?
What did happen to Shaul?
He lost the kingdom.
Yeah, it's in chapter 15. God was so mad. God was so mad that he allowed King Agag to live that he said, I regret making Saul king. And he said he's not going to be king anymore. We're done. The show's over, right? And so God was pretty serious about the killing of the Amalekite babies, which is why I'm asking, right? If God tells you to do something, I mean, it's just wrong to not do it, right?
And you agreed earlier, God only commands
Right,
good
yeah.
things.
Right. So in your position, and so we're gonna well, let's tie this up. We've been an hour and 15 minutes, so I'm gonna end on the same point we started with, which is the moral system, right? So if God tells you that you need to go execute a baby, like 1 Samuel 15:3 does, right? Then obviously that would be the right thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yes, I suppose, yes.
Right. So the limits don't seem to be there, right? So if God said, actually, you have to go, your neighbors, your pagan neighbors over here are leading everybody astray. I need you to just go and like wipe out their children because I don't want those children growing up in that household because they're going to do horrible things. Then you would say it would be the right thing to do to wipe out all the children in the house, right?
Yes, I mean,
and then
as a moral realist, my grounding for all morality is God. Yes.
Right. And so I'm going to ask you another question, and I understand that this is going to be a difficult question, and it's going to sound a little bit funny, and you're probably not going to want to answer it. And don't worry, I've heard every excuse in the book for not answering it. If God told you, said, hey, listen, I do need you to wipe out these kids. Like, they're a fucking problem, right? But what I need you to do, right? Don't just like burn the house down. You have to do it the right way, right? I need you to actually to go take the kids out of that house, put them through a meat grinder, grind them up in baby paste, and then from there, we're basically going to need you to take. I live near Goodyear. We're going to take them to Goodyear and turn them into vulcanized rubber, and then make car tires out of them, out of the baby paste that comes from the meat grinder. The right thing to do would then be to vulcanize the babies, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that in the tradition of Christianity, I would be inclined to follow in the footsteps of Abraham.
And let me ask just one quick question. There's not a part of you when you're being asked these questions and you're getting ready to give this answer, right? Because everything's grounded in God. There's not a part in the back of your head that is, as these answers are coming out of your mouth, is going, what the frack are you saying? Like, that's not going on in the back of your head?
Well, ultimately, I do believe that God is good, right? And in the same way that God offers a way of salvation to Abraham, I believe if I'm called to do something by God, then I will act in faith and trust that his outcome
was a way to
will bring him
salvation for
glory.
the Amalekite babies. Did God provide the same salvation that Isaac was provided? Was that provided for the Amalekite infants?
No.
So it's fair to say that God, you could do it hoping he does that, but it's not guaranteed that he will, right? There's a chance that he might not provide that salvation. Right?
No, yeah, absolutely, and I understand that.
And there's still nothing screaming in the back of your head
you know,
as you're giving these answers going, what is coming out of my mouth right now?
I mean, I really trust in faith that I'll never be put in a position like that. Obviously, I think the warfare that the Israelites were experiencing with the Amalekites, the context in which they lived, how the Lord set Israel apart, and what that meant for the eventual warfare that would happen, are all needed to really understand that situation. But I'm still inclined to believe that I would act in faith on whatever the Lord told me to do.
So I think the reason why I ask you these questions is to demonstrate you started out thinking that the moral argument would be in favor of God. But what we actually discovered through the Bible and through a little bit of logic is that the moral argument for God is really just divine command theory, which gets you to all kinds of horrible stuff like murdering babies, owning slaves, kidnapping women. I don't have a really good reason to think that this moral system is somehow, better than even what we've come up with here in America. I think the moral argument is going to lean in favor of atheism like every day of the week.
I could understand how you get to that conclusion. I'm still inclined to disagree, but I know I have your email and stuff like that. So I'd love to still encounter your resources and the things that you've thought through. But yeah, I appreciate your time, man.
Yeah. Well, listen, we talk to a lot of people. Sometimes they get really upset.
As well as
but you did really well. You kept your cool, so you get some respect for that. But I do need you to contemplate the moral argument. When you get to a position where you think that it's ever okay to turn babies into rubber tires, I think that's the moment where you might want to reconsider your moral position.
No, I get that. I certainly hold the position that is not a good thing. But of course, you've already heard my the grounding for my morals, and no, I understand.
All right, listen. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you for your time.
I got an hour and 20 minutes of your time. I appreciate it. I'll send you the resources and come back. We'll have another chat. And we'll have a good time with it, okay?
Yeah. All
right, cheers, bud.
Sounds good, man. Nice.
He's a nice young man, but boy, we got to get him out of this cult. My goodness, it's
that was wild.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, nevertheless.
So I have a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead, bud.
Yeah, so when you were still practicing before you started deconstructing, how would you have answered those questions?
So I would have said usually the same nonsense that a lot of apologists would say. I'd say, well, these were wicked people, and God knew that if he let them live, even worse things would happen. He had to, for the good of humanity, he had to get rid of these bad apples. You know what I mean? But that's a really bad, short-sighted answer, because you only got to think about it for a while to think like, well, I mean, there are so many other things he could have done. He could have closed up the womb of their parents so that they just weren't born. There's so many options other than infanticide. So that would have been my, I don't know, my first answer. But I don't know. Well, I mean, were you ever serious about Judaism? Would you have provided an answer to this?
Oh, yeah, definitely. My answer would have been, the classic, they're the Amalekites. Look what they did to us when we came out of, Egypt, of course. And likewise, if God's giving me this command now, well, God has a good reason for it, and I need to follow it. I would have given the exact same answer, which is why getting out of this cult is so important, because it brain rots you, it brainwashes you into thinking horrific things are acceptable.
Right. Yeah. If you can convince somebody that God exists and that you have to listen to him, there's no end to what was going to happen from that. I mean, it's going to be horrific. But let me grab some super chats. Rilo has been waiting patiently now for at least over an hour, so I want to get Rilo in here. Baz Kuda, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Zechariah 2, 1-2. I looked up and saw a man with a measuring line in his hand. Then I asked, where are you going? He answered me, measuring. I replied, fair enough. That's a good rendition, actually. I do love Zechariah and Ezekiel, for me, are some of my fucking favorite prophetic books. Just because, like, you can tell that there was a lot of development in the religion in their time period. We didn't see as much of it in like Amos and Hosea, but you do get to see it when you get to like Ezekiel and Zechariah. You can tell that they've internalized some of the stuff from the earlier books and are now making up predictions, try to line up with it. Pretty wild.
100%.
And Ray Gatto, thank you for the super chat. And Beautiful Kitty, if we were making fun of the Browns, can we make fun of the Chargers too? Fucking of course you can. Such as, what is the best way to teach your dog to roll over and play dead? Have him watch a couple Chargers games. True, boring as shit, Chargers. I mean, at least when I watch the Browns, I have the emotional roller coaster because we always start out strong and then blow it in the second half. So at least you get a little excited at the beginning before they let you down. And Joe White, hey, thank you for the super chat. Advocate to support or argue for a policy, law, or system condone, accept, or allow the God of the Bible, advocates for and condones the institution of slavery, totally flaccid for slavery. I'm with you, Joe. I am hard for Doug and fucking flaccid for slavery. I will never understand why there are Bible-believing Christians out here that are willing to say that slavery was acceptable even for a time period. I don't know. Design, hey buddy, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. If they believe in a moral code, then they must believe that God means to follow your programming. Incidentally, they also believe that God doesn't want robots. True. God doesn't want robots, but if you don't follow my fucking law perfectly, oh, shit is going to hit the fan. And Genji, my friend, great to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Much appreciated. Back in the early days of the atheist experience, Christians defending slavery were few and far between. G-Man was probably the most visible. Now, the entire lot of this religion are just fascist slavery lovers. In a sense, G-Man's view won. That's true. Because what happened is, for a long time, before the information age, most Christians weren't actually aware of these problem passages, right? And so they didn't really have prepared answers for them. And so when they came up, they'd hem and they haw and, well, I don't know if it really means that. But now that, like, it's abundantly clear in this day and age that the Bible just fucking tells you that you got to do it or you're allowed to do it. And atheists know about it. Atheists are reading the Bible. We know more about the Bible than the Christians do. And so they had to coalesce around some kind of answer. And the answer, obviously, is either, well, it was temporary, or actually, it's okay. G-Mind, by the way.
This is also...
go ahead.
Well, this is also why it's really important to kind of dive into the Hebrew and in the Greek with the New Testament, because it's really easy for them to try to skirt around aved, because its semantic range includes chattel slavery and servant, right? It's encompassed in its semantic range, but you have to read the context. A lot of Hebrew is reading the context, knowing which verb form is being used to know what's being said. And that's why when we were in Leviticus 25, I pointed out verse 40, because Sahir completely eliminates aved, meaning servant. It erases it. It makes it only mean chattel slave.
Yeah, especially in Leviticus. In Leviticus, we see hired workers show up a lot. So we know that the vocabulary of the priests who did Leviticus, they would have understood these words to be fundamentally different. So, and Genji, thank you for the additional $20 super chat. Huge W. There is little difference between Christians like Noah and Andrea Yates. Well, I mean, it's depressing because I suspect, like a lot of the Christians that we talk to that endorse slavery, I suspect they're normal people. The problem is just that they've been led to believe in nonsense, and they don't know how to get out of it. You know what I mean? They don't have a good means for getting the fuck out. So it's tough. It is tough, but that's what we're doing here. That's why we're here, friends. We want to free people from the toxic sludge of this religion. And ZK says omniscience equals God knows he will change his mind. God knows that he knows he will change his mind. God knows that he knows that he knows that he will. Colonel Error. That's a fantastic address violation. 03 hex code BSOD. That's a beautiful joke. Yeah, it basically turns into an infinite loop / race condition that's going to overload the processor, unless God can do it for infinity. And Dante, thank you for the super chat. No power equals no responsibility. Some power equals some responsibility. Great power equals great responsibility. All power equals zero responsibility. Yahweh is the Teflon tyrant. Nothing sticks to that fucker. You know what? That's true. Teflon tyrant is an amazing name for the God of the Bible, because that's basically what he is. He's a tyrant, and fucking no accusations really stick on him. I got 4 more super chats to read, and then we're getting Rilo in here finally. I think I talked to Rilo once before. I can't recall. Dr. Joe, hey, good to see you, friend. I hope you're well. God could have used one of the 4 commandments about him to say don't own people. He didn't. True. In fact, in the 10 commandments, in the last commandment, he literally says don't covet your neighbor's wife, oxen, or slaves. Like, oh. So if he intends you to follow at least the 10 commandments forever, then it seems pretty obvious that he thinks that slaves are property forever. And Dr. Joe with a follow-up, and fucking a 1-year member now, Dr. Joe. Huge W, thank you. Speaking of narcissists, the irony of a malignant narcissist being obsessed with a reflecting pool is hysterical. Well, it would be if it wasn't terrifying, and I fucking know it, Dr. Joe. It's a scary thing. The day and age that we're living in. The reflecting pool at least provides some humor. And Design with another super chat. The next time somebody wants to defend biblical slavery, please ask them if they then hold American slave revolts to be moral. Very good point, actually. Yeah, I never thought about that, but that is a really good point. Would the slave results have been moral? And if so, why? I think a lot of people would say yes, that they would have been moral, but I don't know if their answer is going to fix the problem. And House 70, member for 6 months, thank you for the super chat and your membership. The orally transmitted and curated Bible has seldom anything to do with the actual book. It's just preferentially modified by preachers. That's why apologists are lost when they show up here. True. So true. Preachers are not giving you the full story in this book. It happens over and over again. It's not to say that all of them do this, but enough of them do it that Christians don't really know what's in this book. All right, let's get Rilo in here, and we'll keep the conversation going. Rilo, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 18, over 18.
Yeah, and Rilo, I think we've talked once before, right?
Yeah, we talked on Derek's Myth Vision. Good memory, Justin.
That's why I recognize the name. Yeah, I was like, for sure talked to a Rilo before. Okay. Anyways, welcome in. Refresh my memory. You are a Christian,
Thanks.
right?
Yes, I'm a Christian reconstructing out of atheism, out of a childhood broken by atheism. So yes,
Yeah.
I'm reconstructing into Christianity.
Why?
Yeah. And well, praise Jesus, I'm set free from atheism, and His words in John 8, 2026 years later, they're still true. Where He said, "Then you know the truth, and the truth will set you free."
What's the truth?
In John 8, and the truth is Jesus is God, and God is love. 1 John 4:16.
How could we
So love is
demonstrate
the
that?
truth.
Because Paul gives us the definition of love, and God doesn't match it.
So you mean in 1 Corinthians 13?
Yeah.
The definition? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you went to seminary, so you know that Jesus, the demonstration of God's love, the Father's love, and the Son's love is in the act of Christ going to the cross. So
I don't
it
think
said,
so.
even when we were sinners, this is, well, whether you think it or not, but,
Well,
you know,
why would murdering an innocent person rather than being just, why would that be a good, why is that an act of love? Like, if my kids all acted up over the weekend, I was like, well, listen, I'm going to punish all y'all, but because I'm merciful, I'm just going to kill this one over here and then I'll forgive y'all. Is that an act of love?
you're looking at it the wrong way. It's if you die for your children, that's the act of love.
Can God die?
And no other system
Can God
has
die?
the story of. Well, there's like essential properties of His nature that are eternal,
So
and then
he
there's
can't
like
die.
the energies. So His nature is eternal,
So,
but the person, Christ in the body.
Can he
Wait,
die?
before we go on to this, I just can I just I wanted to no, God cannot die. It's written in the Jewish Testament. So, but the nature of the human body can die, not the person Christ.
But
so, anyways, I don't want to get caught up. I just want to.
so
I really want to.
then I don't know if it's true to say that Christ died for us.
Justin. Yeah, if you're not understanding the energies, essence, distinction, and the true natures, it's. I don't want to go through that. It's gonna bore your listeners.
I mean,
I just want to say something.
the
real quick.
hypostatic union
last-
is just
the
complete
last caller-
nonsense.
I do have
The
a quick
the last
question
caller-
about the hypostatic union, if I may, real quick. So let's say
I don't want to go down this. I just want to.
you don't want to. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe
It's gonna
we'll
bore your
load it
listeners.
then.
I'm
Well-
telling you, it's gonna bore. They don't want to hear. I just want to add to the previous.
I want
the previous
I want
caller
to
real
hear
quick.
an argument from
He said-
Rilo as to why Christianity is true.
Let's hear that argument.
Love is the reason.
That's
No other system has
obviously
it. Jews don't have love. Your
has
enemy.
nothing to do with Christianity being true.
Well, and if it is the case that love is the reason, well then Prometheus from Greek mythology is God, because if you know the mythology, Zeus did not want man to have fire, and so Prometheus took fire from Mount Olympus and gave it to man, and it ended with him being chained to the side of Mount Olympus for the rest of eternity. But he loved man so much that he was willing to sacrifice himself for that.
Okay, if this, I'll grant you this position if you can find me two things, 6 words. First is Prometheus is love in their writing, and Prometheus teaching love your enemy. This is exclusively a Christian reality.
That has nothing to do with whether or not
Judaism.
Jesus is
Yes,
truly God.
Yeah, that has nothing
That's
to do
meaningless.
with it. That's a red
Yeah,
herring.
because love is the no, because love is not even in your. You can't even. I studied chemistry and philosophy at UC Santa Barbara and University of Illinois Chicago, and you cannot find
You might
love
wanna
in the
get your
brain.
money
Some
back.
people say it's
Oh,
oxytocin.
that's not true at all.
Yeah. No, some people say theorize it's oxytocin.
Yeah, it's a
There's
whole
been
host
many
of different
studies, and,
a host of different chemicals that
no, because it's
cause you
impossible to
to
love your enemy.
feel love. Yeah, you can. Why can't you?
No, you cannot
Why is
love
it-
your enemy.
why is it
in
impossible?
brain physiology.
How? What's
Because
preventing
your
you?
sympathetic nervous system, your fight and flight like that operating system will activate around a threat. So it's actually
Not
biologically
always.
impossible to love your
No, it's
enemy.
certainly not. You have mirror neurons in your
You don't
brain
control that
that
system.
actually make you empathetic and feel the pain of others, even if that other person is your enemy. It's actually uncontrollable that you will
That
be
proves
able
that
to
Christianity is
sympathize
true.
with. No, it proves that biology allows you to behave in this particular way.
No, there's no pathway. There's no pathway. That then it
Yeah,
goes
I just
against
told you
survival. You have to pick your,
they're
if
called
you're a
mirror
materialist
neurons.
atheist, you have to. No, I
Yeah.
know about them. That's not true.
Yeah.
You're making stuff up.
No,
Look,
I can show you the
by the way, I
papers.
just want to. The point here is there's no system in all of antiquity, in all, whether it be Jewish, Islam, Hinduism, nobody taught love your enemy, and nobody taught
Yeah,
God is love,
they actually
period.
did even before Jesus. You can just go read the Stoics like
Show me where the
Seneca.
Jews taught. Show me where anyone taught those three. If you can quote "love your enemy," Matthew 5:44, you win. Find it anywhere. Though it has to be those three words, not the idea or the concept. But anyways, while you're looking, let me just. I want to add to the previous callers.
Well, we're not going to move
position.
on yet until you read what's on the
Just real quick.
screen.
Oh,
So it says a
I know
mirror
about
neuron is a
mirror
neuron that fires both when an animal acts and when the animal observes the same action performed by another. Thus, the neuron mirrors the behavior of the other as though the observer were itself acting. Mirror neurons are not always physiologically distinct from other types of neurons in the brain. Their main differentiating factor is their response patterns. By this definition, such neurons have been directly observed in humans and other primates as well as in birds. So it's just one of those things that we do know from science about the brain that yes, part of the reason why we have empathy towards people, even if they're people we don't like, is because when we think of things, when we see things happening to them, we feel it.
So you're telling me if someone hurts your child, do you have children? If someone hurt your child, you would love that person. You wouldn't take them to court. You wouldn't seek
The fuck
justice.
you talking about?
None of that would.
Of course I.
You're telling me that's your that's what mirror neurons do.
Mirror neurons don't say that you're gonna like not get justice. Mirror neurons are only triggering the nature of empathy. It doesn't cause you to.
So you're changing your position now.
No, I'm actually not. It doesn't cause you to do it doesn't cause you to do a specific action. It causes you to feel empathy. Except for maybe you. Maybe you're a sociopath. I don't know.
Then you can't correlate this to the Bible, because the Christian Bible, not the Jewish Old Testament, the Christian Bible says to feed your enemies. It's an action. To give them bread and give them water when they're thirsty. So your hypothesis doesn't work.
But no, it does work. No, I didn't fail.
You said it's not an action.
People do those things because they have empathy. The empathy is the precursor to that behavior.
So prove it and feed your child's murderer. That's how you prove this. Is that real? Then prove that this is a common phenomenon in history.
Why would I have to prove that?
No, prove it. Because
again, why would I have to do that? Not only is that an arbitrary false bar, God doesn't even pass that bar. God does revenge murder all the fucking time.
On the cross, he no, he didn't.
Oh no, he does revenge killings in 1 Samuel 21. Oh, you didn't read 1 Samuel, I bet.
That's not our book. We're Christians.
Oh no.
If you have a problem with Jewish history, bring a rabbi on.
He doesn't know about God. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. 2 Samuel 21. I apologize. 1 Samuel 21 is a whole different story. 2 Samuel 21, God does something, and that something that he does is, you might call it like intertribal warfare, or but more often than not, scholars would call it blood feud. Do you know what a blood feud is?
Ask the Jews about it. I'm not interested. We're talking about Christ.
I'm sorry. Do you know what a
you have a Jewish person on the
I'm sorry.
panel. Ask him about his history.
Is Jesus the God of the Hebrew Bible?
let me read you something real quick.
So I need to answer my question.
ask
Is
a
Jesus
question.
the God of the Hebrew Bible?
Let me show you real quick.
Is Jesus the
Just
God of
answer
the
the
Hebrew
question.
Bible? It's just a yes or no.
Yes, listen.
Oh,
in
there we go.
Colossians
So if Jesus
2:17,
is the
let me
God of the
just
Hebrew
read. Let me
Bible, what that
so
means
you
is the Hebrew
understand.
Bible is relevant to
For these
us
rules,
because
for
that
these
means
rules and
Jesus
laws
was
are
in
only shadows of the
alignment with
reality to
everything
come,
God
and
did in
Christ
the Hebrew
Himself is that
Bible. And I
reality.
don't know why you're talking over me. No one
Christ
can hear
Himself
you.
is the
Your
reality.
microphone's
Christ
definitely lower
Himself
than
is the
mine. No one
reality
can
of
hear you
God.
when you try talking over me.
Christ,
Nobody can hear it.
you're a host. Be gracious. Have some hospitality.
Why?
Learn from the Christians.
I don't need. Well, you're a Christian. You're not acting
You don't need to get upset.
You're not acting hospitable at all. So maybe you should learn from the atheists.
I'm not even able. Okay, so you can't just copy what I said.
I just corrected you. I didn't copy it.
And real quick,
Colossians
probably gonna
2:17.
butcher this name, but it's the Mahabharata. Straight up teaches. Let me go up here. It says one should conquer anger with love.
There you go.
So
I told you 6 specific words.
What?
God is
Why?
love.
Why?
Love your enemy.
Well, first of all, you said 3
Because,
the first time. So the problem that you're going to have here is you're saying that Christianity is true because the specific wording that Jesus used. Well, I can do the same thing.
No.
In fact, cyber deconstruction.
It's the reality that it produces.
Can you read that quote
it's
for
the
me again?
freedom that it produces.
Can you read that quote, Cyber?
Yeah. So the quote is going to be, "One should conquer anger by love."
Oh, that's fantastic because actually Jesus didn't say that, which means Jesus isn't really God. Whoever this person, he said it, that person was God.
Jesus kicked it with prostitutes. He was the coolest guy on earth.
So what?
You can't mess
No,
with
he
Jesus.
wasn't a
Nobody
cool guy.
close.
He advocated for murdering children.
Not Isaiah, not the rabbis. Nobody comes close to Jesus.
Did you forget the part where Jesus said to follow the Mosaic law? Did you bother to read that?
He said he'll fulfill it.
No, he said to follow it. Oh, you haven't read it. I keep forgetting. Christians don't read anything.
The Jewish leaders.
It is embarrassing.
You mean in Matthew 23 where he condemned the Jewish leaders, right?
No, Matthew 5.
What does he say before he condemns them? Wait. What part in Matthew 23? So if you read Matthew 23, what he says, which is important here, is he specifically says, because the scribes and the Pharisees sit on the seat of Moses, which means they have the authority, right? Therefore, whatever they say and teach, do it. And then he's not what? Wait, we could bring it up, like Justin can bring it up, and you can just read it. And then he says, however,
I really wanted to talk about freedom and slavery.
Hold on, listen. He says, whatever they do, that because they're hypocrites, and then he starts listing why they're hypocrites. There's a big difference between saying,
so he took their authority away. They have authority.
What they teach, but just don't do what they do. There's a big difference there.
No, you don't see what happened. All the law, all the prophets point to Jesus. Everything. That's why.
No,
that's
they
why.
don't.
Listen. That's why you guys were talking about.
Isn't it crazy? I wanted to read the Old Testament, and he's like, no.
Say one thing. Just one
he's like,
thing.
no.
Just one thing.
Don't read the Old Testament. That's for the Jews. And now you're like, well, the Old Testament pointed to Jesus. I'm so fucking confused. Is the Old Testament important or not?
Come on, don't. This is baby talk, Justin.
It'd be baby talk if
I'm pointing you.
If only you were in the room.
Let me just.
Is the Old Testament important or not?
2 Samuel 7.
Is the Old Testament important?
It all points to Jesus.
Is it important to read?
It's important. But Jewish history is not our history.
Important to
wars
read?
are not our history.
Is it important to read?
It's not important to read in the sense that
you shouldn't read it.
Christianity is relational.
Holy
Christianity is relational.
Okay,
We're to know Jesus.
So
if we don't know the Old Testament, most Christians in history couldn't even read.
Is Jesus always in accordance with his Father?
God is our Father.
Yes or no?
God is our Father. We're his children.
Hey, Sir Yaps a lot. Yes or no? Is Jesus always in one accord with his Father? I mean, does he always agree with his Father?
In essence, in DNA.
No, I'm talking about in opinions.
Yes, they're one. How can they not?
Okay,
when they're
so
one?
what that
They're one
means
God.
is that Jesus approves of blood feuds. Because Jesus always agrees with the God of the Hebrew
That's,
Bible, and or
yeah,
he is the
let me
God of the
point you
Hebrew
to
Bible,
2
which
Colossians.
means in 2 Samuel 21, when God says, hey, we're going to settle a blood feud, Jesus is in agreement with that. Jesus loves blood feuds. He's not a cool guy.
Those are Jewish dealings. They're not Christian.
No, Jesus
those
did
are,
it.
That's
No,
Jewish
Jesus
history.
did it.
Ask a rabbi about that.
Jesus did it.
Bring a rabbi on, ask him about 2 Samuel.
Jesus did
See
it.
what he has to say to you.
No, Jesus did it.
No,
Wait,
Jesus
he did.
hung out
which
with
verse are we in real
prostitutes.
quick?
He turned water into
He
wine at a party where
he doesn't catch
nobody
it at
had
all.
alcohol.
He doesn't
I mean,
catch it
tell
at
me
all.
how cool that.
So Rilo,
tell me how
you're still
cool
not paying attention. Rilo, you're still not paying attention. Here's what I need you to do if we're ever going to move forward in this conversation. I need you to actually engage in some questions and answers, okay? I'm trying to figure out why you think Jesus is so cool, and I'm going to give you, or I did give you, an example of why I don't think Jesus is cool, and you won't engage in it. So I need you to slow the fuck down and engage with what I'm talking about. Jesus explicitly said on multiple occasions to do things that I don't think are cool. Jesus also always agrees with his father, or whatever the fuck you want to call him. Hey, dad, I mean me. I mean, dad, or me. I don't know. I'm fucking confused. It doesn't matter. However you slice it, Jesus either always agrees with his dad, or he fucking is his dad. So what that means is anytime God did anything in the Hebrew Bible, that means Jesus agrees with it one way or another. Can we agree on that?
Those are Jewish dealings and histories.
Okay, so what you're saying is when God acted in the Hebrew Bible, Jesus thought that he didn't approve of it. Did Jesus approve of God's actions in the Hebrew Bible or not?
Ask the Jews about it.
I'm asking about Jesus.
Jewish people.
I'm asking about Jesus.
Domain.
I'm asking about Jesus.
Look to Christ.
I'm asking about Jesus. Listen, you're not looking into Christ because I'm asking you questions about Christ, and you're crying about it. So again, I'm going to keep asking you until you answer it. This is what's going to happen. All right. So I'll ask for like a fifth time. If Jesus always agrees with his father, or he somehow is his father, does that not mean that every time God did something in the past, Jesus agreed with it? Is that not what it means?
It wasn't God doing it.
So I'm going to ask you again. When God does something in the Hebrew Bible or any time in the past, would it be fair to say that Jesus would have always approved of that?
When Jesus did something, you can see it. You can.
I'm just waiting for a yes or no, Rilo. I'm going to keep muting you every time you don't say yes or no. Right? So I'd love to move on from this question and get some real dialogue. It'd be great. It'd be fantastic. But we're never going to get there until you answer my question, because I'm trying to figure out what your actual position is. See, I'm not even giving you an argument right now. I'm trying to deduce what you believe so we can talk about it. So we'll try this again. Since Jesus either is his father or always agrees with his father, does that not mean that every time God does something, whether it's in the Hebrew Bible or not, doesn't it mean that Jesus agreed with that thing?
Hello.
Yes or no?
Hello.
Yes or no?
Am I muted?
You were. Yes or no?
You can't control my answer.
Yeah. Actually, I can. You're just doing it right now. We'll try this again. I need a yes or no. Maybe yes or no is difficult for you. So we'll do this. Clap once for yes and twice for no. Okay. And the question is, since Jesus either is Yahweh or always agrees with Yahweh, is it true that Jesus always agrees with whatever Yahweh does?
Justin, you're weak sauce.
Still just waiting for the answer.
Answer.
If it was such a weak question, you'd answer it.
You're so weak, dude.
He can't do it.
Are such crybabies.
He can't do it. I love it when Christians show their true colors and refuse to answer easy questions because they know exactly where it's going to go.
I do have a question for him, though. I do have a
Oh
question real
yeah,
quick.
go ahead.
Because it seems like he doesn't
Justin wants to come to me.
believe. Well, I'm just saying, it doesn't believe, or seems that you don't believe that God's words are in the Hebrew scripture, because you keep saying that's the Jewish tradition. That's the Jewish tradition. Am I understanding you correctly?
Well, it depends on what you mean by Jesus is the word of God for us. He's not for you.
No, I'm talking about, listen, I asked something very specific.
You mean the actual words? The actual words?
Yeah, in the Torah, when it says, and God spoke to Moses, saying, and then we get the words of God. Do you believe that those are actually the words of God, or do you believe that's just a Jewish tradition?
No, of course I don't. You don't even have to ask that. But the problem is,
no, I need yes
the
or no.
reality of those words. No, hold
are
on.
those the words?
It's a yes or no.
Because if you're gonna,
Riley, listen, you can crash out all you want, but we're going to force you to engage, right? You don't have to like it, but that's what's going to happen. And unlike Myth Vision, I fucking have a mute button that I'm willing to mute you, because while it's fun to overtalk each other for a while, it will drive the audience insane eventually. So again, yes or no to Cyber's question.
Is it the word of God or not?
You guys can't control me, dude. I'm a freak.
Well, unfortunately, we can. I just muted you again. In fact, Cyber, I'll answer your question. If I was a Christian, I would say yes. The Hebrew Bible either is the Word of God or contains the words of God. Typically I would have said contains the Word of God. But this guy can't say anything. He has no answer. So we'll try this again. Yes or no? Is the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, is that God's word?
Justin, I got 3 kids. I'm going to go waste my time, but I'll tell you the answer in Colossians 2:17.
It sounds like you're the one wasting time right now, because you're afraid to answer easy questions. He waited over an hour in my guest box to come up here and to not engage, not answer questions, and then cry when I force him to answer questions. And now he's running because apparently he's got kids to tend to, which is great. Actually, you should have been fucking doing that all night. That would have been the preferred thing to do. Listen, this is my job. I get paid to do this, right? You don't. You should be spending your free time with your fucking kids.
Are you mad?
You don't. You should be spending your free time with your fucking kids. Justin, are you mad? Are you mad? Are you muting me? Is that why you got mad?
I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at all. What I want is a productive dialogue, and you're actually not capable.
Let me speak.
You're not capable of providing it. And no, I'm not going to let you speak until you answer my question. That's how these things work. You don't get to ramble. You don't get to preach. You get to engage in honest dialogue. And if you don't answer questions to clarify your position, we can't move forward. Again, I'm not asking you this question because I need it to be a yes or a no. I'm asking this question because I need to know what you believe so we can move forward. Same thing with Cyber. We have 2 questions. One, is the Hebrew Bible the Word of God? Yes or no? Second question, does Jesus always agree with Yahweh? It's very easy questions.
I'm not going to submit to your atheist control. This is why my childhood was ruined, because of atheism.
It sounds like
you guys don't have kids.
I have a great kid. He's fantastic. But it sounds like atheism didn't ruin you. It sounds like your bad attitude is ruining you. And your inability to be honest is ruining you. Your inability to engage in rational discourse is the thing that ruins probably most of your friendships, I would imagine.
Rational is... You would be free if you're rational, not controlling.
I am free. I'm free from a religion that's clearly not true, which is why you can't answer questions. If it was true, you could just answer questions. Fuck, when I was a Christian, if somebody asked me a question about the Bible, there's nothing I wouldn't want to do more than to answer their questions about the Bible. But you're terrified of doing it. You're terrified of engaging in actual conversation about the Bible because you know that you can't defend your position. So I know that you came to preach. And I know that what you
No, I
want to
shouldn't.
do is tell
No,
people.
but I'm not getting.
I know that what you want to do is tell people about the gospel, and you don't want to be interrupted and all this stuff. So I'm going to make you a deal, because this conversation obviously isn't going well because you have no self-control, right? So we're going to put a timer on, right? We're going to put a timer on the screen, and I'm going to give you time to talk, and then I'm going to talk. Do you think, is that fair?
Am I muted?
You didn't hear anything I fucking
I
said.
muted?
Yeah, you were muted. So try this
Oh,
again.
dude,
try to
You're
listen.
such atheists are
Try
such
to listen.
cowards, man.
The fucking coward is the one that won't answer questions about what he believes. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for those who don't know, the 5 Ds of dodge debate is dodge, deflect, distract, distort, and derail. And that derail can also be turned into disappear when sources are requested.
I mean, what are you gonna do? I mean, he had all the D's, didn't he?
He did.
I would say he was loaded with D. I mean, just it is what it is. If he wasn't in Christianity, he could have all the D he wanted, but now he's probably self-hating. Lynn, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Have you considered having an ongoing baby pace tally keeper? The things people will say is quite shocking. Rock Harder for Doug. So we actually have discussed this before. And I said, and I didn't do it. I used to do this way back in the day, back when like Skits and Bits was still streaming. We would have a question like slavery or, deleting a child, and we would ask them the question right away, and then we would drop them for the next guest. It's hard to do that now because the algorithms are different. You don't get quite as many guest requests as you used to back in the day. But I can still pull it off with the Christians that I talk to. I'll ask everybody the same question up front and just keep a tally and see what we can come up with. We do need. I'm gonna make it today. We'll do a baby paste counter. We'll keep track during the live streams how many baby pastes we get. I think it'd be a good time. And Misha, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Late to the party, but hope y'all had a good barbecue so far. Good morning from Australia, friends. And hope you're all staying rock hard for Doug always, and your lives remain as solid as the foundation of Doug. Well, listen, we are right now having a blast. So I'm glad you're here. And we're just, the grill's fired up. And you're here for the party. So let's enjoy. And Bethos, great to see you as well today. I hope you're doing well. I have read most of the Bible with concordance, sometimes commentary, and thought I know a bit. Justin is beyond by magnitudes. I learned so much every live. And CD Heart also.
Cyber deconstruction love.
Oh, there we go. I was like CD. I forgot. Yeah. Cyber deconstruction love, of course. Cyber's awesome. Also, the debate tactics. No prisoners. Yeah, listen.
You can't take prisoners.
You can't. You can't let them off because then they'll never go back and reconsider their bad positions. Cedar and Sound coming in again. Thank you so much. When Rilo said he studied at college, I wonder if he means he had sent an email copy of his Christian manifesto to each of the department heads. That's probably more along the lines. I highly doubt he finished a degree in the fields he mentioned, that because he wouldn't have been disagreeing with me. And AJ Rocks, thank you for the $10 super chat. The caller makes me depressed and feeling soiled. What abhorrent morality. Thank you for doing this. AJ, I got you. Yeah, I'm doing this so that y'all can sit back and watch.
And more importantly, hopefully some of the Christians that are sitting on the fence, when they hear like the baby paste model come out, and they're sitting on the fence and they hear that and they go, wait a minute, wait, what? And then they begin to realize the implications of what the potential belief has in store for them, what they have to agree with.
That's basically the case. Adam Carmona says, so Jesus of Romans 9, who hates people before they're born, loves his enemies. You got it. Because if Jesus is God and God hated Esau as well as others like his enemies, then yeah. And also in 2 Thessalonians chapter 1, it says that God is going to inflict vengeance through fire on his enemies. Timothy says, when I'm told I'm going to hell, I tell them I'll come back as a demon to haunt them and their family for all of eternity. Yeah, I mean, that would be fun to tell them, like even as an atheist, just to like kind of fuck with them, because you know some people believe that nonsense. So also Romans 12:19, remember, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. But oh fuck, so God doesn't love his enemies? Wait a minute. And Gentleman Viking says, one of my big breaks from the cult was when I realized that the God of the Bible is less moral than John Brown, which is a bit ironic. My cards for Doug and Simply What for Sharon. Yeah. I would even say fucking Leroy Brown. That's a callback to a time period. But yes, the God of the Bible is deeply immoral, and it should be troubling to most people. Prisoner fan, good to see you. If God can do anything, does that mean he can commit suicide? Rock hard for Doug. Well, theoretically, I think he actually could. I actually think that if a God is all powerful, he can delete himself. Now, he won't exist after that, or it won't exist after that, but it certainly is possible. In fact, I had a friend that used to stream with me that actually said it's possible you can answer the prime mover argument by saying God did it, then he fucking died. That's why the world went to shit. Kurt says, it's really just sad to see people fire up the meat grinder for God. You let me down, Noah. I hope for better. I know. I got to be honest. By the conversation, I thought that I was pretty convinced he was going to go baby paste. And Cedar with another super chat. Thank you so much. The real problem here is Justin didn't specify whether or not the baby paste tires would be all season, winterized, or track day tires. Okay. It's got to be all season tires, because then making the baby paste would be a constant reminder of how much the Lord loves you but hates those babies. Game Guy, member for 6 months, says Noah went to great lengths to dodge questions about the Bible but didn't hesitate to make them baby tires. Shake my head. You got it. A lot of pretzels, but the baby paste accepted it. I got 2 more super chats. Elvis Presley touched me. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being a member. Every theist who bites the bullet on baby paste is either knowingly lying and just defending it because they have to defend it, or sociopath. I think sometimes it's both, but if I had to wager, I'd say it's them defending it because they feel like they have to. That's why people feel so free once they're gone. Oh, I don't have to defend this bullshit anymore. Akram, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Try an experiment. Put the word character behind every name you use from the Bible. Want to see if there is a reaction. Oh, you mean, Jesus character
Moses.
Character Moses. I've never heard of that. I'd be curious to know how people react to it. I don't know. But I hope you're doing well, friend. We've got people waiting to get in. And I believe the one that was first in line was Joyland, and then David, and then Earth. If my memory is correct, that was the order that they came in. So I'll try to grab them in that order. So incoming Joyland 9118. Welcome in, Joyland. Are you at least 18? Joy? Did you request by accident? Are you awake? Did you fall asleep? I do love it. Sometimes they'll fall asleep in the guest box, and then you can hear them snoring, but that's not the case here. Well, Joy, I'm sorry we couldn't chat with you. Come back if you figure out that you got dropped there, and we'll try to get you into the conversation. Now I guess it's time for David Melton. Although I believe I've talked to David. It was a long time ago, like back in the Hanji days, but I'm pretty sure I talked to David. In fact, I think we talked about slavery. Hey, welcome.
Yes, we did.
I thought, yeah, I was like pretty sure we talked about slavery. Welcome back, David. I already know you're over 18, and I know that you're a Christian, so I don't have to ask those questions. But the question I will ask is, what would be a good reason to believe in the Christian God?
The Christian God is the truth.
Sure. And how could one demonstrate that?
He does everything he said he's going to do.
Oh, that's not true. You want me to show you places where he doesn't do that?
Why am I in a diaspora then?
What's a diaspora?
I'm Jewish. Why am I not in my homeland? Why are all my
It costs
the
a
people?
plane ticket to go to home. That's all.
But I'm talking about the time of Jesus, right? If Jesus is the Messiah, why were we booted out after the Bar Kokhba rebellion? Why was that able to happen?
Because they hung him on a cross.
Bar Kokhba was not hung on a cross.
No, Jesus was hung on a cross.
But he talked about Bar Kokhba.
Yeah. Well, I was mentioning that Emperor Hadrian, after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, is when we were exiled out of Judea. But if Jesus didn't fulfill that, though, because you said he fulfills everything he says, well, if he is the Messiah and the Messiah is supposed to bring world peace for the Jewish people, well, he failed. You just fed right into what Justin said.
I disagree.
With what?
Him failing to fulfill his promise.
So the question then again is, oh, go ahead, Justin.
I would say, did you hear what the promise was?
What was the promise?
Cyber, restate it because I don't think it was listening.
Yeah, so the messianic prophecies that are given in the Hebrew scripture are that the Messiah is supposed to be a descendant of David through Solomon, who's going to reunite the tribes. So Judah and Israel will be reunited. And through this reunification, there will be peace for Jerusalem, which is the symbolism for the reunified Judah and Israel. And through this world peace, the rest of the world will recognize that Yahweh is the one true God, and the rest of the world will turn to worship him. However, after Jesus was crucified, just a few decades after, the temple was destroyed by Rome. And then within 100 years of the crucifixion of Jesus, due to the Bar Kokhba rebellion, Emperor Hadrian booted us out of the land and renamed it to Roma Palestine. So how did Jesus fulfill the messianic prophecies when there's no peace for the Jewish people?
Through the way.
Say that again?
Through the way. When
How?
he sent out the disciples, to preach the ministry of the good word, they were united, Gentiles and Samaritans and Jews.
I don't think that answered the question.
Yeah, after the disciples went out, why are we still in a diaspora?
What's a diaspora?
A diaspora is when a group of people have been removed from their ancestral homeland and they're dispersed throughout other lands.
Some people left.
We were forced out.
We were forced out tons of times. We were enslaved over centuries.
Yeah, why did Jesus fulfill this? Why did that happen? Because that goes against the messianic prophecies.
He didn't cause the slavery or the removal.
Yeah, clearly you're not understanding the question you're being asked, Justin. I'll let you go. I just don't think he's got the boots for this hype.
Yeah, not at all. We'll do something really simple, okay? You said that God always does what he says he's going to do, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm going to bring you to a passage, and I just want you to tell me, did God do what he said he's going to do? How's that?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. So I'm going to take you to Exodus 32. I will start in verse 10, and then we'll go all the way to verse 14. It says, God is saying to Moses, "Now let me alone so that my wrath may burn hot against them and may consume them, and of you I will make a great nation." Now, before we get any further, what do you think he meant when he said that?
When they were in the valley waiting on him to come from Sinai. They were doing things that were not kosher with God, and
But we
God
agree,
wanted
but
to show his wrath on them.
well, I agree with you. I'm not saying that he wasn't mad. What I'm saying is, I'm not asking why he said it, right? I think we all know why he said it. I'm asking, what does it mean? Verse 10, what does it mean?
That means that he wanted to consume them, and he wanted to see if Moses was going to step up to the plate and defend his people.
Right, so he is threatening to wipe all of the Israelites out, right?
Correct.
All right. Does he say, I might do it, or does he say, I will do it?
He said he will do it, and Moses interceded.
Okay. So did he end up doing it?
No, he did not.
So that means he doesn't always do what he says.
Well, he gave them a slight threat. That's what he did, to see if they can get their ass in gear.
So sometimes he can tell lies.
That's not a lie.
Sure it is. If you say you're going to do something that you don't do, it's a lie.
He had Abraham do the same thing when he threatened Sodom and Gomorrah, and Abraham stepped in and said, can we get 50 people out of there? He was like, no. And then he's like, can we get 5 people out of there? He says, if you can find 5 holy people, then I will spare the city. But he destroyed the cities anyway, bringing out Lot and his family.
That's because they didn't find the righteous people. Not because he changed his mind.
Right.
Okay. So we already have one instance where God does not do what he said he's going to do. And we can do some more. For example, if we go to Ezekiel, let's grab chapter 12. There's a really interesting promise in Ezekiel. And I think you'll find it interesting. So you know when Ezekiel is writing, right? David?
Yeah.
Okay, so you understand he's writing in the what we might call a diaspora, but they're in captivity, they're in exile. And Ezekiel's got prophecies, and the prophecies, the Israelites don't believe them. They're like, no, these are for a long time from now. This not happening.
Yeah, from a long time now. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, God says in Ezekiel 12, the word of the Lord came to me, mortal, what is this proverb of yours about the land of Israel that says, the days are prolonged and every vision comes to nothing? Tell them, therefore, thus says the Lord God, I will put an end to this proverb, and they shall use it no more as a proverb in Israel, but say to them, the days are near and the fulfillment of every vision. For there shall no longer be any false vision or flattering divination within the house of Israel, but I, the Lord, will speak the word that I speak, and it will be fulfilled. No longer, it will no longer be delayed, but in your days, O rebellious house, I will speak the word and fulfill it, says the Lord God. So you would take that to mean that all of Ezekiel's prophecies came true, right?
In the manifestation of Jesus Christ.
My question is, do you believe that all of the prophecies in Ezekiel came true?
Yes, that prophecy came true in the manifestation of Jesus Christ. His word was made flesh.
Have you read chapter 40 and beyond?
Of Ezekiel?
Yeah.
I've read it, but I don't remember it right now.
Did you even see like the lead up to the new temple? Like say 37:24. I'll read you the passage. 37. This for sure did not happen in Ezekiel's lifetime. Remember, again, Jesus can't fulfill any of this because this is stuff that's supposed to be happening in the lifetime of the exiles. Ezekiel 37 is a promise for a Messiah. And it says, my servant David shall be king over them. Different David, not David Melton. They shall all have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived, and they and their children and their children's children shall live there forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever. Okay, so the question is, did that come true?
Yes, and when Jesus Christ was born.
Okay, did
So
you
they're looking when they were looking for a
did you
Messiah.
hear verse 25?
Yes.
Can you read
What's
verse
it
35
say?
for Justin? It's up there on the screen for you.
Yeah. You said 25?
Yeah, can you read it out loud for the chat?
They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which our ancestors lived. They and their children and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever.
Mm-hmm. Did that happen?
Jesus is an ancestor of David,
But
so he fulfilled that.
That's not true. But we can get there next. The question is, did he bring the children of Israel back to the land to live there forever?
No, there were quite a few feuds back then where they got separated from the land and had to return in exile.
So it says, they and their children's children shall live there forever. And my servant David will be the prince forever. Did the Hebrews come back to the land and live there forever?
They're living there now.
And where they're now. Did they live there forever?
Well, it's a time scope on that. So it happened
Forever
with the exiles and everything, and they returned
It
to
was
the
supposed
land.
to start within the lifetime of Ezekiel and go forever. Remember, all of these prophecies are not for distant days in the future. They're for immediate, right now events.
Okay, that's when you have to look at the proverb part. The proverb part speaks of future. It speaks of prophecy.
No, it doesn't.
And that prophecy wasn't fulfilled until Jesus Christ.
No, proverb is not a prophecy. A proverb, especially in this context, is just referring to like a pithy saying.
I disagree.
Do you want me to give you the definition of proverb?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
He's going to look at the dictionary and be like, I disagree with that.
Especially when we look at it in the Hebrew. A short traditional saying that expresses a common truth, practical experience, or a piece of valuable advice. That's
okay.
Just a pithy saying. So when he says, hey, what is this proverb of yours that states that God's promises are for a long time for now, tell them, no, I will fulfill all of my promises in your lifetime, within this rebellious house. So that means all of these prophecies in Ezekiel should have come true hundreds of years before Jesus.
I can't recall if they were fulfilled in his lifetime.
But they couldn't have been fulfilled in his lifetime because there was no king for the entire exile. And even after the exile, they didn't have a king for quite some time. And it says here that they're going to be back in the land and that there's going to have a king there. And in fact, if you go back one chapter, it's even more explicit about them all coming back to the land. I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right. Therefore, prophesy concerning the land of Israel, and say to the mountains and hills, to the watercourses and valleys, thus says the Lord God, I am speaking in my jealous wrath, because you have suffered the insults of nations. Therefore, thus saith the Lord, I swear that the nations that are all around you shall themselves suffer insults. But you, O mountain of Israel, shall shoot out of your branches and yield fruit to my people Israel, for they shall soon come home. See now, I am for you, I will turn to you, and you shall be tilled and sown. I will multiply your population, the whole house of Israel, all of it. The towns shall be inhabited, and the waste places rebuilt, and I will multiply humans and animals upon you. They shall increase and be fruitful, and I will cause you to be inhabited as in your former times, and will do more good than you have ever done before. Then you shall know that I am the Lord. Well, that didn't fucking happen. No way.
And to be clear, just so you know, when it mentions that the whole house of Israel and its town shall be inhabited and wasted place, and I will multiply animals upon you, they shall increase, and mentioning as former times before. Well, guess what? Israel and Judah had a schism, they split. And Israel later on got carried away by the Assyrians. We don't know what happened to the tribes that went to Israel, right? So that part definitely, Jesus didn't fulfill that part because we have no idea where they're at even today.
They're back home in Israel.
No, they don't exist. The northern tribes, the 10 northern tribes that are sometimes referred to as the lost tribes, they're gone. They got moved into the land between like Assyria and Persia, according to 2 Kings, and they didn't come back.
The exile of Nehemiah and Ezra. When they were returning from Babylon.
Those were only the Judeans. The 10 tribes were already wiped out by the Assyrians, like 150 years earlier.
And to be clear, just so you're aware, the Judeans make up the tribes of Judah and Benjamin and Levi. But so we're talking about the other tribes that aren't part of those two.
I'm from Naphtali, and Naphtali still exists in Israel.
You're from Naphtali. How did you do that genealogy?
My grandmother did it.
And how'd she do it?
Yeah, how'd she trace your lineage all the way back to the tribe of Naphtali? That's what I want to know.
She did it.
Well, just saying she did it doesn't tell us anything.
She got her records from her parents and ancestral guides.
Yeah, do you have the records?
I don't have them here with me, no.
So you don't have record that your genealogy goes all the way back, huh?
I don't have it with me, no.
So if we were to, because this claim of Naphtali specifically is one claim that's starting to become extremely popular with people saying they're from the tribe of Naphtali. But the ones that have submitted...
Can I interrupt?
Well, hold on, let me finish. For those that have accepted to have their DNA tested, because you'd expect there to be some matching DNA markers specifically for that, they don't share them, right? So these are just empty claims so far for everybody that's claimed to be from it. And nowadays, most people just say, I'm not submitting to that test because they realize that the tests that have been done... Huh?
I'll submit to the test. Hey, can I say something, though? Now, I talked to you, we've been talking for a couple of years now. In about a year and a half, we had this conversation, and I told you at the same time that I was from Naphtali. It was about the time we were talking about abortion and stuff.
I don't recall that conversation, to be honest, about abortion. I know we've talked a couple times, but I don't remember that specific one.
I'd be willing to submit to a DNA test to prove that I'm Jewish.
Well, being Jewish would mean that you're not from the tribe of Naphtali. You would have been from the tribe of Judah.
I don't think I'm from the tribe of Judah.
Well, you wouldn't be Jewish then.
Right. You'd be Hebrew.
Hebrew, yes.
Okay.
We agree.
But you can't, blood test's not going to tell you that, right?
Genealogy to 1, 2, 3 or something like that. I think they have that.
You do understand that that's 23andMe is the name of the company. You understand that getting your DNA done doesn't actually tell you your your entire lineage, right?
He just made the comment about 2 seconds ago saying that the people that were claiming to be Naphtali were non-submissive to DNA tests.
Do you know how DNA? Oh, all right. So here's how DNA testing works. So we would let's say the three of us submitted our DNA test, and let's say you actually are descended from a Hebrew lineage, right? Like I am, right? Well, all three of us are going to have DNA markers that are going to denote us being Homo sapien. If you have any lineage in Europe, we're probably going to have those DNA markers as well. But you and I specifically would have DNA markers that would tie us to the same people group, being descendants of the Israelites, right? And then
Right.
those of us that are from Judah, we're going to have some other DNA markers that align with that. Won't necessarily say that you're from quote unquote Judah, but we'd have those marking things, right? The issue that we run into is with the people that are trying to claim that they're from Naphtali is their DNA markers haven't come back with marking with the same markers, right? So you may have DNA testing come back saying that you have markers that would be consistent with Jewish DNA, because again, we all come from the same main people group, being the Israelites. So you might have that in your DNA markings, because the Jewish people are a well-known established tribe still, but it's not going to tie you to Naphtali. We don't have any DNA markers or anything to be able to tie you right to that directly.
Understood.
So, David,
Are we supposed to? Yes.
you said when we started this conversation that the Christianity is true because God always fulfills his promises. But
The way
we've
the
got a
way is
couple,
true.
but Jesus doesn't fulfill his promises either.
How does he not?
Oh, well, he promised that he was going to have his second coming, Daniel 7 style, within the lifetime of his followers, and then he didn't. He's been gone for 2,000
No, he
years. The
didn't.
dude's dead.
Yeah, it was 2,000 years on April the 26th of this year. That was the 2,000-year marker.
Right, but he said he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples.
Yeah, and he didn't.
Right, which
Oh,
means he
say that
doesn't
again?
fulfill his promises.
Maybe he meant their descendants.
No, I can read it for you. There's a couple instances. We'll go to Matthew 10:23, and then 16, 17 through 18. It doesn't get a lot of love, but it's actually a pretty serious promise listed there. But nevertheless, I'll throw it up on the screen and we'll get through it. All right, so in Matthew 10:23, this is in Mark also. When he sends the disciples to go preach in the villages, he says, when they persecute you in this town, flee to the next, for truly I tell you, you will not have finished going through all the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. Now, from your studies, do you know what the coming of the Son of Man is?
Yes. Yes.
What is
it?
So he's supposed to come and he's supposed to resurrect his people in the rapture. And then there's a 7-year tribulation period following that. And then he comes and he returns in glory.
And did that happen according to the promise?
It not happened yet.
Okay, so that means Matthew 10:23 isn't true, right? Because he told his disciples it was going to happen shortly. You won't even have finished going through the towns of Israel before the Son of Man comes. And then he doubles down in Matthew 16. He says, I put a 1 in here instead of a 2. It's 27 and 28. There we go. In Matthew, it says, the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of the Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done. Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. This is just the same prophet, the same promise, isn't it?
Yes, that's the same promise.
Okay. So, I don't know how else to take this other than Jesus can't be God because God follows through on his promises.
His time is not our time.
Yep, but he told you when it was going to happen. He says, before some of you standing here have tasted death. That's not it's not like a year. He didn't give you a date. He just said, hey, some of y'all are going to be alive when it happens.
It's kind of like how milk has expiration date, you know, best buy date. He had resurrected by time frame, and he just didn't fulfill it. It was before the generation passes away, when he was speaking to the multitudes of people. This generation shall not pass away. When he's specifically talking to his disciples, he says, some of you standing here will not have tasted death. And then here he's talking about, in fact, you guys will not have even been able to visit all the towns in Israel before I come back.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
When the rapture actually happens, what's going to happen? What are you going to have to say then?
Well, there isn't one.
Mm-hmm.
When you get
You know
sent to Islamic hell because you don't follow Muhammad, what are you going to say?
Occam's razor, or sorry, Pascal's wager, not Occam's. Pascal's wager cuts both ways.
Muhammad copied the Bible, and he took a lot of stuff out of the Bible and made it his own. And
No, the Bible was corrupt and he fixed it. The angel Gabriel fixed the corruption that the Jewish people and the Christians had added into it.
So are you Muslim?
No, I'm not Muslim, but that's their argument. That's what they tell you.
So Dave, you understand that, like, for you, right? If you're like trying to, I don't know, scare us with the prospect of
No,
hell.
no, it's not meant to be scared. It's just something it's a fact. It's going to happen.
Well, it's not a fact, right? Because Jesus isn't God. He failed his own second coming, and he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. He's just a chump who I think was completely out of his mind.
In the words of my friend Justin from the Deconstruction Zone, Jesus was a liar and a fraud, and now he's a space carcass.
Yeah. He's a cumulus zombie, a sky carcass.
Where's the
Actually,
body?
I should have said cumulus cadaver. That would have been better.
Where's the body?
We wouldn't expect there to be a body. One, if he was crucified, chances are his body would have been thrown in a mass pit. Second, during the time period, the Jewish people were utilizing ossuaries, so he probably would have been put in a tomb, and then shortly after, his body would have been put in an ossuary. When the ossuary got filled with other bodies, it would have been buried. So we wouldn't expect to find a body with anybody from that time period.
When they put him in a tomb and they checked him on Sunday morning, he wasn't in the tomb and no one had removed him.
Well, that's according to the narrative that was written much, much later after his passing. Decades after his passing, it's a narrative. Why don't we believe the narrative?
It's the truth.
Why do you think it's the truth?
Because it was seen by people.
Do you believe that everything in the Bible is the truth?
I do.
Do you believe the Bible ever makes a mistake?
There are some mistakes that
so it's not always true. So how do you know the Bible didn't get the resurrection of Christ mistaken? How do you know the disciples weren't having grievance hallucinations?
Because he came to them
Yeah, grievance hallucinations. It happens all the time where people lose loved ones
For 40
and then they
days?
see them in some kind of a vision.
I'm sorry, for 50 days. He was with them for 50 days. You can't hallucinate something for 50 days.
Well, we're suggesting that it didn't even happen, right? So the problem that the disconnect is that you're looking at the biblical story and saying, "Hey, it works." I mean, it's true. Like, no, it's not. Now you can take Jesus as like a historical person and think, okay, he's a historical person, and then you go look at the Bible and say, okay, if we think he's a historical person, what amount of this Bible seems like it could be true? And
He's the
maybe
most
there
famous
is.
person ever written about. He's
I
the
don't
most famous
I
person
don't
ever been written about.
I
2,000
don't
years
know
later,
if
people are
that's
still
true,
talking
but I
about him.
also don't care. The
Like we're
popularity
having a
of
conversation.
the popularity of a religious leader has nothing to do with whether or not it's true.
There's another thing too. Christ didn't have a religion. He followed
He's
Judaism. He
Judaism's
followed
a
Judaism,
religion.
and yeah, but he didn't have his own religion. He had the way after he died, and that was spreading the gospel of his resurrection.
Which is a religion. Look up the definition of religion, and that's what you got.
That it's called the way. It wasn't found as Christianity before that. They named
I
it
know the
Christianity
earliest
much later.
Christians used to use the moniker the way. I get it. But it's still a religion based on the definition of the word religion. That's what I'm saying. Now, none of this fixes the problem, right? Which is Jesus didn't do a single thing that the Messiah was supposed to do. He didn't fulfill even his own promises. The God of the Hebrew Bible doesn't fulfill his own promises.
If you look, you got the Bible in front of you, and you got those little funny postmarks on the bottom that have reference pages and everything. And you read to the parts where he was doing certain things. And then if you go to those little marks, it'll go back to like Isaiah, or it'll go back to Deuteronomy, or go back to Malachi or Zechariah, and it'll show you he actually fulfilled the promises that he said. And it always says in Scripture.
Did he fulfill them in their entirety, or did he just did he fulfill them in their entirety, or did he just fulfill like a portion of it, like one or two verses of the prophecy?
He fulfilled them in his entirety.
Oh,
name one.
I think Justin asked you to name one then.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Keep in mind, chat, he said it was fulfilled in its entirety. So we will read it in its entirety, and we'll see what Jesus actually supposedly fulfilled of it.
Okay. And I recollect from the Bible that I've read how he fulfilled it.
Can you name one?
Yeah, can you tell us where it is?
Yeah. The one about him riding a colt into the town of Israel.
Oh no. Oh no. That's the worst one you can pick.
Yeah.
Why?
Just so you know, I lived in Israel. I've actually rode a donkey through a gate. Now, Justin's going to read this, and we're going to decide if I'm the Messiah or not.
I think Cyber is. The prophecy is from Zechariah 9. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey." Now, what part of this did Jesus do, and what part of this did Cyber do?
Jesus did the first part.
What part?
Which part's that?
Riding on a donkey. On
Okay.
a colt. Because
is that
when you look at when he did it, he said, "Hey, go to this guy's house, and you'll see a donkey tied to a fence with his colt, and bring them to me and tell them that I need them, and I will return them later."
When he tells them to steal the donkey, right?
Yeah, he tells them to steal the donkey. Yeah.
but did you read right above that, right? When it says humble and riding on a donkey, can you read 2 lines above that?
Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout
No,
aloud,
2
O
lines
daughter.
below that. Starts with C.
See, your king comes to you.
Did Jesus fulfill that part during his lifetime?
Went through his ministry, his 3-year ministry. This was before the last Passover when he went into Jerusalem. There was rumors about him requesting to be their king from the people that was
That's not the
following him.
question, though. This is him actually being a king. Was he actually a king?
He is.
No, was he? At the
In the
time that he rode the donkey through, was he crowned king?
He was God manifested. He is the king.
But was he crowned king in Israel?
No, I think Herod, I guess Herod Agatha was there as king.
Yeah. So if the prophecy says that he's a victorious king and he's not a king, that means he didn't fulfill the prophecy. And also, if you read verse 10, it's clear he didn't do that either. It says he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion shall be from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the earth. This is talk about a real king.
Remember when I was mentioning earlier how one of the things that the Messiah is going to do is reunify Judah and Ephraim? He's going to reunify them. That's what that's talking about.
Right.
Did that happen? Did Jesus do that in his lifetime?
Yes, he did through the way. You got to remember when they went to Decapolis and they were spreading the ministry, they reunited under the way, under Christianity. It was for Gentiles and Jews.
This doesn't say Gentiles in there, specifically talking about Ephraim and Judah. We're going to reconnect the tribes of Israel and make them unified again. When did can you show me the passage where Jesus brought Naphtali back to Judah? Can you find me that scripture where Ephraim became part of Judah again, where they were unified as Israel? Can you show me?
Naphtali and the mentioned much in the New Testament during Jesus' lifetime.
Do you think there's a reason for that?
You got me.
Because it didn't happen. He didn't fulfill. Verse 10, Jesus didn't fulfill that.
No, he didn't fulfill verse 10, but he did fulfill verse 9.
Well, so did Cyber.
No, he only... Oh, go ahead.
I said so did Cyber. Cyber fulfilled it. So.
Oh, yeah, so have I. So I'm your Messiah. I will take your alms.
But did you get the palms planted in the street when you rode through?
Did I get the palms? Where's that in the scripture? Where's that in any prophecy?
It was in the scriptures in Matthew when he was coming through.
No, I know what happened. Where's that prophesied that that's a requirement?
Right.
They do that for kings.
Well, he was never a king.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, maybe some people wanted him to be a king, but he certainly wasn't. Yeah. In fact, in the Gospel of John, he explicitly refuses to be king.
Yes, he does.
He would have been murdered if he had even sooner.
When he was going through trial, they asked him, was he a king? And he said no. But then when they asked him, was he the son of God? He said yes, which kind of outranks a king.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't say he'll be the son of God. It says he'll be a king.
Nowhere in the messianic prophecies. Come on, I thought we were like brothers here. I thought we were cousins. I'm beginning to doubt that more and more now, because you should know the scriptures. Then, if you are, you should know the scriptures. That nowhere in the Tanakh is the Messiah deified, a God, a son of God. Nowhere in the scripture is that found. You have to Christianize it in order to make that make sense, to make that leap.
When you read John 1:1, it says he
Is that
was the
Hebrew
word.
scripture? Is that the Tanakh?
No, that's in the Tanakh, the Old Testament.
Yeah, it's in the Christian scripture, right? So when we're looking at the prophecies, which we'll find those in the Tanakh, in the Hebrew scripture, can you find me any verse that's going to say that the Mashiach is going to be deified?
In Genesis, verse 1, no, verses 2, chapter 2, I think it's around 14 or so. It says, I will have my servant stamp your heel.
Genesis 2:14 says the name
That's
of the
3.
third river is Tigris.
Yeah, you want Genesis 3.
No, it's not that. It's with the fall of Adam. It's the
Yeah.
fall of Adam when he kicked Adam out of the garden.
Yep, this Genesis
And he
3.
says, yeah,
Yep,
and he
14
says
and
that
15.
my boot shall crush your head.
Not quite. So what it
serpent.
says is, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals, among all wild creatures. Upon your belly you shall go, and dust you shall eat all the days of your life. I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your offspring and hers. He will strike your head, and you will strike his heel. So this is about a
That's
snake
right there.
who has offspring.
Right.
So
But that's Jesus who's going to strike his head.
no, it's not at all. It's about snakes and humanity. There's no Jesus in here, no Messiah, no nothing.
Are you familiar with Near Eastern culture during this time period, during the ancient time? Are you familiar with their culture, talking about humans and snakes?
No.
So a lot of the stories had conflict between humans and snakes, where snakes are trying to steal an orb of life or something from the humans, and humans end up needing to get their revenge, to get their snakes back, or to get their orbs and whatever was stolen back. And this is just hearkening to that, but it's literally talking about a serpent and how the humans are going to be able to prevail over these serpents. That's all it's talking about.
Okay. I was taught something different.
Mm-hmm. Are you sure you're from Naphtali?
I'm sure.
Hey, David, I appreciate you coming by and chatting with us. It's been a while since I heard from you. And we've covered a lot of ground. So spend some time thinking about what we covered and come back again soon and chat with me again, okay?
I will do so.
All right.
Pleasure
Take
having
care,
me.
buddy.
Hey, one thing before you go. Is that a beer you were drinking?
No, it's liquid death. It's
Liquid
water.
Death. What's that, Monster?
No, it's a flavored water. It's actually pretty good.
You may
my wife-
think it's a beer because it's found on that aisle in the stores oftentimes.
My
You'll
wife's
find
got
it
me
there.
stuck on water, so
This is good water, by the way. It's hold on, I'll give you the ingredients. It's carbonated water, agave nectar, citric acid, and just flavoring and stevia extract. It's got 10 calories. That's it. They've got a bunch of different
You
flavors
said
too.
nectar in there. Don't drink too much of it. You'll become a Greek god if you drink too much with that
That's what
nectar
the
in
fuck.
there.
Yeah, that's what's up.
all right. Thank you for having me.
All right. Cheers. Take care of yourself, bud.
You too.
It's been a hot minute since I talked to David. He sounds much more tired this time around. I hope he's doing all right. Nevertheless, hey friends, we got a lot of people still waiting to get in, and we got lots of time left in the stream still yet. So I'm going to grab a couple super chats, and we'll get our next guest pulled right in here. Paul Q, hey, thanks for the super chat. Friend says, hi Justin. I know Jesus said to follow the laws of Moses, Matthew 5:17, well 18 and 19. But Christians always say we have a new covenant. How can I explain to them covenant and law of Moses are different? Yeah, true. So the new covenant comes from Jeremiah 31, and also it shows up in Ezekiel 37. But in Jeremiah 31 and in Ezekiel 37, it's clear that it didn't come true. So in 31, it says about the new covenant, Days are coming, says the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. Okay, well, the new covenant is with Judah and Israel, right? Then he says, no longer shall they teach one another or say to one another, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest, says the Lord, for I will, so on and so forth. So, yeah, all the Israelites, when the new covenant happens, all of them are going to know the Lord. They don't have to do anything. And it says that he's going to put his law in their hearts. In fact, Ezekiel says that he's going to change their hearts so that they'll follow the law. So the Hebrew Bible just tells you during the New Covenant period what's going to happen. Also, you can find this out in Deuteronomy 30. Go to Deuteronomy 30, verses 6 through 9. And it talks about what we would consider the Messianic age. It says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. Okay, that's supposed to happen when the Messiah comes. That's why you get the world peace and all that shit, right? And Paul says so. Paul says that when you believe in Jesus, you get a circumcised heart and you're a spiritual child of Abraham. The problem is in verse 8, it says, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. Oh, okay. Well, when the Messiah comes, apparently you're going to follow all the laws of Moses. That's what it says. Astronova, thank you for the $10 super chat. Happy Pride Month. Hell yeah. Happy Pride Month to you, friend. And thanks for being a member for 6 months. Big W. Texas Panhandler back again. Reunion achieved. That's what I'm talking about. Congrats. I'm glad you got there. Absolutely in love. Thanks again for the support, my friend. Doug is love. You got it. Doug is love. Rock hard for you as well. Hope you all have fun. Please do take some good pictures. I mean, for the only feats.
Yeah, and real quick, Justin, my wife called. I got to go pick her up from work. I'm not going to live and drive, but thanks for having me up. It's always a pleasure to panel with you.
Keep up the good work, Doug. Bless. Well, my Croft side quest. Yeah, it's really it's critical right now that people who are not part of this cult speak up. Don't take it sitting down. They want to force religion on our kids. We got to fucking fight back. That's not what we're about here in this country. And rock hard for Doug. Great to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. I don't even know what to say about these so-called Christians that don't know or believe the Hebrew Bible. But just so glad to see Cyber with you. Yeah, he is dope. Praise be to Doug and Sharon. Justin's fucking rock. Well, hell yeah. Are you going live tonight? Let me know. Rock Hard for Doug streams with Adele on the Inquiry couple page. And the Greater Full Band, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Go to work on Monday and work in mysterious ways. Oh, true. Next time you go to work and your boss questions you, just say, I work in mysterious ways. See if you still have a job on Tuesday. Why did I pee in the dishwasher? I work in mysterious ways. What can I say? I mean, that should check out. It works for people in the Bible. And Famous Amos, hey, I mailed your mug out, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. There's a radio station in my area, and listeners are called Tolos. Turn on, leave on. Okay, that's how I watch you. Thanks for always teaching me something. Also, I got my mug today. It's awesome. Simply wet for Doug. Fucking A. That's what I'm talking about, Famous Amos. I hope you enjoy it. I really appreciate that you participated in the mug auction for the fundraiser. It really means a lot that we have so many awesome people willing to help out in this community. And, a lot of people, need help sometimes. The economy is tough. Accidents happen. Still attacks. Good to see you. Songs about Doug, BMF, and M's I found on a YouTube channel called the Async Network. These songs are awesome. Check them out. That's Gretchen's page. Hey, thanks for being a member for a year. That's Gretchen's page. And I did hear one of her songs. I haven't heard all of them. But now that I know that they're up on the Async Network YouTube page, I'll have to go over and give them a listen. I didn't realize that they were even up there. So thanks for letting me know. That's huge. And Design, thank you so much for the super chat. God does what he says, but maybe he meant something else. Well, that's what you have to do. That's when you get like words don't mean words. So if it looks like God didn't do what he was supposed to do, you have to retreat into, well, as it turns out, That's not really what he meant. Last super chat for now from our friend Jessica, Transmittal Alchemist. Jesus is a fraud. I disagree. The Gospels are a mess. I disagree. Christianity is a joke. I disagree. Isn't that wild? The power of nuh-uh, Jessica. It works for some, not always for others. All right, next in line was supposed to be Earth. Earth had been waiting for quite some time. And then after that, I think it's Panache Demuzi, if I'm reading that correctly. All right, let's get Earth in here. Earth, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I do. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Nice to meet you as well. Which God do you believe in?
Jesus Christ.
Sure. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God?
Well, sorry, I'm trying to get my door open here. I don't know what the best possible argument is, but I can tell you like my personal argument if that works.
I mean, yeah, I mean, whatever you think is convincing is kind of what we're looking for.
Okay, so um all right, so the way that I look at it is I look at it very like big picture, right? So I look at the evidence around me and I say like, does it point to anything existential or does it point to all being crazy statistical like set of events like the earth is at the perfect degree, it's this close to like was this all just a mishap
Perfect degree
or
for what?
what? Sorry, what?
Perfect degree for what?
Well, like what I mean is like all the little details of like the lives that we live, right? Like everything from the earth being from gravity not being too strong to the point where it crushes us or too weak to the point where we're floating
So,
all over the place. The
what?
position of the earth to the sun, like all of these things, like the reality around us is what I
Like,
mean.
why does any of that matter?
Well, I mean, that's my starting point, right? So does that like you can look at the complexity of that, right? And you could say like, okay, so either this
Well,
is
why
some
would
sort of reality that has like,
why would we call it complex?
go ahead, yeah. Well, it's very complex. What do you mean?
What's complex about it?
I mean, well, okay, what would you say? What do you what would you say makes it not complex?
The universe? I think the universe is just
Yes.
massive. It really depends on what you mean by complex. Now, when I say complex, I would be referring to
Sure.
something that has a lot of parts. When you say complex, I think you're referring to something that is complicated in its function. Am I getting you correctly here?
Uh, I mean, I think that it's both complicated in its function and it contains multiple parts. I think it's complex in both of those ways.
Okay. Now, how does any of that have anything to do with God?
Well, I'm getting there, right? So so for me, I just have to say, okay, based on this, um, does this point to it being created by greater design? Like, does it point to that everything being complex in the way where it works, pointing to design, or does it point to it being like a statistical anomaly, right?
I don't
Does it
see
point to?
why we would think
Go
it's
ahead, yeah.
designed. Why would we think that?
Well, I mean, it's sort of like I've heard this argument before where it's like, in order to create something, you need a creator, right?
But I don't think there was a creation. Why would we think that?
Well, that's what I'm saying is I'm trying to get there, but for me it's like I have to decide whether it has been created or whether it hasn't been created. So that was like my first step, right? Is like it's very complicated. Like everything that's around me from the Earth's position to the sun to, us having the right amount of gravity, like if certain small factors were off by just a little bit, right, then we wouldn't be able to live and survive and think in the way that
Right.
we do.
I agree with you. I'm trying. Sorry, I'm asking what I thought were easy questions to lead you to the answers I already know you're going to give. So maybe
Okay.
I'll not be so coy. The reason why none of this matters is because this would only matter if
Sure.
something had the goal of doing it. If the universe had a goal of creating life, then the fact that life exists seems like it would be exceedingly rare and interesting. But the universe doesn't have a goal. The fact that anything is the way it is just chance. And if the odds of the universe creating life anywhere is anything above zero, well, in an eternal universe, it means it's a guaranteed thing. It's going to happen. You can't stop it.
True. Yes. Yes. So that's where I was at the beginning. However, um, I had to say, am I going to come to your conclusion, which is that it is of chance, because if it's so infinitely expansive, then this occurrence would have to happen at some point? Or am I going to look into the idea that it could have been created by a creator? And so I'm saying, okay, well, what evidence is there that it is created by a creator compared to the evidence that it's all happening just by chance? And a bunch of the evidence that I think points to things that might be supernatural doesn't make a lot of sense at first, right? So like, for example, like just a bunch of little weird things that I can't like necessarily defend on case by case basis, but just like things like people say they hear things, they see things, medical miracles. Like there seems to be a lot of longing for like an afterlife, a lot of the idea of a creator. And so then I have to come to the conclusion, okay, like does this mean I'm going to look into the idea that there's a creator, or am I going to say, okay, this is all just still by chance, and we're just
Well,
creating constructs to
I think
fulfill our own
you
minds?
I think you named a bunch of those things, and I'm happy to talk about any one of them, but I don't think any of
Okay.
those things would point me towards God. I understand maybe
Right.
that worked for you, but I'm more than happy to talk through them and explain why I don't think that they're actually meaningful.
Okay, sure. So just I'll try to get there quicker for myself, not for you. I'm not super used to doing this, but essentially like those point to me, those things point to me wanting to engage with the concept of God. And so what essentially did is I looked at the serious options, right? So like Mormonism, like these things that they come up for explanations for reality other than chance, right? They say like, okay, well, we believe that there was a God that created us and created man for woman, created et cetera, and that it's not just a fluke. And then here's how we back it up. Here's how we come to that conclusion. And then basically out of all of those religions, Christ has, in my opinion, had the most compelling argument and proves himself to
Well,
be reliable.
what do
Go
you
ahead, yeah.
think? What do you think those compelling arguments are? I'd love to hear one. I've heard a lot of arguments for Christ, but I don't know a good one yet.
Okay, sure. Well, for me, so like, um, I guess like the big picture that got me into the idea in the first place, to just finish that small thought, was just like a very large portion of the world is Christian. They seem to find that compelling, so then it basically means, okay, now I have to audit that. And then I come and you see this person named Christ, Jesus Christ, who kind of comes out of nowhere, and he says, you know, I'm the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. He makes all these claims. He has brilliant ethics. You know, he has the Sermon
Oh,
on the Mount. He
I don't
tells us
think
a lot
I
of.
don't think his ethics were good at all.
Okay, well, we'll get there in a second. And then, um, so in my opinion, he has good, brilliant ethics and everything. And then, you know, he says, I'm going to die and I'm going to rise again. And then he dies and rises again. And so that to me proves someone that's reliable. It's someone that's reliable. It's someone that the only person who's come back from death, right? And so if he's come back from death and everything, that kind of it answers all the questions that I've had as a first step. So anyway, that's kind of how I got there in the beginning. If that makes any sense.
So, quite a few things. One, I have no reason to believe that he died and rose again. I understand that there's
Okay.
stories about him dying and rising again. There are stories about a lot of people dying and rising. In fact, a lot of them are quite compelling, very similar to Jesus' story. Eyewitnesses, historians write about him. I don't think they rose from the dead. You don't think they rose from the dead. And so I would say by the same method that you would reject those dying and rising people, I would reject Jesus as dying and rising, because it seems like in history, there's a lot of people who have been purportedly dead that have come back to life, and either we have to believe most of them or we don't believe any of them. I think the logical thing is not to believe any of them.
The logical thing is not to believe any of them. Yeah, I mean, like, there's quite a few historical facts that even non-Christian scholars can see. You know, like we agree that Jesus existed, uh, overall. I'm assuming you agree on that.
Yeah.
And that he died by crucifixion, and then that the tomb was empty, and then that the
So
disciples
those
like
aren't
claimed to see that he was
the
risen.
the empty tomb is not
Go
a
ahead, yeah.
historical fact.
What?
The empty tomb is not a historical fact. You're doing the minimal facts theory, like the Gary Habermas thing, and that's fine. But I don't think I don't think there's any evidence that they even knew where he was placed. Like, is it possible he was placed in a tomb? Sure, but we don't have any evidence
Okay. Well,
of where
fair
he was
enough.
placed, or
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, let's just set the tomb aside. So, and I wasn't necessarily trying to make any argument. I was just saying like that's the things that I have seen. I guess I am making an argument, but not one that I knew of. But anyway, the disciples. So putting the tomb aside, right? The disciples genuinely believe that they saw him, and then they were willing to die for that claim. I feel like
what?
that's relatively like historically solid. You know.
I don't know. I would say halfway, right? So we don't know, and we can't prove historically who actually saw Jesus. Now, were some of them convinced that Jesus rose from the dead? That seems to be the case. In fact, we've got people who wrote about the Christians that weren't Christians that said so. So that's easy enough. We can settle that one. Not a big deal. The question, though, is how did they come to this belief? I don't have a good reason to believe that there were eyewitnesses to the resurrection. In fact, the evidence that I have from the ancient world tells me that the most likely thing, and from the Bible even, I get my Bible, the most likely thing that happened is that there was an imposter that pretended to be the resurrected Jesus. And shockingly, I think the Bible supports it. That's why so many people couldn't recognize his ass after he resurrected. Mary Magdalene couldn't recognize him. The disciples on the road couldn't recognize him. Matthew 28, when the disciples are there with them, it says they doubted. Why? Why would you doubt? And it also makes sense of the passages.
Well, don't you think they would doubt because he just said he was gonna die and then come back, and then he died and then come back, and it's like one thing to say you believe that, and then like for example, if we were talking in person, then I died and then I came back, don't you think you would doubt and be like, whoa, 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 you actually just came back from the dead?
Well,
You don't think that it was for that reason at all?
no, because according to the story, he was with the disciples for like 40 days before he went back up. Like, if you're with the guy for 40 days after he died and resurrected, you should be pretty well assured that it's your guy.
Okay.
You know?
Yeah. Sorry. Keep going with the where you were going with that. I'm just
All right,
trying to think.
so that's the point I'm making. Now, in the Olivet Discourse, we'll do Mark. I've got it highlighted. Jesus says, and this is not the only time he says something like this. He says, "Many will come in my name and say that I am he, and they will lead many astray." I find this to be good evidence that even in Mark's time period, there was an expectation that there would be Jesus imposters, as there were dead Nero imposters, as there was Zalmoxis imposters. Impostoring people that were passed away was relatively common. In fact, there were 6 of them that we know from history that pretended to be the resurrected Nero, some of them quite convincing. The Roman historians wrote about them. And one of them even convinced the Parthian army that they needed to go prepare for war because I resurrected from the dead. You're going to go put me back on the throne. And we don't actually get the rest of the story. We don't know what happened after that moment. But you can convince somebody pretty well that you're the resurrected so-and-so if you just have a number of characteristics that they would recognize, and people were gullible enough to believe it.
Okay, two things come to mind for me when you say that. So one is like the impersonation theory. The problem that I have with that is that the disciples knew him personally, right? So like they had lived with for I think it was about 3 years.
Mhm.
I think it'd be hard to convince 11 people who knew someone right away that the impersonator was the same person.
Well, then why didn't Mary Magdalene and the other disciples on the road even recognize him?
Mm, well, that was at first, though, right?
It doesn't matter if it's at first. Why wouldn't they recognize him?
I don't know. I think you could have a couple different explanations for that. But if it ends up, if at first, I think the reason that they had said that they couldn't recognize him was just because it was like he he had been glorified, right? So like maybe there was like a different presence to him, or maybe
No,
I don't know.
that's not the
That doesn't seem
case
to be enough for me because down
because
the line they end up recognizing it's him even more. Does that
well,
make sense?
no, because in John, in the Gospel of John, when Mary Magdalene sees Jesus, he says, "Don't touch me," right? Because he hasn't ascended and received his
Yeah.
new body yet, right? So he was in the same body that she saw him 2 days ago. And same thing with Thomas. When Thomas saw Jesus, he still had the wounds, still looked like him, so on and so forth. It's not sensible to me to believe that Mary Magdalene would just suddenly not recognize Jesus. I think it's much more plausible that there was a Jesus imposter that convinced at least one or two of the disciples, maybe the women, that he did resurrect from the dead. And to me, I think that is proven in history. We actually know that that happens. If Jesus resurrected, you've got big problems. One, because there's no prophecy about the Messiah dying and rising. Jesus didn't fulfill even one messianic prophecy. So the fact that like his resurrection could have happened, I don't know how that ever gets like to the point where Jesus would be the Messiah. It's basically meaningless. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But let's imagine he did. Like he's Christianity would still be false. He still wasn't the Messiah. He didn't do shit.
That's a lot. Okay, so you okay, so okay. The text so she's mourning. I'm kind of re-looking at some stuff here. I'm trying to go piece
Mhm.
by piece, right? Before I get to the assuming he did rise and that still doesn't mean anything. So like she's crying and it's early in the morning at the time. And of course she wasn't expecting to see him alive, right? I think that that's kind of part of the story in the Bible that is like a recurring theme throughout it and throughout Jesus's like he says he's gonna do something, and even though they believe in him and they follow him, they're like, "Are you really gonna do that? Like, is this really gonna happen?" Like, there's elements of doubt, right? Because he's doing things that are like allegedly supernatural, right? Like he's gonna feed all these people or perform these miracles, right? And it's not that they don't believe in him and everything that's happened to that point, but it's just like it just keeps going up and up and up, and it's like, okay, well, now I'm gonna die and then come back, and
But
so if he just died and they watched him be crucified and Mary's weeping, right? I feel like it's a pretty human reaction among the grief and the shock to just like not really come to the full terms that that it was him. And then when he says her name, then she's like, "Oh my gosh." So I feel like it'd be really hard for an impersonator to like I feel like it'd be easy for an impersonator to maybe be there for the first couple seconds, but it'd be really hard to continue after. So I'm
well,
not quite getting that
so
seems like a pretty interesting theory.
you're
I've just never heard that really.
but you're still assuming that the biblical narrative's true, right? My assumption doesn't contain that. My assumption is that there might be some true tidbits in here, and the tidbits that I pointed to you are they actually support my theory. But the thing that really supports my theory is history. We know historically that these events happened. People did impersonate dead people, and it's much more plausible that somebody impersonated Jesus than that he rose from the dead after having been a false Messiah. Also, Deuteronomy 13, God says he'll send false prophets to test his people and they'll do like signs and wonders. So, as far as I can tell, whether he resurrected or not, he's just a false prophet from Deuteronomy 13. But again, there's no evidence that he resurrected, unless you believe that all the other people resurrected.
So, okay, I mean, the burden of proof goes both ways, right? So like so why do you not think that the biblical narrative is true? I
Oh,
thought we were kind of on the same like you were saying that it was no, okay, and I may be misunderstanding here there because there's a lot of information, but it seems like we were on the same page with like, okay, the biblical idea and the narrative as historical documents that Christ existed, true, crucified, true, and then we disagree on empty tomb and we're disagreeing on seeing him again. Is that right, or am I missing something?
Yeah, that's about right. But the difference is I don't think that the story is true. Because and the reason why is because when I read the
Sure.
Gospels, there's a couple problems. One, they keep getting shit wrong,
Yes.
and there's contradictions that can't be resolved. And on top of it, they're literally, especially Matthew and John, Matthew the worst. They're literally inventing prophecies on the fly to make it sound like Jesus is the Messiah. And when they do actually hit on like an actual prophecy, if you go back and read it, he actually just didn't fulfill it, or it had fucking nothing to do with them. For example, the virgin birth, Isaiah 7, that had nothing to do with a virgin birth, not remotely about a
Okay.
virgin birth or Jesus's time period. It was about what was happening during the reign of King Ahaz when the Arameans made an alliance with the northern Israelites and they went to war in Judah. And God said, hey, stay strong, buddy. I'll take care of you. And then Ahaz is
Gotcha.
like, hey, listen, I don't know about this. And God's like, I'm going to give you a sign. Look, the woman over here who's pregnant is going to have a child. Before that child knows right from wrong, I'm going to send the king of Assyria to come fuck these people up and take care of you. And it does. Turn the next page of chapter 8. Boom, it happens. So the prophecy in Isaiah 7 obviously isn't about Jesus. She's already pregnant at the time of the prophecy.
So okay, so that's the first thing is just that they keep getting things wrong.
Yeah, like a lot of things.
Is that the main reason why you like don't agree with the biblical narrative?
Well, as one of many. It's clear that they weren't part of proper Judaism because they only quote the Bible almost exclusively from the Greek Septuagint. They definitely don't know how to read Hebrew. That's abundantly clear. That's why so many of the prophecies in Matthew and John, when you go back and read them in the Hebrew Bible, they sound very different. Like, oh, because they were quoting from a different text. There was a translation of the Hebrew in multiple variant forms called the Septuagint, which is what they were quoting from. And quite often the Septuagint, it fucked up. It did some things it wasn't supposed to do, and they didn't know any better. So as far as I can tell, like these people were just in a Jewish cult. They're in a failed messianic Galilean Jewish cult. That's it.
Okay. I guess the way that I would approach this is so like you certainly know a lot more about all the Hebrew and all of this if we were to get into the details uh and go that route. And I think a lot of that's really interesting. Um but I guess my question for you, and this isn't to try to like direct off of what you said. It's a genuine question is if if you believe that Christ did die and rise from the dead, would that not trump the other issues that you have with
Oh,
like the biblical stuff overall?
oh no, not at all. It's meaningless for me. A lot of people, quite a few people rose from the dead in the Hebrew Bible. The Shunammite son was risen by Elisha. There was a
You
man that
believe that? Like you truly believe that other people have died and risen again?
no. What I'm saying is within the Bible, like within this tradition,
Sure.
rising from the dead isn't as like interesting as people think. In Hebrew culture, these types of miracles seem to be somewhat abundant. And perfect example was the Shunammite woman's child, and then also Elisha, when he was buried, they left his grave open. Somebody fell into his grave, and they resurrected from the dead, or they died. They put him in the grave. Sorry, he died. They were put in the grave. He touched Elisha, and then he resurrected from the dead just by touching Elisha's body. The reality is, these types of resurrections and miracle stories within the Hebrew tradition are pretty abundant, and none of them would mean that the person who resurrected was the Messiah.
Right, but I'm saying that so like you're saying that within the Hebrew tradition and the story and the context of the Bible, that there's other stories that are that stories that involve death and life that are maybe more compelling than Christ's story, is what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is whether or not he rose from the dead means nothing to whether or not he's the
What?
Messiah, because in the Hebrew Bible, they give you all of the parameters for what the Messiah is going to do, what's going to happen when the Messiah comes. That's how you know who the Messiah is. There's not one condition in the Hebrew Bible that says the Messiah is going to raise from the dead. The only thing that we find in terms like that could be related to Jesus is someone who comes and is a false prophet, says things that don't come true, and they can do signs and wonders, predictions and whatnot. That's just a false prophet from Deuteronomy 13. In fact, if you read it, that's exactly what Christianity is. He says, do not fall for this. Don't worship by any other name. Well, Jesus is not the name of Yahweh. And follow my laws. Well, the Christian movement almost immediately got rid of God's laws. As far as I can tell, when he says that he's going to send these false prophets to test his people, Jesus was a pretty good false prophet test.
Okay, hold on. So, sorry, wait, were you asking me a question at the end there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can you say it again? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, my point is very clear. Jesus contradicts everything
Right.
the Hebrew Bible says about the Messiah, but he doesn't contradict what it says about the false prophet in Deuteronomy 13. In the false prophet narrative, he's going to be able to do like signs and wonders. He's going to have you worship by another name, and also, hey, don't be taken astray and not follow my law. And Christianity gets you all three of those. You get a new name to worship, you get some miracles, and you get rid of the laws. Exactly what God said he was going to do, exactly how it played out in Deuteronomy 13 when he says he's going to send a false prophet.
Gotcha. Okay, I think so. There's two things that I'm seeing here, right? One, and this is just the way that I look at it, right? I think part of the reason that the resurrection wasn't expected was kind of the point, right? Because they expected a political king. Like nobody invented, like a crucified rising Messiah, because it would have been the last thing that they would have expected, right?
Why?
It would have been offensive to the Jews and the Greeks,
But
right? I mean,
why would they not expect it?
it wasn't prophesied like you just said.
Yeah,
Like it wasn't
exactly. It
prophesied
was
for the Messiah to
unexpected. You
have that
got
happen.
it. It was
Yeah,
unexpected because it contradicted the Hebrew Bible, right? So if the God of the Hebrew Bible gave real predictions for the Messiah, then when the Messiah comes, he's got to do those things. That's all there is to it. Or he's
right.
not the Messiah.
Okay, so but the thing is though, so Jesus himself basically redefines what the Messiah is supposed to be.
Well, then he's
And
not the
so
Messiah.
he
You can't just
no no no
redefine
no
it.
no
You don't
no
get to do that.
that either means that it's the greatest con that would ever, which is what you're saying,
Hmm.
or it means he absolutely is the Messiah.
No,
And there
no, it
and the
doesn't.
thing is here, okay, take a sec.
Again, the
For my for
resurrection,
my, for myself,
the
let me take a second here and just zoom out. So it seems interesting to me because uh and just so you know, everything I'm trying to engage in here is good faith. Like I don't. This
I
is the
believe
first
you.
time I'm doing anything remotely apologetic or anything like that. So I
Hmm.
don't have any gotchas or anything like that.
No, I totally believe
Um.
you.
Okay. Cool. So it's I just find it interesting when I said, does would it matter to you if Jesus actually rose from the dead? And then you said, no, it wouldn't matter. It was a very common thing for, within the Hebrew culture to have, stories of dying and rising again. So it wouldn't matter. But that's kind of separate from if you believe he actually died and rose from the dead.
But
And the
it,
reason why is because um, it has less to do with all of the Hebrew prophecy and all of this prophecy, right?
well,
Because
that
I'm focused. Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
but that's what the Messiah is about. God said that the Messiah will do something. If the Messiah doesn't do it, then they're just not the Messiah because God can't lie. Or he can't
Yeah,
change his
I
mind
mean,
either.
yeah, Yeah, I mean, so which which prophecy are you
Uh,
referring to specifically?
we lost your audio there for a second. Can you
You
say it
there?
again?
Yeah. Um. Okay. Hmm. So which prophecy are you saying specifically contradicts?
Oh, a bunch of them. So, for example,
Can we go with one and just go with one first?
yeah, we
Okay.
can do one. Okay. Let's go to Matthew chapter 2. So
Okay.
there's like at least three prophecies floating around in here, and none of them are legitimate. So we'll do verse 14 and 15. So let me put it on the board. Okay. Says Joseph got up, took the child and his mother by night, and went to Egypt, and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, "Out of Egypt I have called my son." Now, based on that simple reading from Matthew, I would expect, assume I've never read the Bible, I would expect that somewhere in the Hebrew Bible, I would find a prophecy that says the Messiah is going to come out of Egypt somehow, right?
Right.
Okay. Now the problem is when you go back to this quote, which is only shows up once in the Hebrew Bible, it's in Hosea 11. It's absolutely not about Jesus. I mean, not even close. It's not even a prophecy. So Hosea 11 is really interesting. There is a prophecy in this chapter, but it's not until like verse 5.
Sure.
Verses 1 to 5 is the buildup for why God is about to do what he's going to do, because he's pissed. He's really mad. But he says, "When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son." And that's a familiar passage. If you've read Exodus, in Exodus chapter 4, God says that Israel is his firstborn son and that he's going to free them from slavery in Egypt. It says, "The more I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols." So this
Mm.
verse is clearly just telling the history of the Exodus as a lead up to the real prophecy, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Keep going.
Okay. So if this is not actually a prophecy, this is a historical mention, that means Matthew is literally lying on the Hebrew Bible. He's taking random verses and just calling it a prophecy.
Well, so okay, I thought that he was sort of doing like typological reading, right? Um,
Why?
where you see Israel's story as a pattern fulfilled by Jesus, which is like, which to your point is like a legit like an interpretive method, but not necessarily a fabrication. But
Definitely a
him,
fabrication.
okay, so you would argue that's definitely fabrication. So
Yeah,
I would say
because
that even go ahead, yeah.
typologies, I don't want to interrupt. I just want to make sure we're on the same page here. Typologies to me are the biggest nonsense ever. Um,
Okay.
Anyone can go into a large collection of books like the Hebrew Bible and find
Sure.
a mention here, a pattern over here, and be like, "Oh, that's fucking about me." Well, how do you know? Well, it sounds like me somehow, right? Does the context match? No, obviously not. Well, does the original intention of the author match? No, obviously not. To me, that's the most absurd thing that literally ever happened. In fact, it's so absurd. I have been writing down prophecies from the Hebrew Bible about myself that I fulfilled as long as I get to just do typologies. Hosea 11:1, the one we're just in. "Out of Egypt I called my son." Motherfucker, that's me. My son's actually a fucking Egyptian. What about that?
Okay. The thing here is there's a distinction that I'm making, and I think you don't make the same distinction.
Mm-hmm.
I think we approach it different ways, right? So like I agree that typology can kind of be abused. I wouldn't necessarily say it's as far as a fabrication. I would say that and I mean, I guess I'm sort of just giving some natural goodwill, which I'll admit. But I mean, it's a fair criticism. What you're doing is a fair criticism of method of Matthew's method. Um, the distinction for me is, does his interpretation disprove whether or not Jesus actually rose from the dead?
But
And so what I'm finding in this conversation is, I say, okay, well, would would it matter if Jesus rose from the dead? And you're saying, no, it won't matter because there's all these stories of people rising. And then I'm saying, okay, so you believe that the others have rose, you just believe Jesus didn't rise. You're saying, no, well, none of them rose. And then
I
I say,
don't.
okay, well, why would him rising not matter? And you're saying, oh, well, it would be contradicting these prophecies that have, maybe genuine ambiguity within them, and they're maybe fabricated or maybe creatively said. And so him contradicting these prophecies, which are totally made up, and it's all just a crapshoot. The problem with that is, it's it's less about all of these specifics, because we see that, the devil can use the Bible, which is the word of God itself, to change the narrative. And you can always
I
go deep,
know
deep, 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 deep,
he
deep, deep, deep,
did.
and try to
That's what the
prove
New
a
Testament
hundred
is.
percent.
The New Testament
Okay, okay.
is the narrative change. God said that my law is perfect and you must follow it forever. The New Testament says no, you don't.
Well, the point that I'm just making, just because I think I'm trying to recognize the distinction from the way we're both approaching it, and the reason why the reason why for me the prophecy maybe not totally making 100% sense doesn't matter is a specific reason I'll say in a second, and you're saying that it matters fully. So so it's not. I don't think the question is whether or not the actual details of the prophecy. I think it's why it matters to each of us. And
Well,
the reason why it matters to me is, if someone dies and then they rise from the dead, they've proven to be incredibly reliable, and they've proven, and
but
that
Jesus is
is
not
more
reliable.
important question. Okay, so
Jesus,
I guess I'm saying, do you want to go back into whether or not he actually rose from the dead, or do you want to talk about the prophecy? And the thing that I'm thinking is, if we come to the conclusion that he did rise from the dead, which I don't think that you're going to agree with me on that, which I totally think is fine, but I'm saying, if you believed he did rise from the dead, would that be enough for you?
no, I already told you. The parameters of the Messiah are already set. You can't change them. You don't get to show up and just change the parameters. Because if you do, that means the God of the Hebrew Bible lied about the Messiah. And that's a preposterous thing to believe. If you're looking for the Messiah that's predicted in this book, the Hebrew Bible, well, then you
Sure.
can't call God a liar and just say, well, my guy I like better. He's a Messiah. You have to follow the parameters given by this God. And this God tells you exactly what to expect. And he says there's going to be a king on the throne forever. The Levitical priests are going to be giving offerings and sacrifices of actual animals forever. And there's going to be world peace. Everyone's gonna live. There's going to be no war anymore. It's simply just none of it happened. And in fact, Ezekiel goes through great lengths to talk about this new Jerusalem, new Palestine. Well, it wasn't called Palestine. New Israel gets reapportioned, right? And then the Messiah, who comes in chapter 37, the Messiah in chapter 46 is like killing animals, giving sacrifices with the Levitical priests. Like, this is not the Hebrew Bible doesn't envision a time where these sacrifices will ever end, where Levites won't be needed, and where the law of Moses won't be followed. That's just not in the Hebrew Bible anywhere.
Dude, this is like I'm up against a level 2000 atheist. I've heard that people don't believe in the reliability of Christ rising, but it's saying you won't believe that it matters even if he did rise. So I'm
Right.
kind of to come to terms with that. And I think the first thing that comes into my head with that is, you're speaking as if the parameters are set and established. Parameters are X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, like line one, line two. but that's assuming that the interpretation of the parameters is the correct one. And just naturally, without going into a ton of specifics right away, we can I at least recognize that there have been Jewish scholars who have been, arguing about exactly what the parameters of the messianic parameters actually require, and that's been debated within Judaism for centuries before he even came. And so if
Well,
it's go ahead, yeah.
how about I'll read some to you and you tell me the
Sure.
interpretation.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Ezekiel 37. We could go to 36 as well. 36 is actually relevant to this, but we'll see. My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd, because the kingdoms were split, remember? They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived, they and their children's children shall live there forever, and my servant David shall be their prince forever. And I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant. I'm going to bless them. I'm going to multiply them. That didn't happen. In fact, the opposite of that happened. They lost their king. They got chased out of the promised land during the Bar Kokhba revolt. Even the Hebrew language got outlawed. That's why the Dead Sea Scrolls are there. They had to stash all their Hebrew writings. It got outlawed.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
That's my point, though. So the prophecy here says that the Messiah, he's called a prince throughout the book of Ezekiel, is going to be a king on the throne forever. The Israelites are going to come back to the land, all of them, it says in chapter 36. They're going to come back to the land. God's going to bless them and multiply them, and they're going to live specifically in the land that their forefathers had lived in. This is about a physical people in a physical land. I don't see a reason to think anything else. Now, you might have a different interpretation. What are you going to do with this one?
Well, my interpretation was sort of that both the Christians and the Jews read that as either like a half fulfilled or partially fulfilled or kind of yet to come. And so the question is whether Jesus was the first coming that is the one that initiates that process, not like the complete end of history, like in one entire moment.
But
And then
why would we accept
with
that?
even so, okay.
Well, let me ask you a better question. What part of this prophecy, 24 to 26, what part of it did Jesus actually do?
I don't think that the point is whether Jesus like was the one to I don't know how to phrase that. So the okay. I think that kind of just puts it back because which parts even some Jewish scholars who reject that Jesus was like a real uh historical figure that was crucified. The debate is about the interpretation, not whether like he
But
existed or died.
I'm asking you for your interpretation. What's the interpretation from this passage? What part of this actually got fulfilled?
I just don't think Jesus ever claimed to fulfill it in the first coming, like from the
But
beginning. Like Jesus claimed to, be someone that was inaugurating a kingdom that would be later completed.
but
And so I think
is it
you're
a physical
holding him to a
kingdom?
standard that he never said that he would meet.
What I don't care what Jesus said. I care what the God of the Hebrew Bible said. That guy is the one setting the standards, not Jesus. So the Hebrew Bible says that
Man,
this
man.
servant,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Uh, Now you might be shocked to
Sure.
know that these prophecies, these messianic prophecies, not only did Jesus not fulfill them, they're never going to happen. The time period already expired. God says in Ezekiel, in chapter 12. Let me get there, almost there. There we go. The word of the Lord came to me, obviously to Ezekiel. Mortal, what is this proverb of yours about the land of Israel that says, The days are prolonged, and every vision comes to nothing. Tell them, therefore, thus saith the Lord, I will put an end to this proverb, and they shall use it no more as a proverb in Israel, but say to them, the days are near, and the fulfillment of every vision. For there shall no longer be any false vision or flattering divination in the house of Israel, but I, the Lord, will speak the word that I speak, and it will be fulfilled. It will no longer be delayed, but in your days, O rebellious house, I will speak the word and fulfill it, says the Lord God. And then the next 3 verses, he doubles down. The word of the Lord came to me, mortal, the house of Israel is saying, the vision that he sees, meaning Ezekiel, is for many years ahead. He prophesies for distant times. Therefore say to them, thus saith the Lord God, none of my words will be delayed any longer, but the word that I speak will be fulfilled, says the Lord God. So in Ezekiel, God says, listen, buddy, all these prophecies that I'm giving you, they're happening now.
Yeah, I mean that's a real point. I'm not gonna say that it isn't one. But I've heard about that argument before. I thought that one has been made against Judaism itself, right? Like I thought that it has been made against Judaism itself. And so does that mean that the Hebrew God failed Judaism entirely? Because I don't think most people would say no to that.
Yeah, he did. In fact, the prophecies in the Hebrew Bible, like a ton of them don't come true. A whole bunch, especially the messianic ones.
But if the Jews can hold on to that unfulfilled promise across 2,000 years of all this exile and still maintain faith in the Hebrew God, then the timeline itself, that argument cuts against Judaism as much as Christianity.
Yeah, Judaism is not true. I'm not a Jew.
But okay, but I'm saying that you're trying to hold to the standard of the Jewish God, right? The Hebrew God. Am I wrong about? Am I misunderstanding something here?
Well, what I'm saying is that in order to figure out if Jesus is the Messiah, the source material for who is the
Yeah.
Messiah, in your worldview, right, comes from the Hebrew Bible, right? So what that means is that we have to look at the Hebrew Bible and ask ourselves, did Jesus do any of these things that God said the Messiah was supposed to do? And the answer is no. There's not a single messianic prophecy, not even one, that Jesus ever fulfilled.
Hmm. Well, at least you're being consistent.
Hmm?
um, I don't think Jesus claimed to do those things in his first coming. So he explicitly said that his kingdom is not of the world yet.
Yeah, that's
And
what I would
and so
say.
you're grading him on a test that he's not even taking. So you're trying to hold the Hebrew God to a certain standard, which gets really messy, and there can be all these prophecies, and you're saying
No,
Jesus didn't fulfill this prophecy, and then
I'm not.
Jesus comes. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not holding the God of the Hebrew Bible to my standards. I'm holding them to his standards.
Well, you're trying to hold you're trying to hold Jesus to the Hebrew God standards, am I right?
Yeah, that's the source of the prophecies are the Hebrew God. That's how you know who the Messiah is. If the Messiah can just show up and do whatever the fuck he wants, you might as well just throw the Hebrew Bible away. You don't even need it.
I mean, I would, and I'm not trying to. Well, I mean, hmm.
Like if you're a Jew in the
No,
in like
you
the
might
first
say that
century, like
you would throw the Hebrew Bible away, but that's kind of it's not even fulfilling. I don't know. The resurrection is the down payment. It's the sign that everything is
no,
coming.
certainly
Paul
not.
says the same thing. The resurrection is the first fruit, meaning that more fruit comes after,
Yeah,
right?
but
And so, go ahead, yeah.
but Jesus was supposed to come back within the lifetime of his disciples. In fact, that's why Matthew 27 has the zombie apocalypse. So these people come out of the tombs because they're the next wave of fruits, but they all just died again. They're gone. They're dead again. What's the point of all that? The reason why that happened is because everybody, including Paul, expected Jesus to come back in their lifetimes. Those zombies would have still been alive, when Jesus came back according to his promise and everybody else's promise, that actually makes sense. That's why Matthew included that. That's why Matthew included 3 other times, Matthew 10:23, 16:27, 28, and chapter 24, verses 29 through 34. Jesus promises that he's going to come back while those people are still alive.
Yeah, I mean that's a real debate, right? And there's different interpretations though again, right? So like one that I've heard is that this generation meant the generation and some things like another one is that the
Wait,
generation means
why
that the
would
Jewish
we
people as a whole survive until the end.
why would we
Yeah.
why would we think that? Like, so for example, the plain reading of the text is that this generation, which is the near generation. So in Greek and in English, this and that have a very clear delineation. This is near, that is always far, right? So when you're talking about a generation, like if you're talking about a future generation, you would say that generation. If you're talking about the current generation, you would say this generation. That's just how the words work, right? Also, if it was a future generation, well, the statement's meaningless. Telling the disciples that, hey, the people who are alive when I come back will be alive. Yeah, we know that. That's, you don't have to tell us that. We get that alive people are alive. The sentence that he gave only makes sense if, one, he's directly answering the disciples' questions, and number two, if it really means this actual generation.
Um I don't know, you're making like essentially the best possible points if to be honest. The
I
thing
mean, I
is,
used to be a Christian, buddy. I know the material.
sure, sure. Um is essentially just what brought you away, just like the more that you looked into it, you weren't convinced essentially.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, I studied the Bible, and the more I read, the more problems I found, and especially when I started really digging into the Old Testament. Once I got thoroughly acquainted with everything in the Hebrew Bible, it was curtains for Christianity.
It was raps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um yeah, I don't know. I think it's not that I disagree with necessarily the points that you're making because you have very solid critiques about the discrepancies and the semantics and the contradictions with the prophecies. The issue for me is, does like an unresolved prophetic timeline debate or disprove the resurrection? And those are different things to me. And so like zooming out, right? Like if I found another religion with somebody that did the same exact thing that Christ did, I would follow that religion, right? Like I'm saying, like, well, that's a bad way of explaining it. But if there was someone that proved to be even more reliable than Christ, then they would be worth genuine consideration. Like with me, my issues aren't, I mean, these questions of the prophetic contradictions and the Hebrew and the Greek are good, and they're great questions and they need to be looked at, and there's a lot of debate and different interpretations, but it all boils down to whether or not he rose from the dead. And I think that
Why?
I think I give that way more power than you do.
But why?
And
Why
the
does it come
reason,
down to that? I still don't understand.
well, I mean, so let's think about this. Like for me, if I was talking to somebody, and let's say I was talking to a friend, and this friend was saying like, I am God, and I'm gonna die and I'm gonna rise again. And then all the other friends and people in his circle have been like arguing with all these little details about how things are gonna happen the way they happen. And there's all these conversations and there's, all these things. And then my friend actually dies and then comes back to life. It's like, oh shit. Like it's not that all the other things they said that were going to happen are meaningless. It's that, oh, now this person who has died and risen again, we really have to listen to them.
Why?
Like they're a very reliable person. I mean,
But they're not reliable. He failed his second coming prediction. He disagrees with Paul, like the creator of real like modern Christianity is Paul. Like there's no reason to trust Jesus. He's a goof. In fact, he demonstrates himself that he doesn't understand the Hebrew Bible. He completely fucks up Psalm 110 because he can't read Hebrew either.
yeah. Well, again, it's the way that it's easy to try to say that you have to prove everything beyond a shadow of the doubt.
I didn't say that.
Well, it's easy to say that, one contradiction or
Oh,
someone saying that they're not reliable
what about
makes them entirely unreliable.
what
Yeah,
about
go ahead.
100?
Go ahead. What was it? What do you mean 100? Like a billion contradictions. You're saying that we could
No,
go
100.
through all. I don't know. Again, I mean, I think that that's sort of like you could take every possible case by case scenario
I
and
have.
you can do the different interpretations.
Mm-hmm.
I believe you, and I haven't, and I think that's part of the reason why it's not necessarily that I'm avoiding that conversation. Like I'll do my best, but it's of lesser importance to me because if someone dies and they rise back from that, like think about it. Even putting Christ aside, putting all the details aside, if from like a greater, like I don't know what the right word for this would be, like cosmos, I don't know, like nobody has come back from the dead,
But
right? So like
well, we
excluding
don't.
Christ's story,
What that's what I'm
excluding
saying
Christ's story.
is we've got lots of stories of people rising from the dead. That's why Jesus' story isn't unique. That's I
Well,
started out with
Jesus'
that.
story is unique because in my opinion, my conclusion, his is the only one where it actually happens, and that proves his reliability.
How could you? Okay, do you know of a guy named Aristeas?
Not really.
There's a guy named Aristeas that lived just before the Roman period, who died in a soap manufacturer shop. Um, the door was locked, and the owner left to get the family. And when they came back, the body was completely missing. And then subsequently, after that, for about 300 to 400 years, people kept reporting the resurrected Aristeas showing up to them. It happened so often that the Proconnesus people like put up a statue of him next to Apollo, and they converted him to a god. They said this guy who died and resurrected and keeps visiting us, he's a god now. He's just like the Caesars. The six of the Caesars got elected to godhood. And so, and this isn't just a one-time story. It's told in Herodotus, Pliny the Elder, Apollonius, Diodorus, Plutarch, and there's a lot of good written evidence that it happened. But I'm willing to guess you don't believe Aristeas rose from the dead or that he was visiting people after his death.
Well, I mean, I don't know because I haven't personally looked at that. So I'll just say that that's something that I would have to go look at.
I
And
can.
then the reason why I say that is because for me, Christianity isn't something that I have to latch on with blind and absolute faith, right? Like, you know, if someone came along that was more reliable than Christ, that made different arguments than Christ, etc., then I would consider them as an option. So will consider Mauritius as an option, and I'll look into him.
But
Now
what?
I
But
have
I'm not saying
him,
he's a
but
Messiah. I'm just saying it. That we've got evidence that he rose from the dead. I don't know why you are holding Jesus as the messianic standard. He hasn't met the burden of proof at all.
well, I don't. It's not. I don't know exactly if messianic standard implies that I believe that Jesus is fulfilling the prophecy. I just believe that Jesus said, "Hey, look, guys, like I'm the way, I'm the truth, and the life. Here's some ethical teachings on the Sermon on the Mount. Here's the way that I live my life, the evidence that he lived his life, the things that he said he was going to do, and then he died, and then he rose from the dead again, and it was a small group of people, and it was very contained. It says, the word will spread, and this is going to get out there, and he's, in my opinion, from everyone that I've evaluated, right, which is like I haven't evaluated like generally Buddhism. I've definitely evaluated Mormonism. Like none of those, in my opinion, have met a standard that show. So it's not. It's
So what
that show that the
what's so good
with their
about
claim of
Jesus'
being God.
teaching? Because
Well,
the
so
Jesus
go
I
ahead. Yes.
know told all of his followers to follow the laws of Moses, and even advocated for stoning children that curse their parents.
So about that, I'm not super familiar with that. What's the stoning of the parents thing?
Yeah, it's in Matthew 15 and also in Mark chapter 7. He chastises the Pharisees for not killing children, in fact, because that's in the law of Moses. Exodus 21 says that your children must be stoned if they curse mother and father or if they strike mother or father. And Jesus thinks that this is a good law. In fact, I'll show you. It says, Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, "Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders?" That's the oral law. For they do not wash their hands before they eat. And he answered them, "And why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition?" All right, so if you're following along, they're saying, "Hey, why do you break our oral laws?" And Jesus is like, "Well, why do you break God's laws?" Right? And then he goes on. He says, "God said, 'Honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die.' But you
Right.
say that whoever tells father or mother whatever support you might have had from me is given to God, then that person need not honor the Father. So, for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God, you hypocrites." So he's literally telling them that the bad thing that they're doing is nullifying the word of God, the Mosaic laws. And the one of the prime examples of this is stoning the children from Exodus 21.
I don't. I don't endorsing the stoning. I think he's just pointing out that they don't follow their own rules.
But he said that you don't follow the commandments of God. And that's the problem. His complaint
Yeah, I mean
is that
a couple things there, right? So again, like interpretation specifics, like I haven't looked into that too much. And I'll tell you why. Secondly, it that doesn't break everything immediately for me, but I'll do it. But first, my first point is just the general way that I hear that is I know that Jesus historically criticized the Pharisees for avoiding God's law through like certain loopholes. So my just general assumption would in this case, he's kind of pointing out to them, like you're not even following your own rules. I don't think he's necessarily endorsing stoning. Again, I'd have to look
but
into it. But my second reason, which is more important than the specifics
but
of that occurrence,
remember the
my
complaint
yeah.
is that they're nullifying the word of God. So that means that Jesus thinks the nullification of God's word is a bad thing. If it was a good thing, he
So
wouldn't
I
care.
guess yeah, I don't I genuinely just have to look into it. I don't have a good defense for it. I don't need to necessarily try to build a defense, but overall,
But I'm sorry,
overall,
we didn't
for a
hear
great
anything, Earth, my friend. We didn't hear anything you said there in the last like 10 or 15 seconds. Your connection is really dropping out bad.
sorry here. Let me see if I can get my Wi-Fi out. Is it
We'll see here in a second.
okay? Just let me know.
All right, I can hear you right now, so hopefully the Wi-Fi covered it.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know if that happens again.
Yeah.
I I was just saying that throughout the Gospels, Jesus can see away from violence, and he tells people it's very clear. Like for an example, right? There may be this case where he's saying that they need to follow this law, but he doesn't like explicitly say right. He's just supporting the idea of that. Which I know I haven't looked into it. So maybe that like I what from his actual words, he very clearly that love your enemies,
So what?
treat others how you want to be treated.
But that's already in
Um
the Hebrew Bible.
when
It's already there. You don't need Jesus for that.
okay, but well, hold on though, because that you do need Jesus for that, because I'm saying that Jesus has been reliable and that he has good ethics, and he's claimed to be. He doesn't follow his own ethics within that contradiction. I'm saying overall, Wesley poses violence. It
But
wasn't whether or not that's been said before. It was what Jesus' principles were, and Jesus' principles, are adamantly violence.
right, but the fact remains, if you're just copying
Sure.
stuff from the Hebrew Bible that have already been said, I'm not too impressed. Plus, the other problem is in Matthew 5, 18 and 19, he literally says that those who don't follow the law will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Those that do follow the law will be called great in the kingdom of heaven, which implies he thinks that the law of Moses is a good thing. And I mean, if you've read any of the laws, you know it's fucking horrific. It's a terrible law code. It's barbaric.
Yeah. Fulfill the same thing as enforced, though, right?
I didn't hear what you said. You're breaking up again.
It's breaking up a ton. Just I'm
Yeah, it's
happy to
breaking up a
go. I
lot.
mean, that's not an issue at all.
Well,
Okay, would you recommend that I get off at this point?
I think unfortunately, even though we're having a good conversation, I think the audio is going to drive the audience crazy because they're not really
Okay.
getting to hear anything. However, I'm live 3 nights a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Stop by anytime. We'll pick it up where we left off.
Yeah, I really appreciate the conversation. It was great talking with you. I hope it was positive overall.
Yeah, I had a good time. So you're
All
perfectly
right, man.
pleasant to talk to.
All right, man. I'll probably pop in sometime in the future.
Sure. All right, cheers, buddy. Well, Earth was nice. I wasn't sure what to expect because Earth, typically Earth, when you see that, it means like they're a flat earther. So I was like, oh no, are we gonna get a flat earther? We'll see. We still got quite a few people. I'm gonna take one more guest. I'm gonna read a couple of super chats and just do one more guest, and then we'll close out by reading the rest of the super chats. Feral Star Stuff. Hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. One of my favorite creators, Neuro, dropped another secular blessing for the week on TikTok today. Fuck yeah, chanting and bubbles and ramen. Feels like they're made for us heathens, and a great way to end the week. I agree. Listen, chanting, bubbles, ramen? I'm down with ramen. Ramen's pretty good. Even the cheap stuff like the Maruchan ramen, childhood classic. College classic too. Babs, hey, thanks for the super chat. It says the resurrected Jesus was an imposter. He'd holes in his hands. The Romans drove nails through the wrists. The person who appeared was not crucified. So this is actually a very good point. A lot of the evidence that we have does seem to suggest that they didn't go through the hand because it would tear out. It's not stable enough. So they would go between your bones right here. So they would try to get it right about here, and that way it wouldn't just tear out. It's gonna hold on by your bones. That was a typical method. Now they didn't always do that. Sometimes they literally would like tie your arms up with rope and then perhaps then nail your hands. There's a couple different methods. So it's not entirely clear what method they use, but to be fair, the most common method that I know about is through the wrist. So, I mean, that's that. And Dallas, thank you for the super chat. Deuteronomy 12:31, you must not worship the Lord your God in their way. They even burned their sons and daughters in the fire as sacrifices to their own gods. He would not sacrifice his son. So, Dallas, this is actually a really good point, and we've talked about this quite a few times in the live stream. It's really preposterous that the God of the Hebrew Bible spent all that time condemning people for child sacrifice. And then he's like, well, my plan for the world is to fucking kill my son. Like, are you out of your mind? And first of all, how did you get a son? Oh, actually, it's me. But also my son. But also me. Okay. And Dallas with a follow-up, thank you, Deuteronomy 32:39. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God beside me. Yep, it says the same thing in Isaiah. There is none that can deliver out of my hand, spoken directly from God. No one can save you. In fact, in Isaiah, he says, he is the only Savior and the only God. There is none before him, none after him. And he says, I will share my glory with no other. That means the minute Christians say that Jesus is in the glory of the Father, it's a fucking lie. Unashamed Apostate says, what do we know about Queen Jezebel? Are there any sources or writings about her outside the Bible? She must have been a badass to piss off the prophet so hard. So much has been said about Jezebel because it seems that her daddy was a real person. And it seems like the memory of Jezebel came from probably a real life situation. The area that she's from, the background of her that is described matches what we know from history about that. I think it's very likely that Jezebel really existed, and so did her father. I don't think it's likely that the biblical story about her is accurate. But yeah, we actually have good reason to believe that Jezebel was a real person. I'm trying to think if there's a good book that talks about this, because it gets mentioned a lot, but Oh, we do know also there are some people like Balaam. Balaam, we know, was a real person. So he was mentioned in the Der Allah was the inscription. Hold on, let me find. Yeah, Der Allah inscription actually mentions this particular seer, this cursor, blesser, named Balaam. It's pretty wild. So yeah, there are definitely some people in the Bible that obviously we know existed. We do have evidence. The empire that she was a part of was real. The Omrite dynasty from King Omri actually existed. The Black Obelisk, as it's called, I forget where it comes from. We just call it the Black Obelisk. Mentions, if I remember correctly, the Omride dynasty. It's called the House of Omri. Typically how they word it. So it seems that, you know, her memory it's harkening back to something. And Jessica Transwell says, congratulations, Justin, on reaching your level 2000 in your atheism. Your training and King Kai has really paid off. You know what? I knew one day I would get there. I didn't know when, but I think I finally found some success. And also from Babs again, thank you. Babs says, Jesus and his angels coming down from the clouds with swords was canceled after the invention of the handheld ground-to-air missile. You fucking nailed it. That's exactly what happened. You do not want to be descending down on the planet with missiles firing at you. All right, let me grab our next guest. Been waiting for a while, and then after that, we'll get our what's left of our super chats. I'm trying to get him in here. There we go. Click the button 5 times. Maybe get the loading dots of death here. Let's see. I don't think they're here. Oh well, that's unfortunate. I guess we'll grab the next in line then. 1 second. We'll just take care of that. And the next in line is, as far as I'm aware, is going to be CEEJ is the name on the YouTube queue. So
yeah,
we'll do it. Ken, is your name CJ?
Yeah, CJ.
Awesome. CJ, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir, to both.
Sure. And any particular God?
Yeah, I'm an Orthodox.
Oh, I'm got an Ortho bro. Cool. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God?
So I would say that I think the existence, it's more to believe in a God than not. And I can eventually ontologically, or I guess rather epistemologically, tie that idea to be the Christian God, because I know that'll be a question that you eventually pose.
Mm-hmm.
But I would suggest that because of things like the logic or number theory, objective morality, that the
hey CJ, do you have Wi-Fi available? Your connection is cracking up pretty bad.
Is it? That's such. I'm on Ethernet right now.
You're on Ethernet, and that's what your connection's doing.
Yeah, man. I don't know what it is. I have like probably like 200 up, 100 down.
100. That should be plenty enough. You only need about I don't know, 2, maybe 2.5 if it's. Well, you're not even sending video. You really don't even need 1.
No,
So there's
I don't know why
there's
it's tweaking. Can you hear me any better now?
We'll see. At the present moment, it's not breaking up, but you're also not talking a lot, so it's hard to tell. So I mean, we can try it again if you know, put some tinfoil on and just don't move, and we'll see if we can make it happen. You know?
Yeah, I'll stay perfectly still, and
Yeah.
I'll go grab some tinfoil too. Never mind. My wife just brought me a roll of it. Perfect.
So right, you were gonna talk about. I assume you've got some sort of what Bayesian probability or what?
No, so I would appeal to the idea that the existence of something like objective morality or the laws of logic or number theory presupposes the existence of a creator or a designer.
So just tag this a transcendental argument. That's it.
Yeah, I would start with that, and I would
Well,
say
not to interrupt, but we have a couple traditions here. The first tradition is that for formal arguments, we actually have a timer, and the reason why I have a timer is because they tend to drag on and on and on and on if we don't set up a timer, and also because they're boring. That being
Yeah, that's
said,
fair.
we're like super familiar with like every variant of the transcendental argument, so we're more than happy to rock with it. I'm just going to start the timer, and we'll give you 15 minutes to try to get through the transcendental argument. I'll fast forward it for you by helping you understand my position. My position is I don't believe in any transcendentals. I don't think the laws of logic actually exist. I certainly don't think that objective morals exist, and I certainly don't think that spirits exist. So I think the task that you'll have at hand first is probably to come up with some kind of support for anything that's transcendental existing.
Yeah, perfect. Do you want me to justify the of objective morality?
Yeah, you
To
can
start
try
then?
it, but I mean, if you're a Christian, typically you don't have objective morals. You have subjective morals because they come from God's mind.
Yeah, that's swing back to that. I'll start with grounding the idea of morality and the existence of that transcendental category. Does that work for you?
Sure.
And I won't even take 15 minutes to do it. So, what I would say is that I would lean on Aristotle and Kant and some of their ideas. For Kant riffed on it, but really Aristotelian virtue ethics. And I would say that everything has a teleos, or a purpose and a function. And so one of the kind of infamous, I guess just famous examples that Aristotle uses, right, is the idea of a knife. And so because everything has to exist within its function, a dull is not virtuous and a sharp knife is virtuous. And so that very function of you implies that there ought to be a way something is. Nobody wants a dull knife. A dull knife is useless just outside of its virtue. Kant
So
would take issue with that as he comes upon that idea, but really Kant's answer was a response to things that Hume wrote. And so that those are less helpful. What eventually Thomas Aquinas comes along, and he riffs on and expands upon both the things that Aristotle and Kant wrote, right? And he takes it a step further. It's called natural law. Because you have an MDiv and you are a pastor, I would assume you're familiar with this idea, right? That
yeah, Paul believed in natural law, but I guess what I'm still trying to figure out is do you believe that morals are like decided by God or not?
I do, and I would say that the way that I would ground that idea is that it would appear that both rational and non-rational creations have a final end or a purpose. So one of the examples.
Not to interrupt,
that
it wasn't Aquinas like hundreds of years before Immanuel Kant?
Or yes, I'm sorry, I flipped that Kant would rip on Aquinas.
Yeah.
I'm a Christian, and so I wouldn't appeal to Kant's rift on Aquinas.
Okay.
And so actually, I mixed that up. And so one of the things Aquinas lays out is the idea, and it's very similar to the knife idea, but the idea that a heart that pumps blood is a good heart, and a heart that doesn't pump blood is a bad heart, right? And so one of the things that we can do then is take that a step further, and he does this and that he lays out, is we would say that rational agents also have a purpose to serve in the same way that a heart has a purpose to serve, or that a knife has a purpose to serve.
What's the purpose for rational agents?
Of rational agents is to function in the image of God.
But how could you determine that?
Christian worldview.
But if that's the argument you're starting with, that's just begging the question. If this is going to lead to the proof or the argument for God, you can't include it prior to the conclusion.
Yeah, except that it's the idea of presenting an argument necessarily can't beg the question, because I'm not presenting a syllogism right now that would beg the question.
Well, it doesn't have to be a formal syllogism to beg the question. The reality is, if your end goal is, hey, a God exists, then like leading up to that, like the support for that claim can't be part of God existing. That's the thing you're trying to prove.
That's fair. Then I think a really simple or easy pivot to that is the highest and utmost end of rational creature is worship.
Why would we think that? Wait,
because
are you saying in your worldview the highest virtue is worship, but that would mean that you already believe in God? And also, what a narcissist God! If all he wants to do is people to fucking worship him.
It wouldn't mean that you have to believe in a God, because you can exist outside of that. In the same way a knife could be dull or a heart could choose not to pump blood, you can choose not to partake in it. And so I would posit that anytime a rational creature chooses not to participate in the function of worship, they're choosing to do evil. So I would make the argument that child trafficking exists outside of worship.
But the problem is, this argument doesn't work for moral realism, because it already just assumes that God is setting the parameters of what is right or wrong, which would make it subjective. If God decided that worship is the greatest good, the highest virtue, the function for human beings, that just means that God set the moral system in place, which means they're subjective, not objective. And if they're subjective, that means they're not transcendental.
Right. So I understand what you're saying, and I think where the confusion is, it's an category. So what I'm saying is, for you to use logic or to achieve morality, it necessitates that supreme exists.
No, it doesn't. Laws of logic were invented by human beings to describe the way isness works. That's it. That's just like the language that we're speaking right now. At some point, it evolved, obviously, but it was invented. It's just a description of the universal behavior and phenomenon. It's not something that exists transcendentally.
Right. So that would unfortunately. That would just be pretty patently false, and it's a mischaracterization of what transcendental categories are. And,
what would be your support that they are transcendental?
Does 2 + 2 not equal 4 if humans don't exist?
Well, this is where you're going to get in a lot of trouble because 2 plus 2 is going to be an evaluation, right?
Of what?
Of the numbers, right?
Of number theory?
No, it's just
Or like
2 plus
in
2.
reference to what?
To get the sum, you have to evaluate 2 plus 2. That gets you to the sum, right? So you're saying 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. That's an evaluation. You're saying this is the case. But the reality is, if no humans ever existed, the idea of 2 and 4 doesn't exist either, right? So you could say something like, hey, listen, if no humans existed, but somehow there were still somebody who had a mind to observe it, could they do the math? I'm sure they could, but that's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with whether or not numbers exist transcendentally. That's confusing the map for the place.
And how is that confusing the map?
Because the numbers are the map. It's the thing that we drew up to describe behavior and phenomenon. That's it. There's no such thing as a 2 floating out there or a plus sign floating out there. It's just describing like things that we can engage in, things that we can do. We can count. That's it.
Right. So that and maybe that's where you're misunderstand is it's necessarily a transcendental argument or transcendental category. Is necessarily abstract. So it's necessarily not a I'm trying to think of the right word. It's necessarily not empirical physical.
But it is.
Like what?
Math is performed in our brain states. That's physical.
Right, but the idea number theory is
number theory doesn't exist. Number theory is what we call the process.
So,
number theory is what we call a particular set of mathematics. Something we invented.
We discovered.
No, we invented it.
And that's what I'm saying. Were these principles?
We did not discover it. We invented it.
Like the laws of logic. We didn't make up. We discovered.
No, we didn't. We literally pointed at something and we said, hey, that thing is that thing. Can that thing not be that thing? Well, no, because I already said that it's that thing. That's it. That's all the laws of logic are. We're saying, hey, the thing that is the thing, it's fucking that thing and not another thing. That's not a transcendental category. That's just stating an obvious fact. A thing is a thing.
Right. And so that we didn't invent that idea. That's
Yeah,
what
we
I'm
did.
saying.
We
That
did. Absolutely did.
abstract concept that's necessarily true in order for us to interact with anything. It's a
No.
a priori that it
No, we invented it.
But the existence of logic needs us discovering logic. Do you understand?
No, logic doesn't exist. Logic are rules that we created to describe the behavior of isness. That's it.
Right. So how did we go about? What did we use to create those rules that we now recognize?
Our brain.
And what tool did we use?
Our brains. We thought of it.
No. What brain? What process? What tool did our brains use?
Processing, neurons, synapses.
No, so I mean, perhaps yes, in a physical sense, the abstract tool that our brain used is logic.
Yeah, you're not ever going to prove that. Where does logic sit in the brain?
It doesn't. That's the whole.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, because it doesn't exist. I know.
Yeah, because it's an abstract a priori transcendental category.
Is certainly not. Is my computer using tapping into the abstract laws of logic when it computes things or no? Only humans.
Well, do you think that your computer doesn't use number theory?
I didn't say that.
Compute?
I'm asking the same
That
thing
would
that
be a
you're talking
transcendental
about.
category.
You said that the laws of logic are, and numbers are like in our head, but they're not our brain states. I'm asking about a computer now. AI doing a lot of pretty advanced thinking these days. Not quite as good as a human yet, but I mean, it does math. So does that mean that
Mhm.
the computer is like, does the laws of logic and math rest in the CPU or?
Well, do you understand that in order for AI to exist, number theory has to exist, and so
Uh,
in the same way that is, it's like transcendentally true. So, but in any, we're getting away from the original point, which is that it would be impossible for you, and this is the point that the argument you're making was debunked like all the way back in ancient
Oh,
Greece,
no, it certainly wasn't.
where guys like Aristotle were challenged on, well, how can you um people would argue with him about whether or not logic exists, and he very simply pointed out that they were using logic to make the arguments that logic doesn't exist.
That's adorable. That's a really adorable thing, but that's like a reification fallacy. So
And what, can you lay that out, how it's a fallacy?
yeah, it's when you take some sort of abstract concept and try to make it into a concrete thing, or in your case, a concrete transcendental.
Yeah, the point though, the reason it's not a reification fallacy is because it's not, because the whole transcendental categories is that they're not physical things.
It doesn't have to be physical. It just has to be something that is has existence as a thing, rather than describing a process.
Yeah, but the whole premise of a transcendental argument is that it's a universal immaterial.
I don't believe in universal immaterial things. Like, find me something that's universal, exists everywhere, and is completely immaterial.
Laws of logic.
They don't exist. I already went over this. Laws of logic are a description of things that exist. That's it. This can.
Yeah.
It exists. And you know what? It is a can. You know what this isn't? It's not an apple, right? Because this is an apple, right? This is what we're doing with the laws of logic. All we're saying is, hey, the thing that is the thing, it's the fucking thing. You don't need some sort of transcendental category for that. We literally just made up words to say that thing is the thing, and we call, the format of this thinking the laws of logic. It used to be called the laws of thinking, but it's irrelevant. The idea that they exist, like a platonic form out there somewhere is silly.
That the law of identity or the law of non-contradiction or excluding the middle, like that those don't human logic.
The humans are the ones who created it.
So until humans came along, A wasn't A, and A couldn't be B.
A wouldn't exist at all. There were no letters before humans.
Okay,
unless
so
you're using A and B as variables. Do you mean A and B as a variable?
There's stand-ins to iterate the. So we could use. I'll use tree. So until humans came along, a tree wasn't a tree, or a tree. Yeah, a tree wasn't a tree, and it was a bush. Wasn't either true or false that tree wasn't that thing.
The tree.
Or was that tree always a tree and it was never a bush?
Well,
and that statement was always had to be true or false.
Well, statements don't have to be true or false. You get to evaluate them to see if they're true or false. So the tree
excluded middle that would fit in the laws of logic.
You want me to answer your first question or your second question?
But I was just laying out the laws of logic in relation to the tree. It's use A and B. But
the law of excluded middle means that the proposition needs to be either true or false. It can't be in between. So the tree, if it existed, right, and there were no humans around, whatever it was, you wouldn't call it a tree because there's no fucking words. There's no descriptions for it. So the thing that you're referring to would still be a thing. It has nothing to do with the laws of logic. The laws of logic are describing that behavior, namely the behavior that a thing is a thing and it's not another thing.
Right. And so so the goalpost is slowly moving. What I'm saying is
I don't think it is.
The behavior that is being described has to come before the description.
The behavior is not a transcendental category. Behavior is just describing how things interact, how things move, so on and so forth. Behavior is not a thing, it's a process. Also, the time's up. I told you you weren't going to. You got 15 minutes to find something transcendental and you weren't going to do it. I've done it 1,000 times. There's no good reason to believe in transcendentals unless you are arguing for God. That's it.
Yeah. So how would you ground your worldview then?
I don't even know what you mean by ground.
Epistemologically, like how do you know anything if you don't believe there's any a priori categories?
We know things because we have brains and we interact with the world. So we know what our brain is able to ascertain through its 5 senses, and that's what we would call knowledge. That's it.
So would you say then? So you would say things are knowable?
I would say that knowledge is what we call a brain state where we have acquired something through a process that we now believe a thing or know a thing. It's it. We have memories, and in our memories, thoughts can be stored, and those thoughts are what we would consider knowledge. They're things that are stored in our brain.
But how that thing that's stored in your brain isn't false?
Well, you don't. So the problem that you're going to have is everybody who runs tag eventually goes into the solipsism camp. Retreating to solipsism is never going to help your argument, because if solipsism is true, then your God isn't real either. And solipsism in your worldview absolutely could be true. It could be true that you're a brain in a vat, and that your God, your religion, your conversation with me, all this is literally happening in your head. You don't have a solution for it either. So I don't know if you want to go down the road of solipsism, like you can't know anything for sure, because
no, that's not the direction I'm going. I'm saying that's the direction you're going.
Oh no, it's not.
Because so part of the argument that I'm presenting, it's not begging the question, is baked into this idea is that the absurdity of the opposition, in addition to then giving a grounding for my own worldview.
But
so I'm saying
I just wanted to clarify, CJ, that the problem with what you're about to do, and again, talk to 1,000 y'all, is you're about to say that I have an explanation for a problem that you invented. I don't think it's even a problem, which is why I don't think it needs a grounding explanation. That being said, what you're going to do is say, here's a fake problem. I have a solution for it. That's adorable. I love that you invented a solution that fixes a problem that you think exists. That has nothing to do with whether or not your solution is actually real. Like, anyone can just say, hey, here's a problem. Oh, you know what fixes it? This thing over here and this thing over here. That's adorable. I'm glad that you can invent stuff. But until you can demonstrate that your invention really exists in real life, it's just you asserting that you've got a solution that you can't prove.
You've already admitted that logic and number theory exist in real life, though.
No, I didn't. What I said is that they're processes. They're describing processes that we engage in. They don't exist in like that it is a thing.
It's immaterial, of course.
No, I didn't say immaterial. I said a thing. You can be a thing and still be immaterial. God would be a thing. A thing is anything that has existence.
Like, God. morality.
But I don't think
That they would
morality
be these
exists.
immaterial things.
I don't think
And
objective
so,
morals exist.
do you think morality exists?
In that we invented like rules, but no, not that. There's no like transcendental like objective morality out there.
So there could be a culture that comes along in 1,000 years where raping babies is totally kosher. It's totally moral in your worldview.
So yeah, that'd be the Bible. The Bible allows you to do shit like that.
Well, of course, I'm gonna have an apologetic for that, and we can go to
Of course, it's not going to be good.
yeah, we can. I mean, we can pivot away from this if you're not comfortable running
I'm
your
not.
worldview to its
I'm actually
conclusion.
not pivoting. I'm just making a really interesting statement that my audience
Yeah.
would enjoy. The reality is, you're about to say,
Can
"Hey,
you answer
is
that
it?"
question though?
Well, you didn't ask me the
If
question,
I-
but I already know what your question is. Your question is it objectively moral to sexually assault a baby? Is that your question?
In 1,000 years, could a culture come along that declares that to be a moral action?
Yeah, a culture can do anything. There are cultures right now that think
But would you say
cannibalism
that's
is
moral?
acceptable. Obviously, my opinion is different. That's the problem with subjective morals is everybody has a different idea of what should be allowed and what shouldn't be allowed. That's it.
Yeah, which so then morality just doesn't exist. It
Yeah,
is. It
I just
was
said that
okay for the
like 3
It
times.
was okay for the Aztecs to sacrifice children.
I mean, in my opinion, I don't think it was the right move. That's what subjective morals is. So they thought it was
Yeah.
cool to sacrifice children. We don't believe that today. We see that it brings harm, and we say actually we don't want to harm. So the reality is, like, morals are subjective, which is why they thought it was good, and we don't.
Yeah, and so you would say that it wasn't actually wrong for them to do that because you can't say that, right?
I would say, in my subjective opinion, I think it's wrong. I wouldn't say it's objectively wrong because, again, I don't believe in objective morals. And in reality, you don't either because morals come from your God, which, again, makes them subjective.
Right, but anybody in my camp label his opinion objective because he's the designer. So it's like
that's not what objective means.
It would be like your opinion stacked up against J.R.R. Tolkien's opinion about
That's
Lord
not
of the
what
Rings.
objective means in this context at all. You have to know that. You obviously have done enough philosophy. You're just trolling right now if you are pretending not to know what objective morals are.
No, I understand what objective morals are, and that I'm not making an argument for some sort of like strict determinism or the word's escaping me right now, but it starts with a D.
So the reality is, when something is objective, it has existence completely independent of a mind. There's no mind that caused that thing to exist. It has independent existence. Its ontology doesn't rely on anything else. So, like, God could be theoretically an objective being, but that doesn't mean that morals are objective. Because morals come from a mind. Things that come from a mind are by definition subjective. And God has a mind and he invented morals, which means in your worldview, they're also subjective. You have divine command theory, you don't have objective morals.
Yeah, a part of that though is satisfied in the one in many argument, right? That because I have which would be a part of my argument for why God is uniquely the Christian God is unique and answers some of the questions for a priori truths in a way that the Mormon God or the Muslim God wouldn't.
But again, this goes back to what I was saying before. It's adorable that you invented a solution to a problem that you think exists. Again, I don't think that the problem exists, and I don't think that your solution exists.
Yeah, so you don't think that it's a problem that some cultures are into child sacrifice and some cultures aren't. You don't find that problematic at all.
Again, I do find it problematic to harm children. They don't, because morals are subjective, which means their opinion is going to be different from my opinion, which is why nobody in history has ever decided universally on the same set of morals. Is slavery chill? I don't know. For most of human history, it was. Now it's not.
Right, but so what I'm saying though is you just demonstrated that morality is indeed a problem.
No, it's not a problem.
Like it's not something that I made up.
It's not a problem. It doesn't even exist.
You
So
just posited though that it has shifted.
Yeah, it does. It's going to continue to shift. So the argument track that you're going down right now is going to be essentially, well, I don't like that in subjective morality, a society can do horrible things and deem it to be good. Listen, I get it. I don't like that sometimes either, but that doesn't make objective morals exist. They don't exist in your worldview or mine. They simply don't.
Well,
You're stuck with divine
your
command
worldview,
theory.
they do exist just in the mind of the observer.
No, they still don't exist. I mean, they exist perhaps as a brain state in that our brains are capable of like thinking of ideas, but they don't exist like ontologically, like on their own.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So in your worldview, they still exist just in the mind of the observer.
Again, you're going to be misusing the word "exist," which is why I'm not using it.
Then let's define the word "exist."
The word "exist" means that
Are you waiting for me, or are you going to define it?
No, I said you tell me. What does it mean to exist?
I mean, I'll Google the definition. Definition for the word exist. Exist means to have actual being or reality, to be real. This is Merriam-Webster, by the way. It indicates that something has objective presence and is not merely an abstract concept.
Yep. And morals are an abstract concept, which means they don't exist.
Except to the mind of the observer, right? And so you would say
abstract concepts don't exist.
But I'm saying it's not an abstract concept. I'm saying it's an immaterial concept.
Which you can't demonstrate. It's not immaterial in your worldview or mine. In your worldview, it's dependent on God's mind. It's not immaterial at all.
How does that make it not immaterial? Can you demonstrate that or justify that claim?
Yeah, because God told you what they are, what that means, and in the Bible he even changes some of them. So what that means is that they're literally just rules that God invented. That's it. The same way I can invent rules for my son, that doesn't mean that they now have ontology out here in the real world. They don't exist.
Yeah, they're immaterial.
No, they're not. By definition, they are material in that their brain state, like our brain is like processing ideas, or what we call ideas, but that's as far as it goes. There's no like existence for morals. They're not there. They're not immaterial. They're not nothing. They just don't exist.
Yeah, and I think that most humans for nearly all of human history would hear that and roll their eyes. And
I don't think so, and I also don't know if I care. Why do I care if some people in the past disagree with me? They
Yeah,
thought slavery
I'm
was
just
cool. Obviously,
illustrating
we're
that
going to disagree.
you're taking the extreme minority position even
Oh
amongst
no, no, I'm not.
modern philosophers.
Nope.
Yeah.
Not,
Oh, yeah.
not,
You certainly are.
nope. Not. That's not true.
You're taking a new age postmodern position amongst philosophers, even amongst
Yeah,
philosophers.
you got it. Yeah, yeah. I'm a nominalist, so I don't think properties exist. I don't fucking think transcendentals exist, and it turns out a lot of philosophers don't, which is why the majority of philosophers today are atheists.
The ones, yeah, today, obviously, but
Yeah,
even
exactly.
that's what I'm saying. You're a postmodernist. You're in the minority of human history.
So I don't give a fuck what people in the past thought. I care what they think about now. I think society knows more about philosophy than they knew in Aristotle's time. Plato literally said that magnets are divine because he couldn't understand how they worked. He didn't know anything about the electromagnetic field.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's self-reporting there, right? But the and I think it's interesting because again, you just made an appeal and a claim to knowing.
No, I didn't. So again, your understanding of know and mine are going to be completely different. When I say that we know something or I know something, what I mean is that our brains have an idea that something is. I know that I'm holding a can right now because I can see the fucking can. My brain knows it. That's it. That's all that means. There's no such thing as transcendental knowledge. You can't like grab hold of knowledge and put it in your brain. Not how that works.
It's immaterial, of course.
Every
the claim
single
isn't that it's material.
Every single I didn't say it's material. Every single transcendental thing you're gonna say, all of them are just reification fallacies. All of them are just trying to take an abstract concept and then turn it into a thing that has existence, and you can't do that. It's a fallacy. Also, the paper from 2020, one of the latest philosophical gatherings, agree with me on nominalism. It says 41% accept or lean towards nominalism, and only 37% lean towards Platonism.
Right, and then that's like gotta be. I mean, what are we talking about? 10% globally?
Why do I care?
Less
I don't think like normal people are thinking about nominalism.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I think my autism diagnosis and my hyper obsession with these things probably puts me outside of the category of normal people. Right.
Listen, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's the deal.
Yeah.
CJ, you're perfectly pleasant, fun guy to talk to. It's now 23 minutes past what the time I was supposed to quit, and I still got like 45 minutes of super chats I have to read. I'll be live again on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I'm always live on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Please come by and we can do some more debates. The reality is we've been on here for a while, literally just doing the transcendental argument. My audience isn't really interested in that, and to be fair, I've done this enough times. I've heard everything you're ever going to say. You're never going to say anything that is new to me, and none of them are at all convincing to me or the audience that transcendentals exist. And I get it. Like, I know like the methods that you were taught to try to find things like abstract ideas and turn them into things that actually exist so that you can get some kind of transcendental category. It just doesn't work on me because I don't let people turn abstracts into things.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you are also super pleasant to talk to. You sound like a chill, reasonable guy, not like a gotcha outrage streamer. So, it was dope getting to talk to you. I think I would just challenge you and even your audience to consider the difference between uh uh my statement of saying it's immaterial. And so it's an immaterial truth, not an abstract. It's an immaterial universal, which I think is philosophically different than me making an abstract thing real by appealing to its abstractness. And so I think there's a difference between that reification fallacy and me appealing to a universal immaterial.
But
and so I
my
would just
understanding
challenge your
is
audience with that. Even to
immaterial
just read about it.
universals are entities, aren't they?
And what it depends on what you mean by entity.
Like it's a thing.
Yeah, it's just immaterial, but yes.
But that's what I'm saying. I don't think that they are. That's the step that's the hurdle you can't get over, is trying to convince us that these abstract ideas are actually things.
But yeah, I guess if you necessarily reject any form of Platonic thought or any idea of the intellect or any need to bridge that metaphysical gap, then I guess the whole conversation is just a non-starter. Because I'm looking at it, I'm saying I think there's a metaphysical gap between the immaterial and the material universe, and so there needs to be metaphysics to bridge that. And
That's the whole goal of TAG. I know.
Yeah, and so if you're just saying no, there doesn't need to be a bridge,
right? Because there's no immaterials, there's no there's no universals.
Yeah, and that's where we would disagree. I think even right is not even that there's not material and immaterial, but that there's no universals.
Yeah. Basically, that's my position. And I've been doing this for over 3 years now. I've never heard a good argument yet for the existence of some concrete immaterial universal. Never heard one yet. It's always trying to take a concept or an idea and then just convert it into a thing with word games.
That's interesting. Well, all just out of respect for you and your audience, just because you are pleasant to talk to, I could keep going back and forth.
I'll tell you what.
I'll slide out and
you can come back anytime, and we can do more philosophical discussions. I'll just warn you ahead of time. For those of us who do this type of live stream debates a lot, TAG is the weakest argument you'll ever bring. I don't think you're ever going to convince somebody who's thought about it for a while that God exists using TAG. Personally, I would use something else. I think there are better arguments out there. I think TAG is old, it's dead, and that horse is thoroughly beaten. I think we should just leave that one alone.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyways, CJ,
I can appreciate this stance.
Had a good time talking to you. Thanks for sticking it out. I know you had some bad connections there. We worked through it. Hopefully I'll see you again, and think of your best philosophical argument for God and bring it back to me, and we'll try it out.
Yeah, for sure. I'm about to start my master's work in philosophy, so I'll at some point over the next couple of years, I'll have a good one for you.
You talked to allegedly Ian yet?
I don't know who that is, to be honest with you.
You're going to want to go to either TikTok or YouTube and just type in allegedly Ian. He does what I do, except he's the philosophy guy. He loves it. He spends every day talking about philosophy.
Perfect. That sounds awesome. That's a good shout out.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun.
You have a great rest of your night, man. I've already violated the time you gave me, like triple. So I appreciate you. You have a great rest of your night, man.
All right, cheers, man.
Cheers.
I know I let him go longer than 15 minutes because the argument changed into an informal argument and topic kind of changed. Plus, he was the last guest for the night. So, friends, hey, thanks for hanging out with me. It is late. You know, I had no intention of staying up this late. I say that every time. I had no intentions of being up past midnight, as I'm fucking up past midnight every time. So, what are we gonna do? Hey, Ontological Shock. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I'm up against an Atheist 2000 Earth. I think that means you were making a formidable case, Justin, which you definitely were, in my opinion. Also, Earth was a kind and fun guest. Rocker for day. I actually agree. I thought Earth was fun. I thought he was nice guest to have. Honest. He was doing a little pretzeling, but honest. honest. So, I almost, I didn't because he was being so nice, but I almost broke out. Hold on, where's it at? I almost broke out the pretzel meter. So I got a pretzel meter now, where I can gauge somebody's pretzel level. But the thing of it is, though, I need to write code still yet to automate it so that it reads the chat, and then as the chat comes in, I can set thresholds so that the more people say cooked, the higher the pretzel cook dot will go. So the audience will be able to control it. It's going to be a lot of fucking fun. But nevertheless, I didn't bring it out on that guest because he was being kind. So you guys, I know people like the blood sport, but you know how I am. If people are being kind, I try not to make fun of them or give them a hard time. Kernel of Truth, or shall I say Colonel. Hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Ratios are objective. Aren't they then also transcendental? Boner for you, by the way. I don't know what boner for you. Anyways, ratios, I don't think have objective existence. When we're talking about something being objective, we're not saying that it exists. Like you can say, hey, this thing exists objectively, but that's actually like you're thinking about it wrong. When we say something exists objectively, we're saying it exists independent of a mind, meaning it has its own existence, right? Nothing thought that thing into existence. It's not dependent on any mind putting it in play. So ratios are mathematics, and that means that they were invented by a mind, and that just means that they're not transcendental. But that's my opinion. Design, hey, thank you for the super chat. Objective morals, ahem. A heart that pumps is a good heart. A bee that stings is a good bee. Wait. Oh, this is a good point, actually. If we're making a moral argument from virtue, I think the question we have to ask is, what's virtuous for me could actually, if I say it's virtuous for somebody else, put me at harm's way. Like the bee, exactly, right? Or a fucking polar bear. Is it, if a polar bear is designed to eat fresh meat, they're not too picky, and the polar bear eats me, we would have to say that it was virtuous that the polar bear ate me because he was fulfilling his God-given function. And Greg Lisk, thank you for the super chat. In a recent debate, a theist claimed that questioning God is a sin. Actually, I heard that before. You should have pointed out they must then admit Jesus sinned on the cross. My God, why has thou forsaken me? Well, see, that's the thing is, I think we talked about this last stream, actually. Somebody else might have mentioned this, or hold on a second. What's today's date? The 27th. Yeah. Yeah. So I agree. If Job sinned by questioning God, which he didn't, well, you're right. That would mean that Jesus, when he doubted God, that he sinned, because now Christians. Here's what Christians will say, though. Christians will say, well, listen, he quoted Psalm 22 not because he doubted God. He quoted Psalm 22 because he was saying that it's a prophecy about him. Well, that's bullshit, because he doubts God in the Garden of Gethsemane. Remember, he said, if it's possible, let this cup pass from me. He was literally like sweating drops of blood, according to one of the Gospels. And then in the end, he says, your will be done and not mine, which means that Jesus... Jesus might not actually fully be on board sometimes with what God is doing. Ontological shock, thank you for the super chat. In 1 Corinthians 15, Paul says, resurrected, glorified bodies are spiritual and imperishable, not flesh and blood. So why would Jesus still have wounds after rising? So this is the thing. In John, it seems pretty clear that when Mary Magdalene sees him, he's not in the resurrected body. So if you go to John 21, you'll see that. So give me 1 second. John 20. Oh, is it John 20 or 21? Hold on. 20. 20. All right. John 20. And then when she thinks that he's the gardener, right? It says, when she had said this, she turned around. And he said they turned around and saw Jesus standing there, but she did not know that it was Jesus. Jesus said to her, woman, Why are you weeping? Whom are you looking for? Supposing him to be the gardener, she said, Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you've laid him, and I will take him away. Jesus said to her, Mary, and she turned and said to him in Hebrew, Rabboni, which means teacher. Jesus said to her, do not touch me, because I have not yet ascended to the Father. So that's an interesting thing to say. What does it mean that because he hasn't ascended to the Father, she can't touch him? That kind of implies that after he ascends, she can touch him. But the problem is, in the same Gospel of John, Thomas puts his fucking fingers on him. So it seems like super contradictory. Mary, nope. No fingering for Mary. But for Thomas, let me see. See, was it John where Thomas? Maybe it wasn't John. I apologize. It might have been Luke, where Thomas puts his hands inside of Jesus's wounds. Let's see. Oh, it was chapter 20. I went too far ahead. Chapter 20, verse 24. I fucking thought it was in there. I just I doubted myself. Oh. Always believe in yourself, friends. This cat, hey, off my desk. There's cables. Okay. All right. 24 is where I was going. It says, but Thomas, who was called the twin, or Didymus in Greek, one of the 12, was not with them when Jesus came. So the other disciples told him, we have seen the Lord. But he said to them, unless I see the mark of the nails in his hands, put my finger in the mark of the nails, and my hand in his side, I will not believe. A week later, his disciples were again in the house, and Thomas was with them, although the doors were shut. Jesus came and stood among them and said, peace be with you. So it seems like Jesus fucking transported through the door. The door was shut. He just showed up in there. Then he said to Thomas, put your finger here and see my hands. Reach out your hand and put it in my side. So Jesus is like, Mary, don't fucking touch me. I haven't resurrected. Then a week later, he's like, Thomas, you can finger me anytime, buddy. It's a weird story. But you're right. In 1 Corinthians 15, Paul does mention the new body. Although my opinion, and the opinion of many scholars, is that it's not an immaterial body. It's made of a finer, unseeable substance. It's still a body. Because remember, in order to have a body, you must be made of something. So they thought it was made of something very fine. Scylla attacks a bit. Hey, is now a member for fucking 17 months. Huge W, Scylla attacks. And Bethos, thank you for the super chat. Yesterday, John was flooded with L Filbros and trolls. True, I think all the philosophy majors are now out of school and they're bored on summer break, and they're like, oh, let's just fucking get on the internet and argue with people using the tricks, the word games that we learned in school. And so now they're here. When they go back to school, maybe they'll find better things to do. A Cruisin' 68, hey, thanks for being a member. Pick one 6-hour debate with insufferable 20-year-old Precept Philbro, or 60, or old biblical numerology flat earther. Oh, fucking that one all day long. That's exciting. You get me a biblical fucking numerologist who believes in the flat earth. I'm down for that. I'll have that discussion all day. Rock hard for Doug, simple for Sharon, and gay for Justin. Thank you. And Bethos again says yesterday, oh, I got a duplicate in here. That happens sometimes. YouTube does that. Cynthia, thank you for letting me know you got your fucking cup already. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. The shipping went way faster than I expected. I think I shipped them out on Tuesday. So that means they got there pretty quick. Bethos, yours take a bit longer because it's leaving the USA. You'll have to let me know, Bethos, when it shows up. I was a little bit worried. I'm like, fucking shipping stuff internationally always scares me. So we'll see. Sad Tech Geek, hey, thanks for the super chat. Happy Friday, Justin and my fellow heathens. Gay for Justin. Thank you, Sad Tech Geek. And I hope that you were able to enjoy the stream. And Forge the Gods, that's literally what the fucking humans did. We just literally forged our own gods. It's pretty wild. guy literally ran subjective universe on me to counter the moral argument. He held up a pen and said, this pen is subjective. Blew my mind. That's not how that works. The pen has existence in the material world that isn't reliant on the mind. The mind doesn't make it exist. That's wild to think that a pen, or that anyone would make an argument that pens are subjective. That's pretty wild, actually. Well, I mean, what are you gonna do? People are weird, right? Bethos sent a mountain of super chats. Thank you. Says, make prove me wrong font larger to avoid friends. That's actually a good idea. I do like this idea. I am working, by the way. Let's give me 1 second to write a note. Let's see. I am working on some software, and I think what I'm going to build into it is an easy programmable font. Not font, I mean a prompt. Similar to what they're doing now on, not on AXP, but on the line, where they've got a box and then, you know, they fill it with whatever they need to, rather than like an icon of some nature. Hold on, where'd my prompt go on my vertical stream? There it is. Yeah, so rather than having like this guy, I would just have a description box like at the bottom or the top, and then inside of my software, I would have all kinds of topics loaded up. I could just hit the drop down button, pop in the topic for the day, and easy peasy. Way better than what we got going on here. In fact, you know what? I need to do that. Let's see. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just taking notes before I forget this idea. I think I got it. Okay. Sometimes I get ideas while we're doing this, and I'm gonna do that, and then the next day rolls around, and I'm like, what the fuck was I gonna do? Baz Huda says, Mark 1:19 through 20, then verse 21, and Zebedee cried out with a loud voice, "Oi! Where the fuck are you two going?" Rock hard for Doug. That's, yes, you nailed it. That is the perfect accent that they would have been speaking in. You got it perfectly right. And Betho says, I love M's voice. I gotta tell you, I am like, I do like a good voice. I love like James Earl Jones, having a great narration voice. Seth Andrews has got a great voice. But like M's voice is next level. There's no way around it. M's voice is it's just amazing. It's absolutely fantastic. So W to M's for literally having what is probably the best voice on the planet. I don't know what else to say about M's voice. I know sometimes it can be a little quiet, you know, because of the microphone, but like, listen, you're gonna have some of that sometime. Mama said there'd be days like this. So you just got, you gotta put up with some things sometimes. But we love Ems. He's just a fantastic person to have around on this channel. Nevertheless, from Megs, hope you're doing well. Megs is back from Mexican food and a margarita, and greeted with the sultry tone of M's, Rock Hard for Doug, and Medusa. Listen, I get it. The M's voice, like Like sometimes I have to like you know, turn the air conditioning on and cool myself down, you know. Not a robot, I swear. Thank you for the super chat. I don't take things at face value. Yeah, religion will do that to you. Exactly. Words don't mean words. Rock hard for Doug. Justin's fucking rock and simple for sharing. That is the case. Listen, if you get to a point where you're like, listen, I don't take words in a book to mean words in a book. You do need to take a look at yourself and ask why you believe that words don't mean words. Because now there are some concerns. And it can happen to anybody, but it is concerning, very concerning. Betho says another Muslim trying to defend Aisha age issue. Yeah, Betho, it's disturbing that they do that, but I mean, to stay in the religion, they kind of have to, don't they? Like they just have to own up to it. And Mr. Ezekiel says electric lettuce and figs. Well, fucking, I hope you had fun. That's a good combo. I would do that for sure. And Halpane, welcome to the Kraken crew, bud. And also Ness, thank you for the super chat. I've been following you for about 6 months now. Oh, thank you. Leaving Christianity was difficult and scary, and you've made it much easier. Thank you. Oh shit, Ness. I'm glad you said that. That's why I started this channel. One of the reasons to start this channel was to help people through their deconstruction and, you know, help them to get through one of the most difficult parts of typically their adult life. And Async, Gretchen, says at DZ Debates, it's the Rock Hard for Doug and the BMF songs. I got to check them out. The thumbnail says, say his name. Yes, they're in the subreddit or on Async. You've heard them both. I thought I just heard the one. Maybe I did hear them both. It's hard to recall. Anyways, I do. I would like to integrate. Maybe that's the right word. Some kind of music into the live stream. And so far, Gretchen's music has been my favorite. And Real Marcus Holloway, hey, thank you for being a 7-month member. I need whatever this guy's on. I have a weekend to waste. Listen, get her done. Absolutely. And Betho says, reification, watch some Tantacruel, bro. Now, let's see. Now I got to look that one up. Hold on. Cruel. Oh, is this a person? This is a topic I don't know. I just don't know anything about. I have to look into that one. I don't know if there's like a pop culture reference or a movie. But Betho's with another super chat says, why is bro so angry? Should reify himself. Actually, I think it's pronounced reify, isn't it? But yeah, listen, he was not stable. It just I'm reluctant to say too much, but I'm of the opinion that maybe they're not well, and so I'm trying not to, you know, talk ill of them. Stephen Wright, thank you for the super chat. It's Friday. Drunk tank just emptied out. Well, that's what's up. I hope you're having a good time on this Friday night. It's the perfect night to do some partaking, and I hope though that you're safe. Don't do anything to you know, get yourself hurt. And Sad Tech Geek with another super chat says, David, you're off your meds, dude. Here's the thing. I've talked to David before. Something was off, but I know David well enough to know that I'm fairly certain that what I saw today is what we might describe as normal signs of aging. He's not a spring chicken. So my fear is that David's getting to a point where he might not have his mental faculties anymore. If you listen to my debate with him like 2 years ago, it was very different. And Power Ranger, David Parker equals Phil Bro final boss. Really? I didn't find any of the Phil Bros tonight to be all that good, mostly word salad, right? And Steve says, Dr. Justin, emergency brain salad surgery on Dave. The Dave's word salad was, it was next to some of the best I've ever heard. Oh, not David. It was before David. Who was before David? Shit. Anyways, it was absolutely a word salad night tonight, and you know, that's what we get for doing live streams where wild people can call in. And Cedar and Sound says, "Fill thy," as in filthy. A as in saying yes. Oh. Fill thy. A. Fill thy A. I feel like if I pronounce it right, it's going to mean something. But Cedar, my friend, I'm not getting it. I apologize. I might be too slow for the joke that you're pulling off here. I don't know what fill thy. Oh, you mean fill thy is supposed to sound like filthy. Oh, you should. What's the hyphen in there for? Just put filthy with a ph. I would have got that. Am I losing my mind over here? Anyways, I got you now. Filthy is what you meant. That makes sense. That makes sense. And Game Guy says filthy. Oh, fill thy equals filthy. I don't know why I had to censor that. I appreciate that. Again, I don't know why there's a hyphen in there. That's what fucking threw me off. If you had just wrote filthy with no hyphen, I would have been like, okay, they did filthy with the ph. Chris says, is the U.S. a mental asylum? Is this where we're at? Yeah, actually, yeah. It's like Hotel California over here. You can check in, but you can never leave. So they're gonna stab you with their steely knives, and you know all the other quotes. But you know it's what are you gonna do? You have to take the good with the bad, and right now it seems like the bad is the fucking religious zealots. Game Guy says the rocks aren't God. Such blasphemy. True. I was half tempted when he said that to bring out Doug, and unfortunately, what are you gonna do? I didn't want to derail the conversation though. And Atlas says, "Oh my Doug, the amount of woo woo tonight is crazy." It was a wild one, to be fair. I had fun though. I had fun. It'd been a while since I did a late stream. But we got one in tonight. And Nightshade Say says, as Rick James says, Pat Kane is a hell of a droog. Yes, that is 100% what he said. One of my favorite quotes. You just can't say it on TikTok. Not a Robot says Corvax has got those crazy cray eyes. That's true. Actually, hold on. On my guest list, because I document my guests, I wrote down for Corvax, nearly a pantheist, but kind of out of his mind, has crazy eyes. So I think everybody was seeing the same shit that I was seeing. PDX Geek says this dude is giving Droogs a bad name. True. I've met some people who were into partaking in some of that stuff, and they didn't act like that. So what are you gonna do? I hope he's well. For a moment I thought maybe he's a troll. So I don't know. I gotta do one thing real quick. Okay. Okay. Reverend Nate, Jesus fucking Christ, don't motor homeschool your kids. Yeah, actually. Homeschooling, sometimes, you can get somewhere with that. I've seen some homeschoolers do pretty well, actually. Motor homing your homeschool child. I don't want to make remarks about people who live in motorhomes. I'm just saying that based on statistics, it seems like if that is your situation and you're schooling from home, you might not be getting a proper education. And the 19 say says, ask if the doctor clapped the wrong end at his birth. Oh, yeah. Actually, I think that is a somewhat likely case, actually. And PDX Geek says, worship the agency of the mushroom overlords. True. That really was the thing that he was up to for sure. And Game Guy says, I'm not entirely convinced that Korvax isn't on mushrooms right now. I'm also not convinced that he isn't sitting in a room with the previous caller. Oh, shit. Oh, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? I have definitely had instances where like multiple people, like friends in a location, have called me, or even on Unapologetic, called Unapologetic. So yeah, I mean, it does happen sometimes. Usually it's the Phil Bros though. The Phil Bros hang out together, they follow each other around to streams, and then when they don't like how one conversation goes, the next one pops up to do justice. Reverend Nate says EMS generates enough dollars to pay for U.S. healthcare. Wait, what? I don't know if you guys know this. I can't tell you too much about where he's from, but where he's from, doctors don't get paid very well at all. So, unfortunately, if you see EMS on TikTok, send them a shit ton of gifts. That's the only thing I can tell you. I don't know if he can actually collect gifts in where he's at. I don't know. Steve says last two are Jim's kids from Taxi. Oh, I've not seen that one actually. For those who've seen the movie though, there's a joke. And Skepticism says you make a movie about Doug, therefore you cast the first stone. Oh fuck. Fucking phenomenal. That joke, okay, was a masterpiece. I have nothing. I have nothing to add to that. What could you add to that? And Kane Malice, thank you for the super chat. Wrong DZ. My authority is derived from Water Lady. Oh, Water Lady, huh? Okay. I trying to figure out who Water Lady is. Ariel? Triton. No, he's a dude. Water Lady. Aphrodite? She came out of the water. I don't know. I don't know the water gods very well, do I? Hey, Vicious, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, and Mr. Hario, thank you for the super chat. Justin, you are our prophet. You can never be replaced unless a viewer sends a galaxy and the prophet gets dropped. Showing my DZ age here, Rock for Doug. Well, Mr. Hario, that is harkening back to a time when we got so many guest requests on TikTok that you literally could just fucking, if you didn't like them, just yeet them right out. Gone. No one cares. Get out of here. We'll be fine. Unfortunately, that's not the way things work. It's much harder to get guests because TikTok changed their algorithm. And on top of that, I just don't think, I don't want to say that the market is saturated. That's probably not the right word for it. But I would say there's a lot more people that are doing these types of streams. And because there's a lot more people that are doing these types of streams, it naturally means that I think the calls are, they're going to get spread out a little bit. But it happens. If you put on a good show, you'll still get calls. And Kurt, thank you for the super chat. Caller is displaying he hasn't read the Bible. Nothing to see here. Slavery is different in the Bible. You're better than this, Noah. Yeah, that's why I try to ask. Because the idea that the slave laws were better in the Bible. People say that it's not true. The slave laws were very comparable in the other texts. In fact, I've got a spreadsheet. The deconstruction spreadsheet has a tab called laws, and I've taken as many biblical laws as I can find, and I've overlaid them with other ancient Near Eastern laws. There's more work to be done to it, but it's got enough on there that it's worth a read. And Luke says, Justin, start bringing up the burnt offering of Jephthah's daughter as a counter to these callers' objections of free will. It's my favorite go-to. Rock hard for Doug. Jephthah, the story of Jephthah was like so popular in the debate deconstruction community for a while. I just stopped using it. I didn't want. I never wanted to sound cliche like I was copying somebody. But now my arguments have been copied so much. I got to fucking get new ones. But that's good. That means the arguments work if other people take them, right? Thank you so much for the super chat. Sufficiently advanced tautology. Are there uses of pass through the fire, which Christians would agree means non-Israelites did child sacrifice, to prove Ezekiel means God ordered ritual infanticide, and it was just the Molech cult? So I think there might be two questions here. Are you saying, are there instances in the Hebrew Bible where the foreigners are talking about passing over the fire? Yeah, Jeremiah does. Was it Jeremiah? Let's see, was it chapter 19? Hold on. Let's see, where's that? Oh, 2 Kings 17:17 says it. They made their sons and daughters pass through the fire. But I thought Jeremiah had it in there as well. Oh, apparently it didn't like the word Jeremiah. It literally just cut it right out of my search result. All right. Yeah, Jeremiah 30 to 35. They built high places of Baal, which are in the valley of Ben Hinnom, to cause their sons and daughters to pass through the fire to Molech, which is one of the passages that gets to your second question. Is Molech like a god in a pantheon that they're sacrificing to, or does it describe the type of sacrifice? There's a large debate in the academic community. I don't actually know. I don't know the answer. What I do know is that in Ezekiel chapter 20, when God commands them to pass their children over the fire, it means exactly what it means here. In 2 Kings 17:17 and Jeremiah 32:35, it means child sacrifice. Breezy, thank you for the super chat, says, I despise nice guests who skirt over the Bible, ignore the text, and not honest. The dishonesty in their reading of the Bible is disgraceful and disgusting. So that is the one annoying part. You know, sometimes you get a guest that is, they are nice, but the conversation does get frustrating because like they don't answer questions. They don't, they want to meander off on different topics that you're not really talking about to avoid talking about the hard ones. It gets tedious. It gets really tedious. And Bryce Aroni, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. Noah is coping hard. Well, yeah, that is the case. He's just grasping at straws, throwing spaghetti against the wall to see what sticks because he doesn't like what the book says. Well, to be fair, that's what most of the people we talk to are doing, right? So it is what it is. 1 second. Okay. Queasy? Queasel. Hey, why do you think mostly only men call in? Good question, and I think it's a pretty easy answer. One, men are more comfortable with arguing. Typically, like we welcome adversity, opposition, and we're for us it's like a sport, right? It's a competition where we can, you know, defeat the enemy and prove our worth. You know what I mean? So it's this you know, old male instinct to seek glory for yourself. And so I think the debate, the debates are a lot like that. But also, it's not, if you go to like Sarah's channel, there's lots of women, that primarily women in her channel, and some of the others. So and she does debates on Saturdays. So I think the biggest thing is that human nature is interesting. So when I was in seminary, we covered statistics for churches. You have to understand church stats. So one stat that's almost always true is that if you've had a pastor at a church for a little while, the demographics of your church are largely going to skew around the age of that pastor. If you got a 40-year-old pastor, most of your regular attendees are going to be somewhere close to age 40. The reason why this happens is because when you're in a position where you're teaching or you're leading somebody, the people who are there are most comfortable if you are somewhat like them, because they feel that you can speak to their situation, right? And I think live streaming is the same way. I think people tend to pick live streamers that they relate to, that they look and sound like what they're used to hearing. And so a lot of it has to do that. So a lot of men, I think, subscribe to my channel because, you know, they just see another dude. And if you look at my demographics, most of my followers are around my age. So Timothy says, I want my $2. I'm sorry, Timothy, I don't know what you're referring to, my friend. Is this what happened? Timothy, that super chat might be a little too vague for me to understand. I'm sorry. Phil Bros that really get around equals philanderers. Oh shit. I gotta hand it to you, Gretch. That was pretty good. I like that one actually. Also, I did finally hold on, fuck. I set up a fucking soundboard in my software, so I don't have to have this hardware on my desk, and the cat won't keep fucking running into it. Let's see. I think I got the. Can you guys hear this? Oh, that didn't output anything. Why not? Let's see. That one. Oh, that's a shame. Maybe. Oh, hold on. Maybe because I've got the channel turned off. Let's see. Oh, it did output audio, didn't it? It's just that I didn't hear it, which is kind of interesting. I wonder why I didn't hear it. Oh, because I'm not sampling that track. That's why. Let me try this again. I'm going to change the sample track to cable C. There we go. And then I'm going to open up cable C so I can hear it. Try this again. We got it. Soundboard works. I'm going to get rid of this hardwired soundboard, the Stream Deck. Hey, if anyone wants a Stream Deck, I think I'm getting rid of mine. Aircram, thank you for the super chat. Refer callers to your Bible study with Sarah. To John Calmer Debates, S1 of Mr. Deity. Oh, season 1 of Mr. Deity is awesome. And your comments on YouTube for responses from us. Oh, not a bad idea. I would like to, I've been talking about it, and maybe, maybe I'll get AI to draw me some charts. I want to make some flow charts for a lot of these arguments that God believers are bringing, so that we can help people like visually see the methods and the arguments that work. We flow charted them out. I'm the big cheese says Christianity is pro-divorce because all marriages will cease in the kingdom of heaven. Jesus promises forced divorce in spiritual lobotomy. This is actually really interesting because in Matthew 19, he kind of makes a big deal about divorce, right? Being wrong, except for the case of adultery or unfaithfulness, what do you want to call it? So it's interesting that in the eternal kingdom there is no marriage, which actually contradicts Isaiah 65 when it talks about the new heaven, new earth. The Old Testament never said that like your spouse is going away. So there's that. It is a thing. Timothy, hey, welcome to the Kraken crew though. Congrats. Welcome in, friend. And I am the big cheese with another super chat topic idea. Name one thing Satan would do that God wouldn't. Oh, that'd be interesting. Satan would do. Well, I know what he wouldn't do. He wouldn't fucking kill a bunch of kids to settle a bet. That's crazy. That's some Yahweh shit. And Daddy Todd says Noah wants to be Mr. Rogers of Baby Paste. True. Won't you be my neighbor so I can grind you up into a paste and then vulcanize you? I don't think I haven't really used the vulcanization baby paste in a while. So Hmm. But I was gonna think of a new one on the fly, and my brain was just tired. I didn't come up with a new one. I went back to vulcanization, which I think I did once before. I think what I need to do, I know, I got a new one. I know what I'll do next time. It's gonna be fantastic. I won't tell you. Also, hey, DD Main, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And it kind of cut off because I didn't, when there's no text in it, I forgot that you have to have like a default width. And so I didn't add that in yet. I'll have to work on that on the software here. And Not a Robot, I swear, says DCT plus denomination of mental health care equals trouble. Well, yeah, that is the case. Yeah. It's also the same with therapy, like the demonization of therapy. Like, especially if you're a guy, like if you're a guy and you have a therapist, like people perceive you as like weak, and that's not the case. Jason, not the Bible Jason though. Thank you for the super chat and for being a 17-month member. Fucking huge thank you. Alaska Jab, member for 3 months. Huge W as well. And Screaming Silence, thank you so much for the super chat. If you love your enemies because God told you to, it's not love, it's obedience, which invalidates it and makes the command impossible to follow. This is actually an interesting point. We've kind of touched on this before, but it is the case. If you only love somebody because you were instructed to do so, I don't know if we would call that love. For example, if somebody instructed you to go on a date with somebody, it wasn't of your own volition. I don't know. Would we call that love? It seems like maybe not so much, right? So I don't know. Sorry about that. I had to get another note in there before I forgot. Costello says, what if God is just electricity? Humans are always focused on harnessing electricity and trying to tap into understanding what electricity is. Well, I'll tell you what, I am starting a channel later this year after I finish my book, specifically dealing with electricity. Given that my background's in electrical engineering, it should be a lot of fun. But the electromagnetic field is maybe the closest thing to a god or transcendental that I know of. Electricity is fucking cool. Magnets, fucking cool. It's crazy the stuff that interested me as a kid still interests me now. I guess sometimes we never grow up. Jesus TDF in Christ says, bless you, my son, for I have heaped the idiots of the world upon thy channel, yet you bear their moronitudes with grace. Jesus TDF in Christ, I appreciate that. It is hard sometimes to have the patience to deal with the amount of idiocy that comes through here. However, it is my job, so I'll take it, right? And I'm the Big Cheese. Thank you for the additional. Oh, where'd it go? Additional super chat. Why is it good to love thy enemy? Like, doesn't that cheapen the word? And why ought that be a good thing? Also, God doesn't even love Esau. Yeah, that's a very good point. I should have thought about the Esau in the heat of the discussion. I didn't, unfortunately, but it's a very good point that you're making. So super well taken, actually. It's just it's not true that God is meeting his own standard. And Evil Banana Wind says, male Rilo, go on camera, please. Here's the thing. I don't think Rilo's going to do that. Although he really is interested in calling me names. I do know Rilo though. We had a discussion on Myth Vision, and he did not have a good time. In fact, let me see if I can get the video. YouTube. I'm pretty sure it's up. Oh, his name might not be in the video. Let's see. But there's a couple clips on MythVision's channel for when we did a debate together. And I don't know which one it is, so I guess I can't point you to it. It might be, well, I don't know. But if you look for the pair, the matchup with Derek and I, you'll eventually find the debate that we did where Rilo called in, and boy was it something. In fact, I think I've got the full live stream here. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, so the full stream where Rilo called in was linked here. Here is the name of the broadcast that we did. It was Jesus was a failed prophet? ? Prove us wrong. And Rilo called in, and Rilo did not have a good time. It wasn't a good time for Rilo. And when did we do that? Is there a date on here? Oh, maybe, I don't know. But nevertheless, that's where we know Rilo from. Is from when he called in, and he crashed the fuck out too when I talked to him the first time. Fluster Pony, thank you for the super chat. Do you see the term Hebrew Bible? Do you use the term Hebrew Bible versus Old Testament circumstantially? Also, it seems to me that the Hebrew Bible Old Testament justifies Jewish belief. The rest of us are lower. I don't know what you mean by us, mean those that are not Jews, but yeah, that is actually the case in Zechariah 12 and 14, in Isaiah chapter 60, Isaiah chapter 14, in Ezekiel 44 and beyond. There's a huge overarching theme, which is that we're God's chosen people, and God likes us best, and the foreigners can come and join us, but they're not us. You know what I mean? They're not children of Abraham. You know, they don't even circumcise their penises. Nevertheless, yeah, that's kind of there. But the reason why I use the phrase Hebrew Bible is because, first of all, it's accurate, and second of all, it's less offensive for the Jewish audience. So if you're a Jew, the New Testament is just like some fucking cult document. The Hebrew Bible is your Bible, right? Same thing if you're a Christian. If you're a Christian, the Book of Mormon isn't like the New Testament. It's just some fucking document over here, right? So by referring to this as the Hebrew Bible, the New Testament, and the Book of Mormon, I kind of separated them more accurately to the faith traditions that work with them. Jesus TDF in Christ says, is Rilo Ken still butthurt over being rejected by Barbie Ray? Well, I don't know. To be fair, that's not something I have information about. However, I do know that Rilo, I could tell in his voice, came in already upset. And Carnage, I didn't see the super chat till just now. What time did that come in? Oh, that shit. Talking like hours ago. Damn, sorry I didn't see that. Cyber forgot to mention the 6D. D's nuts. You fucking nailed it. Hell yeah. A D's nuts joke never gets old. I know I'm a child. I get it. Carnage enables me. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Blame Carnage. I mean, you probably blame me too, but it's funner to blame Carnage. Fog, thank you for the super chat. Oh, sorry. This one here was from Gabe. I apologize. The super chats that don't have text in them automatically. I have to fix that code here tonight. Thank you though, Gabe, for the 99 cent super chat or super sticker. And Fogg says, do progressive Christians misinterpret the Bible? I think so. Although, more often than not, progressive Christians, rather than misinterpreting the Bible, what they'll do is they'll decrease the biblical authority, right? So you don't have to believe every word of the Bible at that point if you're lowering the authority of the Bible. So that's one trick that they do a lot. But you're right, a lot of them do just misinterpret the Bible. Was Jesus for gay marriage? No. Was Yahweh? Nope. Was Paul? No. Sorry. You're never going to use the Bible to get to a viewpoint that Christianity or anything in this book would have been okay with that behavior or that lifestyle, whatever you want to call it. The Bible is not interested in it. Not interested at all. Doesn't like it. One more reason to throw the fucking book out to the burn pile. You don't need it. It's for bigots. Adam, thank you for the additional super chat. Leroy Brown was nailed to the crucifix. Holy fuck. That might be my favorite joke of the night. For those who don't know, Leroy Brown, Bad Leroy Brown, was a song sung by Jim Croce, which is why we have this joke on the Crucifix. And now you're wondering, how the fuck did Justin get a pop culture reference? Because it's like fucking from the 70s. I'm a million years old, guys. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I stopped paying attention to culture 20 years ago. I am the Big Cheese says Christianity would be more convincing if Jesus was actually immortal and could turn in liquid, to escape crucifixion like the Terminator. So here's the case. If you want to prove that you're God or the Son of God or that you're the Messiah, you get God powers and whatnot. There's so many miracles you could do. You could have fucking flown right off the cross. You could have made it so that the nails turned to fucking porridge while you're up there. There's so many things you could have done. They could have tried to nail you up there 100 times, and every time you get out of it. That'd be fucking impressive. But the reality is Jesus didn't do that. They fucking killed his ass, and then they made up stories later about what happened. And Aimcram says, blah, blah, God character, blah, blah, Jesus character. You nailed it. Yeah. I will never understand why people think that somehow like Jesus doesn't agree with what his dad did in the Old Testament. It's wild. I don't understand it at all. All right. So, if you think that Jesus doesn't agree with his Father, or at least doesn't always end up agreeing with his Father, I don't know what to tell you. It just seems kind of weird, especially if you believe in a Trinity. If you believe in a Trinity, it's like, well, fucking Jesus is his Father, theoretically. So it's like, I don't know. It seems like you have to concede that Jesus and Yahweh just kind of agreed on shit. So, nevertheless, Bacon and Bush, good to see you tonight, friend. Says deists during discussions dodge, distract, deflect, distort, deride, derail, dash during demanded demonstrations. A work in progress, maybe. Bacon, that was phenomenal. I loved it. Don't change it. Oh, that one still broke. Kirby, there you go. Thank you for the super chat. Want to tithe the good work. Thanks for a safe place. Listen, I got you. I mean, one of the goals here, other than is education. One of the goals here is to actually give people like a cool place to hang out and have community. That's what we're about. You know what I mean? And Blue Planet Greenheart. Hey, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Bethos coming in again says still attacks a bit sounds like an AI song. Sounds like AI songs though. Oh yeah. The songs on async. Yeah. They are. Yeah, they were generated by AI. Probably, if I had to guess, I don't know, like Suno. I'm not entirely sure. Suno makes some pretty good stuff. Their newest model. And from Akram says, I flock with Plagniticus community pronounced Planet X. Oh, I would not fucking have caught that one. P equals poly. Guess the rest. Poly. Uh, poly. I don't know, my friend. I'm sorry. This is not a uh, an acronym that I'm familiar with. And Luke, hey, thanks for being a member for 7 months. Time for some baby colors, baby paste. You fucking nailed it. Yeah, we got some baby paste tonight, and it was good actually. I thought it was a good baby paste. It wasn't the best, but Calvin, hey, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, my friend. And Dallas, thank you for the additional super chat. Although it's a super sticker, there's no text in it, but a-okay. And Babs, thank you for the super chat. The road to atheism is paved with Bibles. I would say some very well read Bibles, actually. Very, very well read Bibles. Most of the people that I know that left Christianity, they mostly left for intellectual reasons. They weren't like church hurt. Cool Rose says hair looks good, grown out a bit. Yeah, well, Carnage likes it like this. I like to keep it short. But the reality is, when your girlfriend tells you how she likes your hair, you fucking wear your hair like that, don't you? Is that usually how that works? Anyways, the long and short of it is, I don't love it because makes my head warm, especially in the fucking summertime. I don't like that at all. I do need to trim up the sideburns, but you know what? It doesn't look bad. I'm lucky that at my age I have hair, so I'm just, I won't complain. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to have hair. And God Eating Penguin says, you know who else is a real person? Grace. Apparently she's huge. It has been a while since we had a huge Grace mention. I don't know if we ever had a huge Grace hashtag, but I feel like we should have at some point. Huge Grace was pretty big for quite some time. And Genji says Jezebel would probably have been a marriage to cement an alliance between the House of Omri and a powerful Phoenician. Yeah, that is the case. And that's why these marriages existed. Typically, they were alliances. If you read the Amarna tablets, they're really cool. What you'll find is that the people in Canaan asking the Egyptians, pharaohs, for supplies and archers to help with their towns getting sieged. It's funny, the pharaoh's not too concerned about protecting them. The pharaoh keeps writing back, asking them to send their daughters. Send your daughters to me. I need to fill out my harem. But the reality is, these little petty kings usually had daughters, and they would send them to Pharaoh, and then Pharaoh and the petty king would be connected by family, so there would be some obligation there. Same thing with the Hittites. There was a huge marriage between one of the Egyptian pharaohs and one of the Hittite people way back before the collapse of the Hittite Empire, and it kept them out of war for a bit. Sad Technique says, "Ding ding ding, Philbro timer has ended." You know what? That is when I get the additional. I'm going to do the timers inside of my software rather than through OBS. When I get that set up, I will definitely put a ding 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 on the end of it so that it rings, and we won't use this crappy OBS software. I'm going to remove like a lot of these OBS plugins and just use my software to display stuff. It's way easier. And Sad Technique again says, like this post if you want Justin to hang up on CJ. Oh fuck. I'm sorry. If he wasn't the last guest, I wouldn't have kept him on any longer. I just kept him on afterwards because he was going to be the last guest, and I was like, I kind of want to hear if he can resurrect the argument. Anyone? No. Oh well. Harry, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. And also, Terry, do a search for the Messianic Rooster. I feel like I've done that before. Hold on. Commonly refers to the biblical prophecy of Peter's denial, where a rooster crows signal. I don't understand why. Are you just referring to the cock that crowed in the morning? Is that supposed? Are you suggesting that's a prophecy that Jesus fulfilled? I'm confused. The problem with Jesus' prophecies is you can never actually call them fulfilled because they were all written after he was already dead. And you have no way of verifying that he said it before it happened. That's why the Old Testament prophecies are so important, because we know that those were written prior to Jesus existing. So we don't have a problem there. Unog. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Are Christians who believe in the Trinity and those who say there's only a Godhead the same theology? And if not, how would you argue against the Godhead only believer? So my understanding is the same. When they say Godhead, they're really referring to a God conglomerate. So I could be wrong. That's how I understood it. Let me check. The term Godhead refers to divine nature, essence, or deity in religious context, particularly Christianity. It represents the supreme divine being and is often used synonymously with the Trinity to describe God the Father, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit. That's what I thought. Yeah, it just refers to the whole collection. It's another word for the Trinity. That's how I always heard it used. So that's what that's what I would say. Rational Atheist. Hey, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Got reminded of this one today. An oldie but a goodie. With Jesus coming into all these Christians, you'd think they would be burning for eternity. Rock hard for Doug. And to be fair, he's been coming for 2,000 years, so they are not going to be walking straight for a while. It's going to be a real thing. Maybe that's why they're all going to go to the lake of fire. Maybe fuck it. They are in the lake of fire. They're burning like as we speak. That might be the case actually. Nevertheless, yeah, it's a classic tried and true joke. Jesus coming on the clouds, coming in the clouds, coming inside of you. It's a good time. And good question says, automate mute to win battles with verbaric fildos. Detect unmute and remute until you stop the script. So I actually do have a mute button in my software that works for people that are going to be calling in through my software. Unfortunately, when they're on TikTok, I have no method of keeping them muted. So it's just one of those unfortunate things where TikTok Studio is the only way to stream on TikTok and take guests, unless you're using your phone. Now, I don't know. Theoretically, I could use my phone and just put cables back and forth to my computer to transfer the audio video. You could do that. I prefer TikTok Studio, to be honest, rather than hit my phone all the time to do shit. But yeah, the downside is that, well, actually, even on the phone, the downside is that the mute button always, they can just unmute themselves, so it's almost a waste. And Gretchen, hey, thank you for the additional super chat. W666, thanks to Siltaxibit for the kind words about my songs. Justin, if you send us a raid, we'll play the Rock Hard for Doug, Dr. M's, and BMF songs for everybody. Well, fuck. After this live stream, Gretch, I'll send some people over to your channel, to the Async network, and we'll do exactly that. It'll be a blast. Fuck, I'll have to pop over there. and see what's going on. Sad Tech Geek with another super chat says, I had a good time. Thanks, Justin. Rock on for Doug Gay for Justin. I'm glad that you did, Sad Tech Geek. I thought we had at least a couple interesting callers. Some not so much, but we had a couple. And Simple Programmer says, fun night. I got my Doug Pretzel Factory tee and wore it today for the first time, spreading the good word with style. Thanks. Rock hard for Doug and choking on Ian's hog. Thank you for patronizing the merch shop. The big W. We've got some cool Doug merch. We got M's merch. We got Cooking with Doug aprons. We got coffee mugs. I keep meaning to add more coffee mugs, but it's busy this summer, you know. Hunter Girl, hey, said, holy shit, you guys are still going. Listen, I'm fucking going to bed. I'm trying to go to bed right now. Carl Valdez, hey, great to see you, friend. It's been a hot minute. Hey there, latest news. Finally got divorced. Was a long journey. It does. Been there, buddy. It's a journey. Sometimes not a fun journey, but congrats on finally getting there. You should be able to take a big sigh of relief now that you're on the other side of it for sure. And Carlos, again, thank you. Sent 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. Hell yeah. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Thank you so much, Carlos. And also, Brienne Dougherty. Oh, fuck. She received some of those gifted memberships. Oh, they're actually telling me who received them now. My software is pulling not just the send, but the receive. That was a happy accident. Fuck it, now I'm going to keep that. And Beelzebub, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And Unog54, a member for 12 months, says rarely see the live because work, but I still watch Rock Hard for Doug. Well, thank you. If you can't catch it live, it really does help to have y'all replay the live and listen to the stream on video on demand. It really does help a ton. I really appreciate that. Now, listen, those are all the super chats. We got to send you all somewhere. So we're going to head over on YouTube to the Async Network because Gretchen's got some music for us. And who's live on TikTok right now? It's Friday, so I don't think that Thinker is live. But there's certainly going to be somebody alive. Live. Also, Gretchen's new channel is just under 500 viewers or subscribers. Can we not just bump that up tonight? Can we not just get her at least over 500? We need to support our fellow streamers in the community. And you guys know Gretchen has supported everybody in the community. Also, Mezzo is live, Mezzo and Joel on TikTok. Guys, go over to Mezzo and Joel's live stream and specifically tell them that Doug sent you. Make sure you let Joel know that Doug is the one that sent you. It's very important. He loves Doug. Also, listen, I'm on the Async Network. They're not. It's not live yet, apparently, but it should be live shortly. Nevertheless, hey, let's get the numbers up. We're at 432 subscribers. Why can't we just bump this up over 500 tonight? I think it'd be a fantastic thank you to Gretchen, and given that she has served our community so long and so well. Anyways, friends, that's it for the night. I'm going to be live Sunday morning on Unapologetic, and then Monday back on this channel. So I hope you all have a great weekend. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you for all the shares, the likes, the super chats, all the support, and get some sleep. Have a great night.